Sproggywood, and Shattered Pixel Dungeon. Wait, like it was Pixel Dungeon or it was Pixel Dungeon? Is it a Pixel Dungeon fork, Prismy? Because Pixel Dungeon's open source. Oh, did you get into Sproggywood, Elfie? As I seem to remember talking about it once when it was on sale. All right. I'm still losing my voice like yesterday. I hope I don't. I hope I still have a voice by tomorrow. Twitch chat. It's time to say hi to YouTube. Hi YouTube. How you doing? What's up, JJ King? Thanks for showing up to the late YouTube stream. Keep an eye out for tomorrow when Tarn Adams will join us. Oh, okay. I get you. I thought you were saying that Caves was one of your favorite roguelikes, Presme, because because it was like Pixel Dungeon, but I misunderstood. Thanks for clarifying. Now you have it on your phone and on Steam. Hell yeah. You're one of like the 2 people who play that game. Not a lot of people play that game. So this fort's becoming kind of a mess. Fortunately, we were able to trade recently, so hopefully we start getting migrants again. We lost the queen. We're no longer what I would describe as mountain home possible, but we'll see. Which is okay, because my main noble right now, who is our duchy, the Duke, Geotrack, still dreams of ruling the world. I don't think I can achieve that. But, you know, we can try. Endok, my Baroness, who's apparently naked right now, wants me to make beds, which is kind of funny. So I guess I will make 2 beds. She is in the military, so she's probably changing uniforms. The fortress itself, for those of you who haven't seen, is a pretty nice little fort with many trapped... I should just erase these because you're never going to smooth this. With plenty of trapped were creatures. It's those 3. Down here we have this kind of slowly spiraling, growing bedroom network, which I think personally is beautiful. These floor grates are all encrusted with gems, thus increasing the value of their bedrooms. Down here is the other bedroom area. Everybody also has a statue, a chest, a coffer, and a bed, and I'm slowly working on other additions. Naked, want bed, suspicious. I was not going to make the joke, but I guess you had to. And then down here, you know, we have some temples. We have kind of our main library level. There's 2 levels to the library. I would like to expand the size of the level. Yeah, no, the military did just cease training. So the military is replace uniforms. So they strip their clothes off every so often. It's okay. It's normal. Down here, we have our tavern, and right beneath it is the prison, where people in the tavern get to look down through the tiny little windows. The fortress used to be in an absolutely horrific mood state. Also, Wordmaster as well. It's good to see you. As well as G-Fin and Yvonne as well as a Phoenix person. Hello, good morning. Raging Cave, Darius. I don't think I said hi to you. Stone aka Seashore's Wall, just because I need to say your name out loud. We have our big-ass block stockpile, and I'm still working on getting rid of all those blocks. There's a lot of them. We have, of course, our metalworks area, furniture storage for gem encrusting. By metalworks area, I mean metalworks area is over here, and then an extension to that little metalworks area, and this is a tiny little dining hall, which isn't really connected to anything. I should probably connect this to something. But there is this little dining hall, and I guess it's oh right, it's no longer it's the Miners Guild, so they are doing mining demonstrations here.
Hey, I got inspired and started a lava fort too, but I'm aiming to exterminate some elves.
Ah, good luck. Well, fortunately, they're very flammable. Unfortunately, you won't get any loot from them, though, because it'll all burn. But Thomas Not the Train, thank you very much for the 5th month. And Raging Cave, absolutely. Absolutely. Just let me know what kind of dwarf you'd like. We have finally trained up a squad enough, which is the Lone Glee of Orbs, which is captained by Van Ori and has Amethyst, who was kidnapped by goblins for about 10 years. In the squad. Amethyst dreams of being a legendary warrior, and we finally got her back into the fortress. Because this squad is now good enough, we have actually caught some cave dragons. So that is a thing that we are now doing. We do, in fact, have some cave dragons in the fortress, which is awesome. And we are slowly training them for war. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with them just yet. I might just stockpile them for a little bit, but we are training them for war. On these upper layers, we have more nobles assigned. And over here is the area for our Duke, which was the Queen's chambers, which the Duke naturally took over after the Queen died, which I think is only fair. Up here, we have our Anything Goes temple, and over here, we have our entryway to the defensive structure, which is, fucking mess, man. It's a mess right now. It's full of stuff. It's full of stuff to be melted down, and now, why do you have to, like, throw off the Emperor's Groove here, Ranger Rick? God damn it, man. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Ultrasonic utterances underneath ultraviolet undersea Uzbekistan urchins upon upturned unicorns. I mean, I'm not going to word that word. Undulate like Euscripulus unions unified ubiquitously under unionization urgently. Understood unanimously undertaking ufology unknowingly usurped ubiquity. You know, you have to actually make sentences, right? Underwater, ultimately fertile. Fools. I am ending that goddamn sentence. That was all one sentence. Anyway, now as punishment, I am gonna complain for another 3 seconds. God damn it, Ranger Rick. Check, can I get a round of beers? As far as the plans for the fortress go, this I would like to get mostly covered with glass. I can't do that completely because our trash disposal goes out into the volcano, so I have to be a little bit careful with that. I need to basically build a little square, maybe around yay big here, but this area is going to get covered with glass. The top of the volcano is. This is a lava fountain, which is currently not being used, and this is a partially constructed public tavern, which is also currently not being used. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this, but I do want to do something with this. Because if we do end up visiting this world in adventure mode, it'd be fun to have like an outdoor tavern, you know? I think that would be fun. I've slowly opened up more ways in for things to get into the front door, because this is kind of the front door here, right? This is the main entryway to the fort. I need to pave all of this, or I would like to. I also would like to pave these, and I would like to kind of have a better ramp coming up and into the fort, because this is kind of becoming a weird mega project. Something else that I just built is I've noticed that the dwarves keep on sieging me. Because I'm at war with a dwarven faction. Now, they don't siege super frequently, but when they do siege, they tend to siege right here. So I built a lava geyser. So when they siege me right here, I can just be like, and just bubble lava all over their faces. You know, good times. I might redirect this slightly so it's a little bit more specific in its location. But aside from that, I have a big gurgle blob of lava spewing. It's good times. Heart Rock says no. What? How do you push it up to the surface? I feel like I need to make a video on this because people seem to think it's a weirdly complicated concept. If you're pumping lava, or if lava is flowing, but more so if you're pumping lava, TLDR, if you are pumping lava somewhere, the lava tries to get level. So I have a pump up here, which is pumping when I unpause the game. See, it's pumping. It's automated. It's being powered by these windmills up here. Now, when I open up this drawbridge, down here, it tries to get level with that, which causes lava to shoot out, and then just distribute, and basically just keep bubbling out indefinitely. Because it's pumping out of the top of the volcano, and it's trying to get on level with this. Now, it wouldn't do that if I made it go through a diagonal, which it's not. So, that's how you push it up to the surface. You have lava with a pump that's higher, pumping to a place that's lower. It's just basic physics. While it doesn't do quite as crazy as water, lava does have similar effects if lava is being pumped. That's how. And then, of course, over here at the end, we have our lava minecarts. I need to drink some water because I'm losing my voice. Only skills are Metalsmith and Weaponsmith, and it won't claim forges and just keeps running around the 3 available. Place one of every single shop. DPS. If you are having problems with secretive moods, place one of every shop. Because I don't think secretive moods are related to a skill that they currently have. Literally just make one of everything and see what they claim. Neither Binding of Isaac nor Dead Cells are roguelikes. Binding of Isaac is a run-based bullet hell, and Dead Cells is a run-based platformer. They have absolutely no mechanics in common with Rogue. You can't be like a game if you are nothing like it. It's poor marketing, is what it is. All right, they're fantastic games, but neither of them are roguelikes. This is me talking to the YouTube chat. It's the only thing I'm going to say. I'm going to do the well, actually, you're wrong. Move on with my day. So, like, your city fort water fountain. Certainly, yeah, but with water. I don't know how that water fountain is built, but probably. Honestly, I'm too pissed off today to have 2 rants. I don't feel like being angry at 2 things today. I'm already angry enough with a whole development team. Why do I have to be angry with at chat as well? Don't make chat the enemy today, Darius, please. All right. You'll post a few photos. I might look at some point. Recommend you a mega project. Chat, recommend Lord Floof a mega project. Slay the Spire is clearly a deck builder. It's a card game. We've had card games longer than we've had roguelikes. It turns out if you stick the name roguelike on a game, it sells better, regardless of if it's actually an accurate descriptor for the game. Read through all sites of your civ. That's a good mega project. Okay, we're opening up that drawbridge. So I need to give Raging Cave a dwarf. Because I'm pretty sure you don't have one previously, right? No, you do. Raging Cave, you currently have dwarf. And I need to read through the names of the dwarves still. So would you like me to refund that or gift that to somebody else? Or would you like to name a different dwarf something else? Yeah, you have a dwarf, Raging Cave. Here, I can even capitalize it for you. Raging Cave. Can I refund? Yes, I can. There we go. All right, we'll do the rest. Clear my refund queue. You can call them a roguelite if you want, but there's certainly nothing like Rogue. Here's the thing. I don't want to have this discussion. This is years and years and years and years and years of extraordinarily poor marketing done by indie devs and then eventually picked up by mainstream games that has more or less made a genre of games that has been around since the 80s be impossible to search for, and has made the public completely unaware of the existence of a genre of games that they probably wouldn't have known about in the first place. And it kind of sucks. And as somebody who's a big fan of that type of game, it makes promoting them difficult, it makes talking about them difficult, and it makes communicating with other people difficult. Because people associate permadeath of any kind, or any kind of permanent punishment in games, with the term roguelike, which is inaccurate. It's sort of like calling everything an RPG. By modern day standards, Call of Duty is an RPG because it has every single element of an RPG. Fortnite, by modern standards, or any battle royale for that matter, theoretically, based on very loose definitions, could be called a roguelike because of how weak genre definitions have become, because they are used as marketing terms and not genre definitions. We stopped calling first-person shooters Doom-likes because they stopped being like Doom.
Sue, it's a year now. I still can't type. And style don't remember if I already
And I
have
want to
a
ride
dwarf
it all
or
night
not.
long.
Good
Dearest.
times, smiley face.
So it's your no, you still can't type, still don't remember if I already have a dwarf or not. Good times. I mean, I appreciate the effort, and thanks for sticking around for a year, Raging Cave. So that is the short version. I don't really feel like having a longer version of this discussion today. So just like, remember that genres are used as marketing, and some genres are older than the marketing. And some genres are very important to games. If I say I'm making a Doom clone, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If I say I'm making a Quake clone, you also probably know exactly what I'm talking about, because it's a very specific type of game. Granted, those types of games have gained a new genre these days called boomer shooter, which also makes them, which some people don't like as a term. I think it's kind of silly, but in a good way. If I say Doom clone, you probably have an idea in your head of what type of game I'm talking about. And it really sucks that we live in an era where if I say roguelike, most people have no idea what I'm talking about and think I'm talking about a fucking card game or something completely unrelated. So, yeah, it's never going to happen, though. Diamond. So, TLDR, when I say roguelike, me personally, y'all can shut up about what you guys consider roguelikes. It doesn't really matter to me, personally. I think of games like this. This is a roguelike. There's absolutely no run-to-run progression, as it should be. It's a turn-based game. It's a procedurally generated game. It's a game with random dungeons, lots of build variety, fuckloads of replayability. It's skill and knowledge-based. You know, when I think of roguelikes, I think of Caves of Cud. No run-to-run progression. It's turn-based. It's top-down, fully procedural world. Fuck tons of replayability. I think of games like Jupiter Hell, which actually just pulled an update. No run-to-run progression, turn-based gameplay, procedurally generated dungeons. Pretty similar to Rogue. I think of games like Rogue Fable. Recently put out a new addition to the franchise. I can't remember if these have run-to-run progression, but if they do, it's minimal. I think of games like Shattered Pixel Dungeon. Knowledge-based progression. Very little run-to-run progression. Permadeath. Sure, Tome would be one. Tales of Maj'El. It's free on his website. Paying for it just gets you some extra features. You can play this game for 5,000 hours and still have shit to do. That's what I talk about when I say roguelike. I'm not talking about Slay the Spire, and I never will. Because that's a card game. Tangle, I bounced off of Tangle Deep pretty hard. It's a bit too Mystery Dungeon-y for me, which I've found I don't like. But it's not a discussion I really feel like caring about today. Today, I need to play Dwarf Fortress, and I need to think. Because tomorrow I have the developer of Dwarf Fortress on, and I suddenly am having thoughts about asking Tarn about whether or not he thinks that having such an open development is wise. Because Dwarf Fortress has always had a very, very, very open development, as it's always been a free game. And I kind of want to talk with Chad about this too. Because it's always been a free game, right? It was always a game that sales didn't matter. What mattered was continued audience support. But now that Dwarf Fortress is a game that's being paid for, and now that Dwarf Fortress is actively competing in a marketplace with games that have sold extraordinarily well, is it wise to have such an open development for your free updates, major updates even, extraordinarily important? Because you got served 2 minutes of ads. That's fine, you didn't miss much. I'm not rehashing that conversation. If you want, you can go back in the VOD, Lord Floof. I'm very sorry, but it's just, the TLDR is I don't want to discuss that today. That's the short version. Sorry about the ads. I wish I had the option to just have none. Should Dwarf Fortress still have such an open development? Is, I think, the question that I want to ask. Because I could see the argument that this is just a coincidence that RimWorld is putting out a DLC a couple of days before Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode is out. But I have a very, 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 very difficult time believing that it's a coincidence. For whatever it's worth. So I gotta ask. What do you think, chat? Thank you, Neokai, for gifting a subscription to Lord Floof. Appreciate you. Sure, it's a great game. I personally don't enjoy playing... But, like, Ace, here's the statement. And this is the final thing I will say about the roguelike discussion. I will ignore everything going forward. Me saying something isn't a roguelike is not going after its quality. It's not me saying it's not a good game. And it's not me saying that you can't enjoy it. It's me saying that they market it in a shitty way that makes it harder to find a genre I like. That is all. All right. Now. I don't necessarily agree that Dwarf Fortress's updates are infrequent, though. Like, major content updates, Dwarf Fortress, of the past year. The updates we've had have been every 3 months, roughly, and they have been very performance-focused. I don't think that's infrequent. Like, in the past, Dwarf Fortress updates have been very infrequent. But the more I hear Tarn talk about the future going forward of Dwarf Fortress development, it's getting less frequent. Less infrequent, rather, and becoming more frequent. You had a dragon attack some of your dwarves, and some of your corpses are still on fire, and it keeps them from getting buried. What do I do? Dump water on them. Build a layer one, build a tile, build a wall next to it, a ramp next to that wall, and go on top of that wall. And let's say that this is the top of the wall right here. Go here, hit Pit Pond, click drag on Pit Pond, click accept, and then click this button that turns it into a pond, and a dwarf will go grab a bucket of water and dump a bucket of water on it, and that should put the fire out. And if it doesn't, I don't know. Wait. It's weird that they're still burning, though. They should have stopped burning. Bodies should burn up. Although if there's gems in their clothing, the gems could keep burning for a while. Same. I mean, like, that's... I really like the open development side of Dwarf Fortress. It's one of the things I like the most. I was in yesterday's VOD thinking Twitch was broken because I couldn't send messages into chat. That's very funny. How long were you in yesterday's VOD for? Why can I not move? Where did my frame rate just go? What? Just happened. My frame rate for like almost no real discernible reason went from like 60 to 5 and then back up. What just happened? Something big must have just happened off map somewhere. Huh. Interesting. I doubt it because I've nerfed the caverns down into oblivion. I mean, it could be fire in the caverns, but that would be weird. That doesn't really do that on my computer. But the moon did just go full, yeah. When I say something is happening off map, the moon going full has caused lag on my computer in the past, and that means that somewhere else in the world there is a massive were creature outbreak happening. And that's been very consistent with me checking that in Legends. So there might be a whole faction falling over right now. Cool. He thought it was a live stream. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Jitterbug. As a customer, you enjoy both Anomaly and Adventure Mode. You don't care how they are developed. Certainly. But you are somebody who is aware of both right now, right? And I work in marketing. I hate that fact, but this job that I do, streaming, is marketing, right? So it is our job to make people find things. And people buy games more if their favorite streamers are streaming the game. People buy games less and discover games less if their favorite streamers are not playing the game. People are discovering RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress for the first time every day, okay? Streamers play games more, and content creators cover games more when major events happen, being major patches, major releases, The biggest release Dwarf Fortress ever had was the release on Steam. I would argue this is probably one of the other biggest releases it's ever going to have, because awareness of games is based on the amount of knowledge that the people around the game have about it, right? So the more people that are currently aware of adventure mode existing, the better the game could do theoretically. Now, because both of these things are coming out in the same week, one of them already has a much bigger built-in audience. That game is going to take the vast majority of the public discussion. I did stream Keeper RL once. I haven't played it since. I've been very busy and not had a lot of brain capacity for other things. So, no, I have not. I mean, Keeper RL is a similar thing as well. That is a game that will have a harder time because it's competing with a lot of games that have built-in audiences. Exactly. Like that's kind of what I'm discussing. It's just like ASCII Dwarf Fortress is always going to be at a different point in development from Steam. No, that's not true at all. Those two are running in the same concurrence. ASCII Dwarf Fortress and Steam Dwarf Fortress update on the same day. So that is completely incorrect, Lord Floof. So you are completely wrong with that statement. ASCII Dwarf Fortress and Steam Dwarf Fortress are exactly the same game and update on the same day. Maybe like 20, 30 minutes apart because they need to upload the builds at separate time, to separate servers, but that's about it. I've been hosting interviews with Tarn Adams since 2020. I initially got in contact with Tarn at PAX West, but he'd seen my videos already at that point. This DF Classic looks like this. This is DF Classic. You can go play DF Classic right now for free on a12games.com. Oh, I can't even tell where that wall is. Oh, I see what I'm doing. That wall had already been built. So you can go play Bay12games. Play this right now on bay12games.com for free. And it looks just like this. Anybody who's saying that the development speeds are different is wrong, because they are literally the same game. The only difference is one has a graphics pack, one doesn't. And because I'm not used to the size of this ASCII, it's hard for me to do this on a mouse. Oh, also the Steam version comes with a soundtrack. The ASCII version does not. I think it might still have the old music. I actually haven't tried. But yeah, anybody saying anything else is just wrong. Also, somehow I put glass there, because I can read. But yeah, I guess that's kind of the topic of discussion I want to have right now, because it's something I would like to talk to Tarn about tomorrow. Because the behind-the-scenes discussion, and I'm in a bunch of different Discords with a bunch of different streamers in them. The behind-the-scenes discussion was going from, all right, everybody's kind of gearing up to play adventure mode again. People are starting to ask me about it, and we're starting to ask details again. That entire conversation has vanished. When did I say I wanted to slow down? When did I say I wanted it to speed up? I said, is it wise to have such a public development system? Is it wise to be so loud about when you're releasing things so far in advance? Because Dwarf Fortress is very public. They always have been. They're public about their revenue. They literally post the number of sales they have every month. They used to post exact revenue numbers when they had those, but it's a little bit harder with Steam. Gross revenue. They've always been very public about when they're planning on doing releases, regardless of if they hit them or not. And they've always been very public about what they are currently working on. So I'm not saying speed up or slow down. I'm only talking about the fact that RimWorld is currently sniping the Adventure Mode release date with a paid DLC, which of course they're claiming is their biggest DLC ever. So that's what I'm talking about. Cut is open, but in a very different way. CUD releases an update every Friday. CUD is very open about what's in those updates. CUD is very private about their major updates and what is in the major updates outside of teaser screenshots. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. CUD is very open, yes, but it's very open in a very, 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 very different way. But Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode is why? Okay, that's a baby. I was like, why is there a naked dwarf there? Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode is releasing on the 17th of April. And that week, probably a few days before, RimWorld is releasing an update or a paid DLC, which is probably going to cost as much as Dwarf Fortress because their last one did, or within a couple dollars of that. It's going to cost Dwarf Fortress sales. It's going to basically take away the entire streamer spotlight because there's a lot of streamer crossover between the two games. The people who play both, who play RimWorld, almost all of them also play Dwarf Fortress. That directory is going to be a lot busier. That directory is going to get all the traffic. That's going to be where all the discussion is, at least in these spaces. All of the YouTubers who only cover Dwarf Fortress obviously will cover Dwarf Fortress. All the YouTubers who casually cover Dwarf Fortress will also cover Dwarf Fortress. But RimWorld is a much more popular game. And the way the influencer side of marketing for video games works right now is the games that are big are the games that get all the talk. Those are the games that sell. The reason Dwarf Fortress is a bit more niche is because Dwarf Fortress gets a tiny fraction of the coverage. And I think that stating that a game is niche is a very goofy way of describing a game. A game is niche because a game doesn't have an audience. A game doesn't have an audience because a game hasn't found that audience. It's very silly to describe Dwarf Fortress as more niche when RimWorld owes its success to the existence of Dwarf Fortress. I would say RimWorld is a bit more obtuse, harder to learn. Or, sorry, Dwarf Fortress is a bit more obtuse than RimWorld and harder to learn in a lot of ways. But calling it more niche, that's a product of the way Dwarf Fortress has always existed around. I do circle halls. If you can't make a circle, make square. Make smaller square. Make smaller square. Make smaller square. Smaller square. Circle. Easy peasy. Literally just go to Google, type in pixel art circle, and copy that. RimWorld used the Bay12 forums as their first form of marketing in self-promotion posts. RimWorld used the Bay12 forums to promote themselves. RimWorld used the word Dwarf Fortress in its marketing everywhere in the early days. Less so these days, but still absolutely did it. RimWorld named their hardest fucking difficulty losing is fun, which is the motto of Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld has used Dwarf Fortress as an external marketing platform as long as RimWorld has existed. And now they're sniping release dates because they're inspired by it. Sure. They're also fucking it. So they're inspired by it. Awesome. You'd think that you would respect the thing that you're inspired by, right? I was inspired by Quill18. Fucking love his content. I love his work. I don't want him to go bankrupt. Sure, and I'm saying that that's a dumb point. Sorry, I'm a little bit nippy on this subject right now. But it's the only thing in my brain. So I have to talk this out. RimWorld literally makes... Okay, let me just look something up real quick. RimWorld is currently 122 in top sellers on Steam. Okay. Dwarf Fortress, I'm going to do some idiot math here for a second. Dwarf Fortress is currently 559th top seller on Steam. Okay. So let's go to the Bay 12 forums real quick. I'm going to jump to their February report. In February, Dwarf Fortress sold 13.5 thousand copies. Okay, so let's just say that's about 500. So if Dwarf Fortress is the 500th best-selling game on Steam currently, and RimWorld is the 120th best-selling game currently, mate, if they didn't release that DLC for 2 months, let's say they released it in July, they're still outselling Dwarf Fortress. Don't you think they were inspired by it from the start? No, I'm saying your argument is dumb to make. I'm not stating that they are dumb. They are very smart. They're very savvy business people. RimWorld is run by somebody who is a fucking cutthroat business person, and I have almost no respect for him because of it. That is where I am at. I am vehemently angry about this. If you were inspired by something, think about it this way, right? In the music industry, there are plenty of bands that are inspired by other bands, right? There are plenty of bands that are inspired by other bands. And those bands continue to go on tour with those other bands. Those bands continue to show up in crowds for those other bands. They don't try and get them dropped from the record label because they want to take that entire market share. They don't release an album on the same day with a very similar name to try and confuse people, right? That's shitty marketing and shitty tactics. This is a game that directly has the ability to directly cannibalize sales for another game. Releasing a paid thing that they are marketing as their biggest thing of all time that already has sold millions of copies more than the other game the day the other game is releasing their biggest update since release, which is free. This is a game that supposedly, well, is inspired by another game. That is true. That shares a lot of potential audience with another game. And instead of saying, okay, we'll play fair and let you get another good boost in sales, they say, we're going to release a paid thing so that we get more money and likely drown out your marketing to maintain that high spot on the sales charts. That's what I'm pissed about. I don't care about what initially inspired the game. That's irrelevant to this entire discussion as far as I'm concerned. I mean, buy RimWorld. Play RimWorld. It's a great game. That's not the issue I have here. Here, let me show you something. Diabetido. Just let me show you something. And I feel like not a week goes by where I don't show this at least twice. This is the first time I ever heard about RimWorld. Okay? This was also one of the first pieces of marketing RimWorld ever got. This is a post, a self-promo post by Tynan Sylvester on the Bay 12 Games forums. This is the Dwarf Fortress forums. Okay? The forums that are attached to Dwarf Fortress. Whether the Dwarf Fortress forums are attached to this. This is the people who make Dwarf Fortress. Okay? They posted this. He posted this in the other games section, which is fine. You're allowed to do that. Completely fine. And this was posted in 2013 in September, right? So shortly after I'd started streaming. And literally stated this. I've been working on this a little while and just put out the first video and figured it was a good time to tell people it existed, especially people who play the game that inspired it, which is true. At the most basic level, this is Dwarf Fortress in space. Sure. There are a lot of differences in the details. And then describes the game and links the video. Eventually updated this to include the Kickstarter and then the fact that it was live on Steam. The literal first response is stating, hey, mate, maybe don't self-promo on your first ever post. Yes, the initial concept for RimWorld is heavily inspired by Dwarf Fortress. That became less and less and less and less as long as the game developed, to the point where it's barely Dwarf Fortress at this point. It's a min-maxing strategy game with tower defense elements, as far as I'm concerned. Almost nothing like Dwarf Fortress. Do they occupy a similar space? Absolutely. But the entire success, as far as I'm concerned, of the existence of RimWorld is based on the fact that Dwarf Fortress exists. And now they're actively damaging it. That's my point in this discussion. That's my entire thought process here. And that's where my brain is at. Just so that there's no confusion and we're all clear. I'm not stating that your point is incorrect or anything. I'm just trying to make my statement as clear as possible here. The other point that I would like to make here is, remember this. The current player base of RimWorld is... Oh boy, my camera's covered. No, I want to grab my camera. No. Current player base of RimWorld is 18,538. Okay, that's actually a little low. That's actually a little low. And consistently, this game does very well, right? Consistently, it does very well, right? Very, very well. In fact, they released a DLC in November, right when Dwarf Fortress announced its update window. And this game consistently does very, 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 very well. The current player base of Dwarf Fortress is significantly lower, significantly more humble. In fact, they didn't even get half of the player base at launch as RimWorld did when its last DLC came out. Why building new walls? Because they look nicer to me and are higher value in the game. That's why I'm building new walls. And I get to be more picky about color. Adventure mode specifically is more for roguelike players. If you feel that way, you should play more adventure mode. Adventure mode is not for roguelike players. Adventure mode is an alternative perspective of the same video game. It allows you to, and this is why I'm so pissed about this, is adventure mode is a mode that gets written off as, oh, it's a roguelike. It kind of is. Certainly, it has that control scheme. It has that style. But adventure mode allows you to completely explore your world. Dwarf Fortress is Mad Libs for your own generated fantasy world, right? No, they're not doing that, Diamond. Jesus Christ, they're releasing 2 days before adventure mode, and the charity event is 1 month later. But it's going to be harder for us to get streamers to confirm now because they're still going to be playing in RimWorld, because they're going to be playing RimWorld for like 3 months. Okay? Just get your facts straight, mate. And you've never been into adventure mode? Sure. But adventure mode is still a third of the video game. I think you should try adventure mode. And I think that as somebody who's played Dwarf Fortress for about as long as you have, Beto, I think the thing that you need to realize is that one of the biggest failures of Dwarf Fortress is the failure to explain to people why adventure mode is cool. It is the best way to scout out locations for a new fort. It is the best way to get interesting characters into your fort. Go make 3 demigod characters and 2 peasants and run around in a party for a little bit, steal some cool artifacts, find a cool location, retire them, and then start a fortress there. And you already have a baseline for your nobles and a bonus getting started. You don't have to exclusively play adventure mode for adventure mode to be cool, right? And This is going to make it even harder to communicate that. This was the biggest and best opportunity for Dwarf Fortress and the community to explain to everybody why adventure mode helps make Dwarf Fortress the unique awesomeness that it is. Yeah, this is my hospital. Yeah, over here, Pep. And that's getting nerfed into oblivion. You know, are you really, really tired of a certain faction that is constantly invading you? You can go assassinate their king. But see, you've also been somebody who's been playing it for the game for 14 years, Fedopet. And now the opportunity to get people like me, influencers. Nothing's getting nerfed. Did I say that? Oh, the possible reach of Dwarf Fortress is getting nerfed, is what's getting nerfed. Nothing in the game is getting nerfed. The issue is public perception is important. And idiots like me knowing a thing exists is important. And when all of the people who work in my industry completely ignore the release of a thing because something else is releasing on the same day, they're never going to go back to that other thing, ever. Basically what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter if the people watching this stream right now know that Adventure Mode is coming out on the 17th of April, which I'm now suddenly questioning if that's correct because my brain is being weird today. Just like double checking the date. Like it doesn't matter if everybody in this chat knows the date. It doesn't matter if, yeah, April 17th. It doesn't matter if everybody in this chat knows the date. And I'm in an ad break now. It doesn't matter if everybody in the YouTube chat knows the date. It doesn't matter if every single person who subscribed to this channel knows the date. It doesn't matter if half the people in this channel go and watch RimWorld or play RimWorld on that date. No, that's fair. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just talking. What matters is, going forward, will streamers have a reason to come back and play more Dwarf Fortress? This is making that harder. Because the vast majority of game marketing right now is influencers and word of mouth. And if you don't have influencers, you have no word of mouth. Unless you get absurdly lucky. And right now we have a game that had a very brief spat of popularity that is now losing almost all of its word of mouth and influencer potential because of another game's DLC release. Do you think Adventure Mode is really hard? It can be a hard game, yeah. I mean, the old keybinds were pretty tough, too. In the same way that Fortress Mode was. Like, it's not like Bay 12 Games is advertising on the side of buses. It's also not like RimWorld is either. RimWorld is a pretty low-budget game, all things considered. They're a relatively small operation, marketing-wise. They don't sponsor people. They just get traffic, because that game just gets traffic. You're assuming once it's out of beta, then you will do more public streams? I was talking last week about why betas are bad for marketing. And this is the short version. I was already a little bit, not upset, but like sad that Dwarf Fortress was getting a public beta. The reason public betas are bad, for larger releases, they don't matter so much. Especially because they're usually used as marketing. And what people generally refer to as betas, what they actually mean are like marketing times, right? Like, you could pay an extra $50 to get the Call of Duty beta. That's not a beta. They just let you in 5 days early. Most games don't actually have betas, right? The reason betas kind of suck is because you don't get a big influx of excitement around a game, right? You get the hardcore who dive in and play, people like me dive in and play, make tutorials and videos. And then all of the casual people who generally don't want to do that sort of thing go, that's a bad example, I think, in regards to Gmail. Then you have people who are casual who go, oh, that's buggy, I'll play that later. So they go play something else. They play RimWorld. And then they're so busy talking about something else, they miss the actual release date because you didn't get that initial marketing push, because all of the videos came out when the beta launched and not when the game came out, because all of the hardcore people who were interested streamed it when the beta came out and not when the full release happened. So you miss your release window and you miss your marketing push. It's the same reason why launching a game on Steam is always, like initially on Steam, is always going to be more effective for sales than launching into early access and then launching on Steam, which is why you see a lot of games doing their early access on Epic or doing their early access on itch. Because when you launch a game on Steam, that is when you have the highest number of eyeballs initially on your game. Everybody buys it, right? If you go into early access, you get 70% of your sales, or 40% of your sales, we'll just be generous here. And then when you launch, you get 60%. So you only get as much exposure as 60% of the sales versus 100% of the sales, which could theoretically net you more sales because it pushes you higher in Steam's bullshit algorithms, right? So a game doing a beta of a big update cuts that in half twice in the optimal situation. Managed to fix your volcano last night. You took a bit of dwarves and buckets and water. Hell yeah, it's filling back up. I'm glad you were able to fix it. That's like kind of a crazy situation though, like just a road going through the bottom of a volcano. Kind of nuts. Anyway, I realize I'm very ranty today, but like, this is something that I was like staring at the wall last night thinking about and stressing myself out about, and then to like see that update news is just like kind of soul crushing. How do you break a volcano? They didn't break it. The world like, you know how, you know the, what's the word? You know how sometimes roads generate going from fortress to fortress? They had an underground road generate, which aren't super common, but do happen in the cave layer, and it went through the bottom of a volcano. So the volcano was like infinitely dumping lava into the cavern layer, which is kind of hysterical, but also kind of terrifying. I mean, RimWorld's is the big kid in the room, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress is the grandpa, but RimWorld is the big, buff, rich kid in the room. And RimWorld doesn't want to lose that. Because capitalism. Quite literally, because capitalism. And RimWorld knows that if Dwarf Fortress becomes the more popular game, RimWorld loses sales. Period. That's how it works. So, you know. Also, another reason I'm just paving stuff is this is a very low brain activity that I can do while I can't think about the game because all I want to do is scream at a computer, so. I mean, this is a bad place for me to talk about this, to be completely honest with you, Martin. And the reason this is a bad place for me to talk about this is I'm part of a team that runs the RimWorld Hot Potato, right? Every year we get RimWorld, like, potentially millions of views in traffic. How old is this fort? It says in the, yeah, that year. Fort started in 521, so 14 years? Although it was like summer 421, so it was like a weird, or 521, so it was like a weird time to start. And also the first 2 years were really slow because, what's the word? The first 2 years were really slow in this fort because we just didn't get, we missed the first 2 migrant waves because of the time of year that I embarked. So I didn't start getting migrants until like the end of year 2. See, I've played thousands of hours of RimWorld, so I respect, like, just responding to something in the YouTube chat by Japati. I've played thousands of hours of RimWorld. Like, I know very much about how that game is. It is a very compelling, fun game. It's a very different type of gameplay to Dwarf Fortress and a very different type of story builder to Dwarf Fortress, and in my opinion, kind of caps out at about I should put something on this pedestal. Let's put a gem. It kind of caps out at about a dozen stories that it's capable of telling up until that last DLC they put out where it became a lot more varied, and it's an excellent modding sandbox. But marketing-wise, business strategy-wise, I have very little respect for them. Very, 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 very little respect for them. And it's gotten lower every year. Yeah, but the reason the modding is so easy for RimWorld is because it runs in Unity. So, you know, Unity's great, right? Everybody's fucking favorite engine. I don't need it to be as popular as RimWorld. And that's not even my hope. Travioli. Or Travioli Ravioli. I don't need it to be as popular, and I don't want it to be as popular even. But I want it to have the best chance that it can have at success, right? And I think that what you're talking about, your friends won't even try DF because of how complicated it is, that should be the biggest barrier to entry for Dwarf Fortress, right? The biggest barrier for entry for Dwarf Fortress is that people don't want to play it because of how complicated it is, right? And that should be the thing that they're competing with. They shouldn't need to compete with a game that owes almost all of its success to the existence of Dwarf Fortress. Like, that's just sad. Beyond anything. Like, I guess I'm an idealist. I don't know. I live in a universe in my brain that I wish could be more fair. But we don't live in that world. The world is cutthroat and shitty, and people are going to be cutthroat and shitty. Think about it this way, right? Titanfall released on the same fucking day as Battlefield. Or Titanfall 2, rather. Released on the... Not Battlefield. Titanfall 2 released on the same day as Call of Duty. Arguably, Titanfall 2 is one of the best single-player campaigns in a first-person shooter in the last decade. Maybe longer. Some have said since, like, the first Halo. Or Half-Life. That game could have done so much more than it did. But it just exists as this weird game that some people go, oh, that was such a good game. That's how I feel right now. So, I don't know. I've mostly said my piece at this point, but let's, maybe attack some shit. What time of year are we in? It's late winter. Might get attacked in spring. Be nice if we didn't, though. Let's go smack something that's close by. Maybe just try and steal some books. Or any empty monasteries close by with artifacts. That one I wasn't able to steal for some reason after trying. There's some. We can go snipe those. I will send the lonely out to go explore sect planks. But the reason this is a bad platform for me to discuss this is, like, I am in a team that has run charity events based on RimWorld since 2019, right? And these charity events have, between Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld, because we did one with Dwarf Fortress last year, has raised over $400,000 for charity. We are the #1 team of people raising money for Doctors Without Borders on the platform Tiltify. So we are not only important to Doctors Without Borders' income, but also important to some of the marketing of RimWorld. I help manage or some of the behind the scenes stuff for the RimWorld event, and I take part in the Dwarf Fortress event. In fact, I kind of, to a degree, pushed for the Dwarf Fortress event to happen. And I'm sitting here openly, like, talking smack about another game that my team works pretty hard to promote, which, business-wise, for me, is a really stupid thing to be doing. And I realize that. But I don't have another outlet to do this. Like, I could fucking scream on Twitter, but who does that help? That doesn't help anybody. Oh, no, I'm not saying Dwarf Fortress is going to go down, right? Like, that's the thing. Dwarf Fortress is fine. 16-bit. Dwarf Fortress is absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. But you want a game to be absolutely fine for as long as possible. You want a game to have as many opportunities for more success as possible. Which is why RimWorld is directly sabotaging it, right? You know, best case scenario for Dwarf Fortress is that player counts go up a considerable margin, or even get close to where they were at launch when Adventure Mode comes out. And I was sitting here and very much hoping that something like that was possible. I now think at this point, when Adventure Mode comes out, player counts will double, maybe triple, for a week. And then they'll go back down. Because there won't be any crazy influencer influx. Praising the game and ranting about the game's devs' marketing practices? Certainly, but you'd be surprised. Some studios in this industry don't like criticism of any kind. Whether that's marketing, gameplay, practices. Dumbest, most petty shit can get you blacklisted. Kobe to RimWorld's Curry. Dwarf Fortress isn't a difficult game, Jinx. The problem is most people don't give it enough of a chance to get to the point where they learn how to play the game well enough that they agree with me. But doesn't matter how many billions of hours you have in RimWorld, RimWorld is a hard game. So, yeah, I'm just, at the end of the day, I'm really sad. The selfish side of this rant / discussion, I guess, is my income and view counts go up and down directly based off of RimWorld, not RimWorld, Dwarf Fortress's concurrent player count, right? The more people that are actively playing Dwarf Fortress, the more money I make, because there's more people looking for content. There's more people trying to play the game. There's more people learning to play the game. So that's the selfish side of this discussion, if anybody is curious, if there is that. So this is something else I need to do. I need to go through and, like, fix up my burrows. I should do that. We're just kind of doing upkeep and management on the more smaller things of the fortress right now instead of working on bigger things. When an immortal echidna destroyed his fort. On one hand, that's kind of funny. On the other hand, yeah, I get it. Amazing how common the immortal echidna was. Because I've literally never had it happen. But, like, here's a co-example. I saw somebody who was streaming this game when it came out on Steam, played it for 4 hours, said it was boring, and hasn't played it since. Because he was playing on a calm biome, where, like, literally nothing would happen. I think traditionally the biggest barrier to entry Dwarf Fortress had was this meme. This was the biggest barrier to entry Dwarf Fortress had. Even though the original version of this that didn't say Dwarf Fortress, it said EVE Online. Probably never, Azrael Echo. Very unlikely. It's probably what I should say. I don't know. I'm not developing the game. Go ask Putnam that question. And also, I would argue that the only actual difficulty curve on Dwarf Fortress was the menus. Game itself, it's no harder than any other game of its type, really. Which is funny because I've finally people have started to agree with me on that. It's like in the short term, Dwarf Fortress was a very difficult game to learn in the in older versions of the game, but in the long term, it is far easier than games that appear to be simpler to get into. Basically, Dwarf Fortress is the difficult to learn. Once you've mastered, it's easy. Whereas other games that compete with it are tricky to learn, and once you've mastered it, it's still fucking hard. Let's move down a layer. Seeing what else I need to grab, just so I don't run into problems when I do eventually have sieges. Waiting for things to happen in EVE Online, that's oddly funny. I mean, I found Dwarf Fortress when I was constantly waiting in ranked queues for League of Legends, so, you know. Early League of Legends, too. It was like Season 1. Although, actually, it might have even been pre-League of Legends. It might have been Counter-Strike at the time. Waiting for friends, basically. Waiting for group. These days, that just means therapy. I haven't expanded my burrows in a long time. Can you tell? What even is that thing? Is there still fire there? Is there still smoke there? Is stuff still burning? Did you leave your burrow on? Those are like the most common things. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at it to tell you why they're not walking through there. Is something berserk there and still trying to fight them? No, just ashes, no burrows? I have no idea. I would need to look at your save. That is not a thing, though. Or not a thing that, like, is supposed to happen anyway. Sounds like there's, like, are you playing on an Untamed Wilds biome by chance? Actually, what do the dwarves think when they walk in that direction? Because you say they're just refusing to walk there. Did they have any thoughts? Like, if you click on a dwarf's, like, character screen, does it say anything? Does it say vengeful? Does it say existing conflict? Or are they just normal dwarven thoughts? Because that's odd. I mean, if it says that they're vengeful, it means that there's still something berserk there, or still something trying to kill them there. Which would be my suspicion? Like, often when stuff like this happens, it's because there's, like, an agitated eagle or something in the air. You know, the number of, like, Dwarf Fortress offshoot games for marketing purposes I've seen, like, Kit Fox, I think, joked at one point about making a boyfriend dungeon Dwarf Fortress crossover dating sim visual novel. Which, maybe. That marketing wouldn't work on me, but maybe it would work on somebody. Actually, here's what they need. They need a RimWorld X Dwarf Fortress visual novel to come out on either Valentine's Day or April 1st. That's what they need. Perfect marketing. Just to expand that in the future. All right, there we go. We've updated my burrows now. I never played Boyfriend Dungeon. It didn't really seem like my cup of tea. I love how your guys' idea of marketing is just make another game based on the game. And you want to know why that kind of marketing works when you make a game that is like themed after another game? It's because all of the people who already streamed it or made videos about it can very easily return and stream the new thing and make videos about the new thing, and it makes them talk about the old thing and remind them that the old thing exists. It's not set. It's based on your proximity to sea level. So if you scroll all the way down, eventually the game will stop scrolling down, 16-bit. When you stop scrolling down, probably within 15 layers of that. So it depends on your proximity to sea level. So it's like, I just think it's very funny that your guys' idea of marketing, or like you're all joking, and I know that, so I'm not taking you guys too literally, but your guys' like joking idea of good marketing is like literally just make a new thing that's funny so that streamers play it. Which like has varying levels of success, but you know, the most Sonic was talked about on social media and by influencers was when they released that fucking Sonic murder mystery thing. Which was funny as hell. Like, I'm not denying that it was funny. It's just that was the most anybody talked about Sonic in a very, very, very long time. I'm going to make a bird pen. I'm thinking about making it 2 layers beneath, or 2 layers beneath this, along here. And then swapping out some of this for glass. So you can look down and in. I mean, idle is very different from idle, so, you know. Just for, you know, clarity's sake. And if I do this wrong, I will flood my fortress with lava. So maybe we'll, like, close this first. Let's... Wait, what? Huh. Did your lever get destroyed? Fuck me, I think it did. Well, I have no way of blocking the lava, so don't fuck this up, me. Actually, I do. I could lock this trapdoor, but... Somebody must have tantrumed it and broken it. It'll be fine. I have a hard time doing that because I'm so repulsed by idle systems. I kind of just ignore those games. And I find games with like any kind of gacha mechanics and all that stuff like kind of repulsive. So I just kind of avoid them. So it's really difficult for me to imagine any of those kinds of systems in Dwarf Fortress for whatever it's worth. Yeah, there's a crown. This got knocked in a lot. So I had a couple of dwarves that were tantruming pretty consistently. They've mostly stopped at this point because they're either dead or have like smartened up. And they destroyed a bunch of these a couple of times, and also these got destroyed, and these got toppled a couple of times, and some items got thrown in this area. So that's why stuff ended up in the lava, yeah. Oh, I was just imagining, like, idle games on mobile. This is where my brain was going, but, you know, I mean, Dwarf Fortress probably does have celebrities already, like, the people who wrote certain poems the first time, or the person who wrote a certain song that's popular the first time. That would be an interesting mechanic, actually. I could see that. Got a child who's going into a fey mood, who's a dabbling gem cutter, so it'll probably be a gem-related item if I had a bet. Also, Bonesaw redeemed a dwarf 2 minutes ago. Bonesaw? What kind of dwarfist do you want this? Let the Mia know us. Please. Thank you. I get a super angry dwarf. Well, the angiest is a zombie baby. Second angiest is an ander. Third angiest is a were creature, which technically isn't named, but like, you don't want that one. And then after that, it's Dumat and Endok the Baroness. Which one would you prefer? Or would you like Ognet the Planter if you want a beard? So these are your options, basically. Dumat, Endok, or Ognet. You want to be the Baroness? Okay. The military baroness. Who still needs bedroom again. I keep... Wait, are you in the squad that keeps leaving? No. Okay, well, I need to assign her bedroom again. Bonsa is a legendary Marks dwarf, but has a bronze spear that's covered in gems. She is a nervous wreck. It's just funny. And is caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and has strong feelings and feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. She tends to be passive in discussions and has an active imagination. Finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and rarely feels discouraged. And she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she doesn't feel envious of others. And she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She often acts with compassion and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Sees family as one of the most important things in life and holds shrewd and crafty individuals to the lowest esteem. Values romance and thinks friendship is important and dreams of creating a great work of art. If you complain about this on Twitter, it will just be another old man yells at cloud situation. That or I'll just get yelled at by a bunch of people. That would make me angry. It's one of the two things. Have a good gym sesh. See you later, JJ, if you heard that. Stimonite, Electrum, and Red Glossier, as well as Tetrahedra, Helms, and Beds, and Anvils. I also like beds. Word. Anvils and llamas for their jutting teeth, and when possible prefers to consume brook lamprey, pomegranate wine, and absolutely hates toads. Dreams of creating a great work of art, of course. Thinks family is important. Personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. I am in an ad break now. I will wait. Welcome back, Elfie. Does anyone have a good and modern quick take on Dwarf Fortress that would get people interested in it currently? Boat Murdered is an awesome story. Boat Murdered is a bad spot these days. For me, I would say Hoodie Hair's video on finding the fun is pretty good for people that are iffy. There was another video that I shared called How Dwarf Fortress Mastered Difficulty, which is also pretty good. I'm curious to see what the Dwarf Fortress documentary that NoClip is working on ends up looking like once that releases, which I recorded a bunch of footage for. I'm not gonna, yeah, pomegranate wine does sound pretty incredible. I tend to agree with that take. I haven't watched any of Krugs' super recent stuff. I think Krug Smash's stuff works well for people who have absolutely no experience with Dwarf Fortress whatsoever. I'm trying not to just, like, talk about my videos, because my stuff is, like, based on the assumption, really, that you're already interested in the game. Really? I mean, like, that's the stuff that I do best, I think. Okay, nobody tell 16-bit Thoman about Songs of Six. Nobody tell them about Songs of Six. If they find out about Songs of Six, we're all screwed. As a programmer, you envision the complexity and they admire the tiny systems. Yeah, I think Dwarf Fortress attracts a certain nerd group. And that's definitely one of them. The heck? Oh, it's a Dwarven one. Oh, I see. I was like, I've never seen that in brackets before. That's interesting. Or never noticed that before. It also helps that, like, you can reverse engineer large chunks of the game using... Why are you running around naked? Excuse me. All right. Can DF run Doom? Somebody made Space Invaders in DF once. But I don't think it can run Doom. Doom's probably a bit much. If you look up Armok Invaders on YouTube, you'll find the video I'm referring to. Using drawbridges and floodgates, I think? And a fuckload of vampires? they loosely managed to make a thing that more or less is an equivalent of Space Invaders. I mean, neat is a strong word. You would think it's cool? Sure. But neat is a strong word. I don't think it's possible these days, purely because vampires have feelings now, and it's kind of hard to make them work infinitely for thousands and thousands and thousands of years without needing to go have a meeting with somebody, because Armok was made before stress worked the way it does now. Which is like, sorry, programming an arcade game in Dwarf Fortress is no longer possible because vampires have feelings now. Might be the most Dwarf Fortress thing I've said in a minute. Maybe all day today, even. But Dwarf Fortress is kind of the original early access game. 16-bit. I would argue Dwarf Fortress is more early access than Songs of Six, but even though it doesn't have that official title. And the only reason Dwarf Fortress is, you know, not an early access game on Steam is because they don't qualify for Steam's early access. In order to qualify for Steam's early access, you have to have a reasonable 1.0 date. 30 years in the future is not reasonable according to Steam. Weird. Songs of Six is a neat game. I'm looking forward to it releasing. Greetings, Wintersy.
Greetings.
Are those the first bits of the day, or am I crazy? I also missed Jordan Leus's Prime subscription 2 hours ago, apparently. I must have been ranting. Yeah, those are the first bits of the day. Thank you very much. Means a lot, dude. It just predates the common terminology of early access, I think. I'm absolute trash at a lot of aspects of Songs of Six. Fair enough. I'm just saying, like, Dwarf Fortress is also a active development, unfinished product. That's all. That's all that EA is, really. Unless you're talking about, like, Electronic Arts, at which point I would say most of their games are unfinished products, but, you know. So if Dwarf Fortress is perpetual access, does that mean it's perpetual development? Or actually, sorry, if it's perpetual development, does that mean it's perpetual access instead of early access? Do I think Dwarf Fortress will be finished at some point, realistically speaking? As long as nothing horrible happens to Zach or Tarn. Yeah, I could see. I think Dwarf Fortress hitting completion isn't necessarily Dwarf Fortress hitting 1.0. I think Dwarf Fortress hitting completion is more along the lines of they pass it on to somebody else, open source it, or retire. If Zach and Tarn retire, that to me is Dwarf Fortress hitting completion, and that'll happen someday. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, they're in their 40s, right? But, I mean, a lot of that comes down to health, state of the planet, you know? A lot of things. Funding. I mean, like, I need money to not die, especially in America. Of making a beekeeper fort where dwarves eat bees and dispose of the honey. Can you actually make them eat bees? I thought that, like, the only way you could do that is, like, by making them search for small animal, which literally requires starving them. But, like, realistically speaking, there is a world where Dwarf Fortress hits some version of 1.0. And here we'll put slate. I think I'm going to replace the entirety of this middle blocks here with glass. I love how many dwarves are currently using this. It's about to disappear now. There you go. No longer can. And here I want to cancel this because that's a constructed floor. Let's worry about things that we can currently combat. Diamond. Let's not worry about things that are completely out of our control. All I know is that if the bombs go off, I want to be camping because I want to be up a mountain and watch them from a distance. And have, like, 11 seconds to be like, well, had a good run to a degree. I know that you can get bee brains, but aren't bee brains like part of the random liquid goes into random barrel for sale from merchants thing? Like, can you actually... I don't think you can extract bee brains. On top of that, are they even cookable if you get them from merchants? And not have to deal with the fallout. Oh, I still want to be in the blast zone. I just want to be on top of a mountain during the blast zone so I can see it coming. That's all. Or asleep. Those are like my two requests about if the bombs go off. I actually, because I have that second YouTube channel where I've been recording short horror stories. I considered, or I had recorded and actually tossed out two, because I wasn't totally happy with the recording quality and kind of want to re-record them. But one of the ones that I'd had recorded and tossed out was it's fake. I found it on the internet. Script that somebody had written for what would go out on government-funded radio when the bombs go off. But I couldn't get the voicing right, and it was late at night, and I just said fuck it and went to bed. So child has claimed a stonecutter's workshop. You must have bones, is what I'm seeing. Okay, bones, rough gems. You got granite. Okay, rock. Got it. Let's check. So definitely rough gems and definitely bones. Because I'm not entirely certain if I have any rough gems right now. Let's just double check. These are... This is mostly my gem stockpile, but it's mostly full of here these days. I need another gem stockpile. Hold on. Let me just put a gem stockpile down here. We'll literally just make it for gems. Because I'm not entirely sure what we have currently. Rough gems is what I need. I think I'm out of rough gems. So I probably need bones, and I also probably need rough gems. So let's go somewhere where there's gems. Right there. There's some onyx opals. Let's cut those out. And let's go and eat some bears. That is a lot of barons. Just enough difference to hum out the intro of a sitcom. I don't know if I'd hum the intro of a sitcom. Maybe the final countdown, but first time catching the stream. You're learning DF for the first time, and with your tutorial playthrough helped a lot. Make pretty good guides. Well, cheers. Happy the guides have been helpful. Hey, I haven't been able to trade with the elves in ages because we've always been completely fucking slammed by sieges. That's kind of neat. First time we've traded with them in ages. There's two elven factions that my civ is aware of. One we're at war with and one we're friends with. This is the one that we were friends with. They like me quite a bit because I actually haven't chopped down a single tree in the last many, many years because I've just been importing wood. There's no wood on the surface, and going down to the cavern layers to get wood is a little awkward because there isn't actually that many trees down there because I don't have that much control over the caverns. The problem with, well, I mean, I could. The thing is, elephants take 10 years to mature, so I'm saving them, sort of. I would like to start invading stuff with elephants in a little bit, but in order to do that, I need to have enough of them reach adulthood first. Let's check my crowns. What materials do I have crowns? You know, let's just bring this bin over and I'm just going to filter out stuff that I can actually sell. You can send pets on raids. Why else do you think you would war train an animal? You war train an animal, and then you go to pets and livestock. You find the war trained animal, like this elephant. Then you click this button once it's trained for war, once you've assigned a trainer to it and everything. Click this button, and then you find a person in the fort. Let's just say we want to put it on a militia commander, or let's say the Baroness as an example. Then you click that person, and then they, assuming they're not assigned to a pasture, will follow that dwarf into raids. So yes, you can. What does Bonesaw still need? You need 1 armor stand. Did I queue those up? I think I did, but let's double check. Yes, I did. And then you just need a tomb. Where's the tomb? Okay, you don't actually need a tomb. But there is a tomb down here that is assigned to Geotrack still, which is kind of funny. So I will put a tomb up here connected to this. Bring the trader up. Only grizzly bears are war trainable, just a reminder. They have to be war trainable in order for that to work. The last broadcast of a country... Wait, what? I think this is a good preview of what would happen if the radio of the bronze went off. The last broadcast of different countries' radio when they were falling under occupation during World War II. I should record that onto a tape just for fun. Play it back occasionally. I'm a nerd for stuff like that. So usually, stuff is safe to trade with elves when they are not red. So let's just hope that none of these have bones on them. They shouldn't. But on the off chance that they do, rip this relationship. We are going to... Oh, hey, they have a giant koala. I'll try and get the giant koala. They have... This isn't the game. This is literally my mouse wheel. They have another common snapping turtle, which I'll take. And a normal size wolf and a normal size elk, which I will skip. No paper. Did they bring... Ooh, okay, that I would like. I would like the yellow diamond altar. Let's try and trade. Although I will try and make my odds better of not pissing them off, so I will lower the number of items down to 3. Ah. One of these had bone encrusts. Pissed off the elves. Worst things have happened. Can you war train snapping turtles? No. The number of animals that you can war train is very low, so just generally assume that the answer is almost always going to be no. I already have a common snapping turtle, and no, you can't war train them. Most animals, you'd have to just, like, put them into the middle of a combat zone and hope they attack, but animals in Dwarf Fortress are nowhere near as varied as you think they are. They're mostly just, like, slightly different behaviors on slightly different code. You also can't war train unicorns, which some people don't like, but... Oh, wow, and then they talk with us. Well, that's funny. I've already pissed them off, but at least I get 25 trees. They might still show up next year, but we'll see. They may also just invade me in 2 years. Which means I should probably re-up on my awareness defenses. You have 2 bears there. Let's go right here. A wall there. Giant Eagle doesn't want to hunt for you. Giant Eagle only hunt for itself. I'll see you later, Nipa. If I'm saying your name correctly. It will always be strange that people call streams lives. I realize it's like a language difference thing, but it will always be strange to me. It was a pun that chat thought was very creative that chat came up with. Yes, it's a pun to subscribe. Blame chat. Chat was like, you gotta name a fort subscribe. I was like, oh god. Okay. If you're struggling with fortress ideas, here's a wiki. I'm talking to the YouTube chat currently. This is a page on the wiki called Playstyle Challenge. It's a whole bunch of different fortress ideas, basically. Some of them are more world-based goals. Some of them are more playstyles. Some of them are structures that you should build. Probably your best bet. Here, I will place a link in both chats. Give me a few seconds. A very subtle pun. Yes, a very subtle pun that I would like to subtlescribe to. I mean, what? Because YouTube chat is dumb and requires me to open this specific page to do this. There we go. I don't know how to say your name. R0, 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 space, R0, so hi. But thank you. Nice to hear that. What's up, G4OG is best boy? Those things. Giant Eagle becomes stir fry? I mean, Giant Eagle make giant omelet. That's how I think about it. You've been able to carve fortifications into constructed walls as long as this version has, as long as version 50 has been out anyway. Why is there elves? Oh, they were trying to leave through the wall I just built. All right, well, go at that door. The door is right there, guys. This ain't the door. That's the door. I mean, there's a difference between I need ideas for a fortress and I need a borderline impossible to complete, annoying as fuck mega build. And that's how I read this. The thing that you just said, Druthers, is that to me sounds like an annoying as fuck, borderline impossible to complete mega build. Some people find that entertaining, but when people say they're struggling for ideas for fortresses, I think that it's better to start with more simple things, like go to war with insert faction here, or don't dig and just build tree houses out of wood, and try not to go to war with the elves, or you know, build a really big wall / bridge thing over top of an ocean. Stuff like that. I mean, kill all the goblins. I actually, believe it or not, I find world domination to be the least interesting thing you can do in this game. And the reason I say that is because this game is at its best. Like, for me, Dwarf Fortress is at its best when you jump into the world, experience it for a bit, and then jump somewhere else, right? Unless it's a pocket-sized world, I find, like, destroying the entirety of a certain faction, all that really does is it makes it so you don't get attacked by anybody anymore, and that's kind of boring. Like, it's fun for the first, like, 2/3, and that last third of just, like, mopping up the rest of it is the most mind-numbingly dull thing you could possibly do. Build an above-ground city over your below-ground city? Yeah, Yeah, and keep all the humans and elves and goblin bards that you recruit in the above ground city, and don't let them in the below ground city. You're going to befriend a mega beast. Sure. Good luck with that. I mean, you might be friends with it, but it's not necessarily gonna be friends with you, right? It's not gonna be a two-way relationship there. How you doing, Shadow Observer? Well, domination in adventure mode is probably more fun. I think assassination in adventure mode is a lot of fun because you can literally attack anything. Just watched that this weekend. I should watch some more of his more recent stuff and get caught up. Because I think for me, Dwarf Fortress is more fun when it is... But this is me talking, right? Like, everybody has different opinions. Me, Dwarf Fortress is at its best when you are preparing for inevitable failure. I think world domination requires you to be too safe. At least for me. I should rebuild that chain so that it's on top of a constructed floor and looks better. Sure, embarking on a location that's completely different than anything that you've ever embarked on before. Where did that elephant come from, and why is there an elephant up here? Oh, that's probably why. Got some elephants starving to death. This happens because we start to run out of food for them. Which means I'm going to actually move these 3 elephants up here. That ward thing's going to run around for a little bit. That's fine. And then I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to move baby elephants up here. A bunch of the baby elephants up here, and a bunch of the other ones elsewhere, because elephants require a lot of grazing space, and if they run out of grass, they literally starve to death. So... No, unfortunately, you can't. Which is also another reason why I think that world domination is one of the least interesting ways to play Dwarf Fortress. Is because you can't make peace once you've gone to war. And also why I try and avoid war as long as possible. So many elephants, yeah. Started off with a breeding pair of 2 when we first embarked. Oh, I can also move a bunch up here. Actually, you know what? Let's just delete this pasture, and I will move the rest down into here. So they should all move into there and stop starving. Yes, now it is 15 years old. Jersey. You really like revving dying civs? Yeah, that's another fun thing, is find an almost dead civ and try and revive it. I tried to do that earlier in this fort, but kind of gave up. Dwarves, I'm pretty sure slavery is one of the few things that's like a death sentence in Dwarf Fortress, isn't it? So dwarves would never do slaves. For dwarves, it would probably be like an artifact or 3 or something. Because if you go to the ethics page of Dwarf Fortress, dwarves are some of the most ethical, logical creatures in the game. Like, slavery is literally execution. So any dwarf that trades a slave would be executed. Also, the only factions that think that that's acceptable are humans and goblins. So that wouldn't work with the elves. That would be something that the humans would do with the humans, or the goblins would do with the goblins. If you want to like get a really good idea of what the different factions think, this isn't the different races. This is the different factions. So a dwarf that is like spent their entire life living with goblins wouldn't feel this way. But you'd need to. So like for making peace with elves, you would need, if I were to bet, and this is me making a lot of assumptions, this would be based on like the value of a. This would be based on like the value of an artifact mostly. You would need to either give them some sort of value, agree to not chop down trees for a period of time. You would need to destroy something, maybe. I don't know. It would be weird. I'd be curious to see what peace negotiations would look like as a mechanic in Dwarf Fortress. That would be something I would be really curious to have the opportunity to discover, I suppose. Okay, well, we've saved all the elephants. We can give that grass time to regrow now. And this one... Well, actually, I could just put all of the dragons down here. Maybe we'll do that. Put the dragons down here along with the birds. Because they both need nest boxes, so... You know, I should dump some water down here, maybe even just with buckets, so maybe we can get some trees growing. I think that'd be kind of cool. Hello, Arende. Hope you're doing well. You know, doesn't matter how many times I say don't use a custom badge in this channel, it always gives me the gift sub badge in my chat. I don't want the gift sub badge, damn it. Just want my partner badge. Quit trying to give me other badges. Twitch. I care more about peace with the cavern factions than peace with the surface factions, but that's just me. Players doing things do not equal game entities doing things, so players doing things, PR and YouTube chat, is irrelevant based on what the game will allow you to do mechanically. Vampires have never mechanically been used as slaves. Will a player lock a vampire in a room by themselves and then make them pull levers? Certainly. That is not a mechanic in the game that is considered slavery. That is simply a player being really mean because the player has unfair powers. The dwarves would never do that of their own volition, but in the behind-the-scenes simulation, so it's completely irrelevant to the entire statement. Baya, what's up? Good to see you. You deaf now? I mean, that's what subtitles for. Raging Cave? Investments are open if anybody cares. Also, you didn't need to delete that mod if you did, but oh well. It is what it is. Prefer to educate before moderate, but no, I'm not gonna lie. I know we kind of got the early discussions out early in the stream with me ranting, but it's still the only thing on my brain. The amount of self-control I'm having to put into today is almost indescribable. I have seen executions ordered in Dwarf Fortress. They are just exceptionally rare. They're only for... I've only seen them happen once, and it was for a convicted murder charge. And the person who did the punishment was the queen. Do I mind checking on your dwarf? Absolutely I mind. Why the hell would you ask me to do something so ridiculous? Of course I can. Just let me finish clicking all these buttons, please. Then I will check on your dwarf. You have 2 dwarves currently, apparently. Which means I should rename one of them. Pisk. I should have, like, caught that, but I didn't. Anyway, which one would you like me to check on so I can delete the other one? Or unname the other one, or give the other one a different name? Yeah, that's an accident. That's just the captain of the guard being overly enthusiastic about their job. But I like the headcanon of captain of the guard being an overbearing nitwit who oversteps the law frequently, just like real cops. Tavern keeper? Okay. I don't know how you ended up with 2, but I think you redeemed a second one yesterday, but try and keep it with just 1 per, but yeah. So your tavern keeper is quite happy, blissful, generally. You don't really like the fact that you had to go to hospital once. You were uneasy dwelling upon suffering a major injury in 528, which made you inclined to avoid excitement, and you learned to value perseverance because of it. When you wore old clothing, you started to disdain decorum. You've been in the fort for a while. Most recently, you made a friend in 535. Who's that friend? Fuck Fino. You have a lot of friends, in fact. The god you worship is the Buff Fellowship, which does have a small temple in this fortress. You never killed a soul. Your best skill is lie making and gem setting. You're also an adept gem cutter. You are an adept speaker, negotiator, judge of intent, intimidator, and comedian and pacifier. And other skills-wise, you are a skilled reader, musician, singer, and student. Speaking of that, actually, I should assign my captain of the guard as an additional tavern keeper, because captains of the guards directly train all of their important skills while being a tavern keeper. You know. You got a Wendy's burger? I should go grab lunch soon. Because I ate breakfast earlier than I normally do today. Those buckets are coming in slowly. There goes the first one. Let's throw a couple more buckets in. These buckets are going to... Oh man, you're hauling a stray elephant calf corpse. That's depressing. How's that strange mood doing? Oh, did Kiddo make the item? Oh, you did. Right, I completely missed this. Erish, the child, has created Erish... Wait, you named a coffin after yourself? A granite coffin. And claims it as a personal treasure. Mate. Dude. What? Can you possibly be any more emo? I don't think so. I think this kid just out-emoed every single, like, emo kid ever. Well, anyway, I will give this kid their own tomb then, I suppose. I think this kid listens to MCR. Put it in his room? Nah. The thing is, rooms get reassigned. I'm just gonna give him his own tomb and assign it to him. Chat, this is the first migrants we've had in more than 5 years. I'm so happy. So happy right now. Happy about something for the first time today. Aside from all the lovely individuals who are tuning into the stream. So thank you very much. I'm very happy that you are all here. But this is the happiest I've been today. Actually getting a migrant wave. Holy shit. Ha. Hallelujah. I don't even know what I'm saying now. Member of the Buff Fellowship. Hey. Praise Armok. And that turkey. Values peace over war. Me too, mate. Me too. Me too. But you like to brawl. Hey, would you look at that? I'm looking for more people I could chuck in the military for some unknown reason. I don't know why. It's almost like we need more of them. What's your name? Odom. I'm also half looking for dwarves that I've had in previous forts, because I've had a few of those. Few forts, that is. Finds pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Well, good luck with your life, then. Prefers a chaotic mess to boredoms of harmonious living. Well, that's good. Can't handle stress. Hey, welcome, Niche. Gotta love the dwarves that show up with cavies, yeah. It's like, man, throwing off my groove, mate. My no KV fort is now no longer a no KV fort. Hey, you have military skills. Look at that, it says here. Not a member of any of my previous forts, though. Lives a fast-paced life. Doesn't mind a little tumult. Okay. Dour is a rule. Me too, man. Me too. Can't handle stress. Okay. What's your name? Sazir. Oh, hey. There you go. What about your personality values? Okay, well, you are a dwarf. That's good. I've had a couple dwarves show up that have really good combat values, and then you look at their description, it's like, oh, you're a goblin. Like, everything about this reads like a goblin. Your entire life story is a goblin. It's really fun when you have dwarves that have a different life's history, because usually they've been part of a bunch of different factions, which usually also means they got kidnapped at some point. I think we'll chuck Kib in this one. A siege operator, hey? Dreams of crafting and masterwork, all right. Firstly, finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, sure. Honestly, aside from the nervous bit, I think this dwarf would do just fine. You worship a god I've never seen. Oh. What the heck is the Rounded Cloister? Is that another dwarven faction? Worried? Do I look worried? Yes, actually. Why did you leave that faction? I'm going to interview that dwarf. Actually, Captain, do I have any closed cases that I can interview off of? Do I have any cold cases that I can? Yeah, I do. There you are. Let's go interview him. On as many cases as I have about him. Just because I'm curious. I'm curious as to why you left that faction and why you're worried. Because you look worried. You said yourself that you look worried. What's up, Joker? How's things? It's good to see you, mate. It's put off by family, all right. Former member of the Vigorous Syrup. Came from somewhere else. You seem fine, though. You're a skilled mace dwarf. Would you look at that? Thob the Jeweler, competent mace dwarf. 55 years old. Only ever been a member of here. Part of a religion I don't recognize so much. Competent gem cutter. You're cut out right, like, to be one of us. Perfectly. Personally thinks friendship is important. Dreams of mastering a skill. Can be very happy and optimistic. Thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Thinks before acting. Enjoys the company of others. Is somewhat quarrelsome. Bothered by this since he values friendship. Is quite ambitious. And doesn't handle stress. Fuck. Well. Okay, well, I mean, I was going to put you into the military, but there goes that. This is an interesting dwarf, though. Enjoy the fort, dwarf. You need to get to bed. We'll see you when we see you, Stone. Also, just because I'm looking at the clock, tomorrow, specifically 24 hours and 15 minutes from now, Tarn Adams is going to be joining me on stream, and we're going to be talking about adventure mode. If you would like to be here for one of the Bay 12 talks that I do from time to time, that is an opportunity for you to see one of those. 24 hours and 15 minutes from now. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally finds romance to be one of the highest ideals and does not care for friendship. Does not care about family one way or another. Can you handle stress? He's incredibly calm demeanor. Well, that's pretty good. Not anxious, not creative. Low stamina, though. Well, that's fine. I don't care about your stamina. I do need one final dwarf for this squad, then we need a new militia captain. Oh, no? Found another dead elephant calf. Named after you? What kind of job do you like? Or do you want? Power tools and beer? Military, if available. I mean, there's plenty of military. So, I will wait until after I'm done here naming, or not naming, staring at dwarves to see who can be chucked into the military, and then we can give you a dwarf. Our competent swords dwarf. Creating a great work of art. Envious, ungrateful. I think I just found my next squad leader, actually. You, right there. I think we're doing okay. I think I can chuck one more dwarf in there. Do you want a new dwarf in the military, or do you want a dwarf that's been in the military for a while? You want power tools and beer to be sus? I mean, the dwarf that's nicknamed sus right now isn't in the military yet, but probably will end up in one. Tends to be passive in discussions and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. Tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. His hands are animated when he speaks, and he bites his nails when he's annoyed. In terms of mastering a skill. You, Arab, you can also join this squad. Let's also hope that these dwarves have enough gear. Oh, they both need pants. Well, that's a problem. Bars. What do I have currently? How much steel do I have? 9 steel bars. Let's do bronze. Bronze greaves. Bronze greaves. Forge bronze greaves. We'll do that. Mostly just looking for dwarves that already have skills in military. I think that's everybody. Sweet. Nope. Here comes another one. And another dwarf. All right. Ooh. Expert stone carver and a novice record keeper. All right. Well, even. I always have to be a little careful of dwarves now because vampires hide again. Like this. Why were you once a member of an elven faction, now a member of a dwarven faction? What happened to you? Also, you're still a peasant. Your lover is also a peasant that I killed earlier. You know, it's very rare that I feel bad. I feel kind of bad about that one. Where did they go? Was it this one? What was it, that one that I was just looking at? I think so. Hold on. Huh. Yeah, it was you. Well, that's awkward. That I killed your lover. He's finally arrived to meet with his lover and dreams of raising a family. What a poor guy. This 89 years, well, I mean, he's had 2. At least he's had somebody else since. Hopefully since. I feel kind of terrible about that. Put him in the military so we can reunite. I mean, she died in the lava and she was a peasant. I don't think she was ever in the military, dude. It's more of a, actually personality, that's what I need to look at. Values. So he is a dwarf. But you were a member of an elven faction for a bit. I'm going to interrogate Labash, I think, is what I'm going to do. Justice, yes. Interrogate. Mostly because I'm curious. I mean, I could just throw him into the volcano if I wanted him to join her in death, so who knows? Maybe it was years ago. Maybe he's over it. I can't remember when that dwarf died. Do you remember every single dwarf that died and when they died and how they died? Maybe she was tantruming and it was for the best. All right, let's follow my captain of the guard. But before I do that, I'm going to just type in, well, actually, I'm not going to type in anything. I'm going to scroll down and go military. Because my chat has an obsession with dying quickly. And say, power tools and beer. Beard or no beard? How do you stop magma layer beings from walking out of... How do you stop magma layer beings from walking out of the volcano? Keep losing fortresses to magma men. Stop settling on untamed wilds biomes. That's why. They can only do that if it's untamed wilds. You'd have to seal the top of it or put a wall around it. Beard, please, get. Keep your dwarves away from the edge of the volcano would be another way. But untamed wilds is where those things show up. Power, tools, and beer. Oops, wrong button. That's the right button. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. He is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish, he is frequently depressed and he can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He is bashful and he rarely looks on others with lust. He has a calm demeanor and he likes to brawl, and he does not easily develop negative feelings. He is quick to anger and he often feels envious of others. He has an active sense of humor and he is curious and eager to learn, and he doesn't handle stress well. Well, that's funny. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, likes working outdoors, only grumbles mildly at bad weather, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally sees life as unfair. Thinks family is one of the most important in life. Most important things in life. He believes little is better in life than a good party. Finds sacrifice to be the height of folly. Values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, and values good craftsmanship. And you've killed nothing. So we'll see how well you do in the military career, because you do like your sparring sessions, but in the long term, we'll see. You might become more power tools, less beer, you know what I'm saying? We're going to follow the captain of the guard again. After read a little bit more of this. You're 9 years old. You are married to English, who's a gem setter. You're a member of the Veiled Halls. You are a member of the Lacy Faith, not the Lazy Faith. Only people who make fun of it call the Lazy Faith. Of course, you're a member of the site government. You're a former member of the Farmers Guild, and a current member of the Jewelers Guild, and a current member of the Gem Setters Guild. And of course, you are a militia dwarf. You really do like training. It gives you wonder, and you feel exhilarated, and you've been around since 520 in this fort since 527. So you've been here for almost 10 years. Meanwhile, let's go to the captain of the guard, who's hasn't started interrogating people just yet. No, you're currently storing items. Have you interrogated either of those dwarves just yet? No, you haven't. What's up, Monchiful? Okay. Was Huff for boss saying everyone go home earlier to beat traffic? Well, hell yeah. The only problem is that only one works for one business at a time. If everybody is sent home earlier to avoid traffic, then traffic still happens. So just earlier day traffic, but congratulations on beating traffic. No, untamed. So basically, the behaviors for animals is this. Or the different biomes levels is this, right? Every biome has kind of your low agitation difficulty and animal variety level, your medium and your high. A calm biome is not necessarily an easy biome, but the only animals that will show up on a calm biome, this is a calm biome, it ended up being a calm biome just because it was a cool embark location, are generally small animals. So you'll get like crows, you'll get guinea pigs, you'll get relatively small natural wildlife walking through. That's not going to be threatening. They also won't ever get agitated. That goes for the lava layers and the surface layer, right? Not the cavern layers. The cavern layers are kind of their own thing. The wilderness ones will get larger animals, so more bears, more, horses, larger animals, right? And Untamed Wilds will get the giant variants and agitation, meaning animals will attack you and get angry periodically, as well as things like more animal people just wandering on. That will just attack your dwarves, and your dwarves will get into fights with. Basically, Untamed Wilds guarantees that you will be fighting with the enemy. What is what? Which thing? Laya. The crow? The giant kitty? The beak dog? The bear? Or the cave dragon? No, I mean, I have magma crabs. Magma crabs are not aggressive. Magma crabs are actually terrified of dwarves. Periodically. Well, that depends on the player. If you are constantly building on the surface and constructing on the surface, yeah, you're going to get attacked all the time. Constantly. Cave dragon? Cave dragon. Maybe you missed the cave dragon part we had. So the last patch changed how changed how goblins work, meaning goblins not on your site when they attack you, because people get confused way too easily when I say this word. At their sites, they now operate as intended again, which means they can build their fortresses off-site, away from your fortress, underground. They can dig. Meaning they can tame cavern creatures again. So instead of just having beak dogs, they now have they have dragons. They have assuming you've generated a new world since the update, the last major update. They now can have dragons. They can have cave ogres. They can have trolls. They can have whatever cave populations are exist in quantity around them. The statue. Okay, this one? Because that's not gray. That is turquoise. That's microcline. But these statues just have more images, so this is just a statue of a group of people. Group of dwarves with a flag. There's way more statue variety now. Anyway, we're doing the interrogation, so let's see what our interrogation of sus looks like. Fish. Yeah. No new information was revealed. All right, so you were just somebody who lived with the elves for a bit. Okay, well, that's fine. I only have, that's not only, okay, so not the last fort. The first fort that I did in this world had like 20 cave dragons at one point, so that's not even holy cave dragons, Batman. That's just, oh, look, a couple cave dragons. Anyway. And let's follow the captain. Was already put in military. He was put in the military because that dwarf had skills in the military. Not because they were, good with stress. Those two things are not always related. Sometimes you just really need a dwarf that can learn in the military and not get pissed by learning in the military. And the dwarf dreaming of mastering a skill is sometimes can compensate for them not handling stress well. So we'll see. Man, Ori, what's up? You're still my best militia captain. Speaking of, we're in mid-spring and we haven't been attacked yet. Let's go attack something. Can I just say that the human hamlet of Icy Fleshy is a disturbing name for a place to live? Imagine somebody being like, hey, I live in Icy Fleshy. I mean, ew. That's all I have to say. We're going to go attack the Poisons of Wedding. That's all. It's a goblin hamlet. We're gonna go wet our swords with their blood. Yes. All right, Libash, are you sus at all? Also, no new information was revealed. All right, then. I would ask them why they named it Icy because it's very warm where they are, which is true. What's up, Tome? How you doing? Speaking of things being true, you know what's true, chat? I need to pee. I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will check which ones have water. You have water, done. Water, done. I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be right back. And also, I'm gonna grab my sandwich, so I will be back in a minute.
Over here, he has a sword!
Did something die? What? Chat's saying something died. Oh. Well, I mean, did I miss something? I see Oh No dead what? Now I'm worried. Let's go place that coffin that kid made. Because I did dig at a tomb. There it is, and it's going to be very easy to name who gets it. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, it's just the elephants, unfortunately. All right, I return. Good to be back. Hopefully you didn't miss me too much, Chad. Did you have a panic attack in the loneliness? I have a sandwich now. It has cheese and cucumber. Cucumber sandwiches are one of the most underrated sandwiches in the world. Slice of cheese, a very thick sliced cucumber, and cream cheese.
Sandwich!
Just promise not to leave again. I may have to leave again to use the toilet. I don't think you would want me to sit here with a bottle. That seems bad. No, I didn't get that upgrade package for this particular chair. I do circles of cucumber. I could do long sections, but I don't feel like cutting the cucumber that fancy. I literally had a stockpile that was full of doors, and I was starting to feel like I needed to put them somewhere, so I put them somewhere. That's literally the entire thought process of that. Oh, hey, they're back. How'd that fight go? So we attacked. Okay, there must literally be nothing there, because we attacked there and immediately stole treasure from there. I think I'm gonna see if I can go take it over. Well, cucumbers are required upon pickling, but I would say I like them in both states. Oh, I need to go turn the light on. Hold on. I didn't set my tomatoes to have a long enough late timer today. They're supposed to be on the 8-hour setting, not the 3-hour setting. Because I had them on the 6-hour setting the other day, because I pushed up the wrong button. And then I gave them an additional 3 hours, and then I just turned them on today. That's actually not true. Literally any veg can be pickled. Literally anything can be pickled. Just some don't taste good pickled. Well, I mean, same with cabbage, Laya. Then there's me, Argley Puff. I make my own. I pickle things. A copper stoko? I wonder what a stoko is. I wonder if it's got any relation to a smoko. So leave me alone, because I'm on smoko. Well, there's an empty forest retreat here with a couple books in it. I will send my dwarves to go get those books. But that town... Which... Where was it? Not even seeing it now. There it is. This place. Let's just double check that I attacked the right place. I think I didn't, actually. Oh, no, I did. This spot. Fruit growled. So I kind of want to go take this place over. What if I send that brand new squad that I just made? Go conquer and occupy it. Nobody there. Like literally, there's nobody there. Go conquer and occupy that place. Go get your stuff, Yoshirir, you brand new militia captain. Go take your one squatty Irib. Go get some gear on and go take them over. You can pickle red onions in like 90 seconds with some vinegar and some hot water. It is ridiculously easy to pickle red onions. And I almost always have like a jar of them because of it, because I always have white vinegar. It's very easy to boil water. And just go buy a red onion and then boom, pickles. All right, let's slaughter all of the animals that just showed up that aren't named that I don't want, which is a lot of them. So the goat, I will keep the cat because Chad will be sad if I don't. Let's go up. God damn named cavies, man. Apparently, I'm going to make the stray giant crow available as a pet. If anybody thinks they are super goth, can maybe try and claim it. All right, let's jump down to the lower layer down here, and I'm going to go down here. And I'm going to assign animals that need a place to stay. There's also a stray donkey foal, which I'm going to slaughter. All right. Let's jump back up here, and I'm actually going to move up a few layers. We're going to go to right here. This chain is going to get rebuilt. And then I'm going to go down and we're going to check on that tomb. Has that tomb been constructed just yet? Yeah, it has. Wait. No, it hasn't. Yeah, it has. Erush Ulingodum. This is a very valuable granite coffin. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval onyx cabochons. On the item is an oval onyx opal. Let me try this again. Oval granite cabochons and single-cut onyx opals, and encircled with bands of rectangular granite cabochons. On the item is an image of hard wheat in beak dog bone. On the item is an image of Ectorams the elf and Olongo Moisentik, the goblin in grizzly bear bone. Olongo Moisenbear tick is striking down Arane Ectorams. The artwork relates to the killing, probably, of the elf by a goblin, Olongo Moisentik, in sack channels, nice, in the Towers of Alchemy, cool, in the late winter of 226, during Bos Latumaz, the Scalberus attack. On the item is an image of Niglusu malign cages, the goblin, and Aerith copper metals, the sprayed rooter of meetings, the dwarf, in onyx opal. Erath, the sprayed rooter of meetings, is striking down Niglusu. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin, hollow corpse, Niglusu, by the dwarf Aerith. Copper metals, the sprayed rooter of meetings, with a copper short sword, in Subtlescribe in the early autumn of 525. That kid knows his recent and distant history. It feels like the kid's school report on the side of that coffin. Like, kid learned recent history and modern history. Erush Ulan. There you are. Literally, it kind of reads like a school report to me. And they're just for like creative extra bonus points, they put it on the side of a coffin. Because, like, why not, you know? All right, so this is going to be my Durgan pen. By that, I mean the fancy way of saying dragon pen. Oh, look at that. Got him. The hamlet of Fruit Growled, far to the northwest, has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. We have conquered Fruit Growled, and Geotrack is now the Duke of Fruit Growled, because we took over that place. I didn't know they'd rename it. So can I get Ushurir back? Yeah, I can. I need to assign a messenger to do that. I also need to unassign some of these militia captains. It's ridiculous having so many useless militia captains. How about we give it to Lazy man. I think it's very funny that lazy man should have an important job like leaving. Expanding our domain one hamlet at a time. Damn right, dude. Rumor of our community's acclaim spreads. You know, I have to say, as somebody who didn't actually play that much Darkest Dungeon, it's kind of amazing how much Darkest Dungeon impacted my, like, video game reference vocabulary. It's like some of the most quotable lines in video games, just like ever. It can remove the site, but there's some things that can prevent you from rating it. Or raising it. And I'm not entirely sure how that works, but yeah, you can turn it into a you can turn it into a destroyed ruins on the world map. I mean, to me, the narrator was literally the best part of that video game. Just like, period. Like, the best part of Darkest Dungeon was the narrator. Foul in the dark. Like, I wish my voice sounded half that cool. Like, honestly, for me, if I could choose one of two voices to just have as a voice, and that's from a video game, for me, it would either be that voice of that narrator all the time, or like the Halo announcer, Kilimanjaro guy. Be one of those two. Those would be the two that I would choose. Maybe not the most optimal, but I would entertain myself with them if nobody else. No, it feels good knowing that the next update will add everything I have to use DFHack for, and we'll need to figure out how to remove DFHack and also nice world generation videos. Well, I mean, I would recommend not removing DFHack. I would recommend just disabling it, because it is useful to know how to use it for certain things, because there's some things that will never be solvable until the game ceases to be this game and becomes a different game. So I would recommend continuing to use DFHack, just use it within reason when it's needed. Owlbuck. No, not the voices from the characters in Halo. The announcer in the multiplayer in Halo. Like when you get a multi-kill, he goes epic kill, multi-kill, and all that shit. That's what I'm talking about. Why do I have like 1, 2, 3 different jobs set up for meals? I mean, I am making meals, but that's odd. I think I have enough meals, guys. Also, definitely don't have any silk. Let's just do rock blocks, because I'm clearly out of blocks. Rock blocks 1000, please. Literally just go up here and type in disable overlay. That's all I do. Speaking of Halo, did you guys hear about the political story relating to Halo recently? Martin O'Donnell, specifically. Or as people call him, Marty O'Donnell. Say no. Say more. So I don't want to get this wrong, so I'm Googling it. But I was reading this last night. Sorry for showing a KLS. Not the greatest news source, but the Halo game composer is running for Congress in Nevada. He's a Republican. And having watched his campaign video, let's just say he doesn't really have a platform. He basically says, I don't like the people in charge, but like, honestly, who does? His like announced that he was running for office video. It looks like it was edited in like with default settings in OBS. So, you know, All I have to say, if he can write the new American national anthem, I'm in. Actually, that should be his platform. I will write a new national anthem for America. Just period. Like, that should be his entire platform. Probably give him a better chance, actually. Anyway. I just thought that was kind of funny. I know that he's kind of a weird dude. I never actually looked into why he was fired from Bungie, because I know he was fired from Bungie. This isn't a bout of support either. I just thought it was a funny bit that I wanted to share. That's about it. What squad are you in, and why are you naked here, Dwarf? Am I just, like, out of clothes? Is that the problem? Because you are in the Foggy Picks. Okay, you're going to go pick up equipment. Okay, you just, like, stopped picking up your gear to go get a snack. Got it. I mean, I don't really consider that to be, like, necessarily politics. It's more just a comment of, hey, this guy who used to make video game soundtracks is now... Okay, this dwarf is having a hard time with something. Can you not pick stuff up properly? What's going on? Exactly. What if I go here and go, update equipment, you doofuses? Seems like none of them have gear, but they all have gear. And where are they all going? Bunch of naked dwarves running into my basement right now. Where are you getting your stuff from? Oh, I see. This is probably part of the problem. They're off duty. Let's set them to constant training. You're supposed to be training, not running around naked. Also, I probably need to make more clothes. Oh, it's absolutely just a popularity contest. And, you know, I'm just going to throw this out there. I don't think he has a chance. He's not a particularly popular individual. He just wrote the Halo music, and I still like the Halo music. So, you know. There you go. Now you got all your stuff. Perfect. I'm going to queue up a set of clothes. What are all my... God. These dead elephants everywhere are making me really sad. I'm going to go to my baby elephants and do the saddest thing I've done all stream. I'm going to slaughter a bunch of baby elephants. Slaughter a bunch of baby elephants. I'm also going to go to the grown-up elephants, and I'm going to slaughter a couple of grown-up elephants. Hello, Lobster. How are you? Sorry, it was great timing. All right. But yes, unironically, I do still enjoy Halo music. Lazy man, you're gonna go get that dwarf back, please. Gray feathers, bloated body, deadly spit. Forgotten beast is bug. Immediately leaves map. It's okay. When did I get dragons? I stole them from goblins. I'm planning on putting them down here. I'm just in the process of making this into a place for dragons. I'm also kind of thinking about tying one up here as my watchdog, because they are immortal, pretty much. Well, no, but they live for a very, 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 very long time. So I'm actually going to put one right there. I'm going to go to creatures, pets, and livestock, dragon, and go to you and be like, okay, who's... Well, let's wait until you're chained up. And then I'm going to hunting train it so it can see further. But I stole them from goblins. These, by the way, these dragons cannot breathe fire. That's something about these dragons that you need to know. They are more just like giant flightless lizards with weird wings that are very large and pretty good, like, war creatures, but they don't breathe fire. Yeah, they need 1,000 years to get to full size. These are about 300 years, basically. Okay, so let's say, if I forget anything, remind me, chat. So socks, dresses, robes, gloves, mittens, hoods, loincloths, trousers, shirts, dresses? No, I got to. Okay, this should be. We'll just do everything out of cloth. So, cloth dress, cloth trousers, cloth shirt, cloth robe, cloth loincloth, cloth mitten, cloth glove, cloth sock, cloth shoe. I don't know where this accent is coming from, and I also don't know where it's going, so let's see where it ends up. Cloth hood?
Hey Blind, I was first and I did your job for the first hour, so you're
Sock,
welcome,
glove,
press
mitten,
play.
loincloth, robe, shirt, trousers, dress. Sorry for talking over your text-to-speech, but I just had a hard time caring. How are you doing, Pockets? Good to see you. Thank you very much for the 14th month. Welcome back. Thank you. Appreciate the sentiment. This is true. Nobody knows where it's going. Okay, so let's see. Dress, trousers, shirt, robe, loincloth, mitten, gloves, sock. What am I forgetting? Am I forgetting anything? I'm just gonna do 200 of each because I should have enough cloth by now. Wow, that's way more than 200. A lot of this stuff is gonna just get straight up thrown into the volcano too. So just for anything that isn't like higher end quality is just gonna immediately get like fucking ejected into a volcano. All right. Because we demand only the best around here. I love the fact that the current, like, Baron of this fort, this dwarf, lives in these rooms, right? The queen is dead in the basement. Like, queen died. Be kind of weird. I don't know. Just, like, actively having a tomb beneath where you live. I don't think I could do that. I think that'd be too weird for me. No, I mean, see, here's the thing. That's fine. Like, I don't care about catacombs or like long-time graves. It would be like the person who lived in this room right before me is buried in the basement kind of deal. More like, you know, the serial killer kind of thing. Less of a, there are people from the long past buried in the catacombs beneath the city. It's like, that's fine. Whatever. Like, doesn't bother me in the slightest. It's just literally like, the last person who inhabited this house is buried in the basement. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Very much Edgar Allan Poe nonsense. See, that, again, that's totally fine. But I can tell you for a fact that the last tenant who lived in this apartment is not buried in the basement beneath here. I think, as of the one time I spoke with her, she was moving into a house that her husband had just bought. So, or her and her husband had just bought. If you store the former tenants in the basement, that seems like a short story I would read on my second YouTube channel. I'm in. Caught and trained real dragon. I've never bred real dragons because I've never had a breeding pair of real dragons, but I have caught and trained and war trained and attacked things with real dragons. Also, I've never really tried. So. The old queen's here. Also, are you saying cave dragons aren't real dragons? That's, like, wrong on so many levels. You are discounting an entire species of dragons. Good Lord. Congrats to the wieners, indeed. I have a really cool construction style idea that is very over the top and pointless and doesn't really do much, but I think it would be really cool. But I can't do it until this platform is done, so. Patient after being confined, naturally. All right, so we're in late spring. We'll do one more attack. More specifically, sorry, We are going to go attack or raid this place, and I'm going to set them to only steal livestock, and we're only going to send the lone Glee. I'm also going to check something. Our explore mission went well, and the siege mission, this was us taking over the location. Oh, I see. So there was actually one goblin still running the place, and it appears that Arab just ran in and hacked him to pieces. The new name of this place is no longer the Poisons of Wedding of the Angry Demon. It is now the Lancers of Dance. I will gladly take like a good for throat tea, like a ginger tea or something, because like my throat is like not sore, but I've lost my voice. It kind of feels like I have a mild cold minus all of the cold symptoms, except for the part where it's hard to talk. It's a little weird. It might just be an extremely mild cold. Lemon herbal would work. Yeah. Take some of that with some lemon. That'll do. It is always fun when I tell my squads to leave the map and then the average depressedness of the fort drops dramatically. It's just very funny. I ran out of bronze. Let's just do copper greaves for the rest. Let's do 30 of them. And an ad break just started. And we'll see. Oh, shit. I forgot to increase the numbers of some of these, like hoods and shoes, apparently. But we're already making trousers and shirts. Mostly drink ginger shots to get rid of the med's bad taste. That's, yeah. I don't have any meds with flavor. Although insulin smells fucking weird, though. I don't know if you've ever smelled insulin, but Jesus Christ, that stuff smells weird. And although it passes really quickly, like it vanishes really fast. And it only happens when I spill it, so if I smell insulin, it means I screwed up. Fermented pickled ginger stuff. You know, okay, anybody who eats sushi frequently will know what I'm talking about. You know pink pickled ginger? There is a like Japanese, Korean, Chinese market pretty close to here that I go to, and they sell it by the liter, and it's cheap. So I always have about a liter of that shit in my fridge, and I will just like open that up and just eat like a spoonful of it. Like I think some people will do that with like peanut butter. I do that with pickled ginger. Also, this is my favorite part of the fort, when everybody starts just ripping their clothes off and throwing it on the ground because there's new clothing available. I absolutely love this. You do that. I mean, I also do that with regular pickles. Pickles, olives, all that stuff, but ginger's my favorite one. You just eat the ginger? There you go. That's the other thing. I also have like a weird cough that's been lingering. It's got to just be a mild cold. I actually took a COVID test yesterday because I'm still paranoid about shit, and it came up negative. So. Your biggest issue with living in a small apartment and not having storage space for all the pickled stuff you want to make? Yeah. That's the nice thing about living alone, I guess, is you can just store whatever the fuck you want, wherever you want. No one can stop me from filling my cupboards up with pickles. Or the hot sauce that I make, because I make hot sauce by the gallon sometimes. Homemade hot sauce. Speaking of hot sauce, my what's it called? Hot pepper plants are about that tall. I got 4 of them. 2 fire chili plants. 1 Hungarian hot wax plant. Actually, no, there's 5 of them. 2 fire chilies, 1 Hungarian hot wax, and 2 arapaho. So, pretty happy about that. Are you guys ready to see clothing land everywhere in this fortress? Because, well, turns out it's new clothing time. Dwarves are just gonna start dumping their clothes on the ground. I'm actually kind of curious as to where this shirt's gonna end up. So this is a lowish quality shirt that has been upgraded a couple of times. I'm curious if the owner of this is going to take it and put it away, or if somebody else is going to come collect it. But a vile force of darkness has arrived, so I won't be able to find out. And it is... hold on, I need to go watch a short that I uploaded this morning and just check something for science. What was the name of that goblin? Wraithguard. Okay, so yeah, you know the short that I uploaded yesterday? Same guy. Or rather, not yesterday. The short that I uploaded this morning, same goblin. He showed up by himself and then immediately left after walking a few tiles on the map. Why, man? What? I mean, he doesn't feel anything while and same thing. I have no words. See ya. But he had backup this time. Why is Clockwork's blood on the ground? What's going on? Was he a scout? I'm not sure, but this is the same siege. Okay, yeah, no, he did drop off a bunch of snatchers. Dwarven snatchers, even. Torment loots! A good last name. Depth terrors. Ooh. Fear of ocean, me think. Alright, well. Oh boy. What was that? What are we going after here? Are they running towards somebody or away from something? Away, turns out, actually. Not towards, definitely away. They're definitely just leaving the map. None of my military have even left the fort, so they're just running around. Anybody want to clip that moment, by the way? You guys were really good about clipping things for a minute there, but you guys haven't clipped anything in a while. It's been harder to make shorts lately. Also, I, actually taught myself how to make... what's it called? Captions easier. So that's nice. Olon has probably already fired a bolt. Nope, but has dodged a bolt, definitely. Urist at the back here, the swords dwarf, comes running up straight past the elf and immediately starts hacking away at it. In fact, strikes the elf so hard in the right eye that the right eye collapses by shaking the elf because you did what? Oh, okay, so hold on. Let's unpack this for a second. This dwarf just bit the elf in the eye and then shook him around by the eye and then the eye collapsed. And then slashes it in the lower arm with an iron longsword, and the arm sails off in an arc. Okay. Heavy bleeding. God, I wonder why. Now its guts are hanging out, because its life couldn't possibly have gotten worse than it already was. So after getting... oh, wait. Huh? Who did I select? Oh, that's the... This is a different elf. Not the one whose eye just flew out either. Where did the... okay. Wait, is this the same elf? That was some pretty fast combat log. No, it is. Okay. It is, in fact, the same elf. Well, this elf's having a real bad day. I mean, got hacked by Hammer Dwarf, in the right cheek with a battle axe, which tore it apart. And it also got slashed in the right front foot. Long short sword, which made its parts go flying off in an arc. I think the siege is over, so well done, dwarves. Get back to it. Actually, let's just get them training. His guts as well. Imagine just like getting your eye bit out and then like your arm chopped off and then your guts spilled in a matter of seconds. And they haven't even like left the map yet, but they're just like, you know what? Fuck this shit. We're out. Dwarves, can we please get up here and save this other dwarf? That'd be great. I almost lost a dwarf there. Olan started bleeding for a second, but the dwarves have, you know, been victorious, shall we say. It's the guts in the wall. No, the guts were still connected to it. The guts can't really get stuck in the wall or anything. But the sprite just kind of goes places sometimes. All right, well, round of beers. Solid little fight. Traveling transversally. Well, hello. How's things on YouTube? Arcmaster 5K, thank you very much for the 16th month. Welcome back. Also, chat room, I just have to say, thank you very much to everybody for tuning in to today's stream late. They did start the stream late today. And also, just thanks very much to everybody who's been around, you know, since launch, and anybody who's been here since before. Because I have the coolest job in the world, in my opinion, and I only get to do this job because people tune in and watch and deal with me on my bad days and hang out on the good days and have a great time overall, and you guys keep this channel funded. So I wouldn't have this job if it wasn't for you. So thanks for being around, guys. Seriously. I know it's kind of silly and sappy, but I mean it! Seriously! Okay. I kind of want to pave most of this down here. Okay, so Thob was the one who returned. So Thob and Libash, I'm going to throw you two into this new squad. New squad, you guys can just have fucking normal ass metal armor. And can train alongside all the other squads. Right up here. Oh. Another vile force of darkness has arrived, and this one is seeking a parlay. This one is also a mix of creatures, just like the last few. And this is from the Low Fiend, so now we're just waiting on these guys to get back. Laura, have you left yet? Ah, so my squad has just gotten back. Looks of things. Means they are going to go train as soon as they get back on map. Let's see how that fight went. This was an attempt to steal more dragons, by the way. Thank you very much, Elfie. Appreciate you. Oh, are you going to tell me it looks like a dick or something? I keep hearing people saying that the map looks like an elephant head. We stole livestock. Excellent. It worked as intended. Let's see what we got. Look at that. 2 more cave dragons, as well as 9 more Lunchables. Lunchables, of course, being, you know, beak dogs. None of them are on the map yet, though. All right, let's jump back over to where the Vile Force of Darkness is and see what they got. You elves. A lot of goblins. This is probably going to be a pretty big siege again, if I had to bet. Thank you. I mean, I would say nice catch to Van Orion's squad, you know. Just because it's useful doesn't mean everybody necessarily wants to have the game automated for them, Traveler. People who use DF Hack are very used to playing with DF Hack, and some people like to have, you know, the need to remember to take part in certain mechanics in the game, myself included. I find over automating games makes it feel like I'm not playing the game so much anymore, and I'm not a huge fan of that personally. It is quite a bit of gobbo. It is quite a bit of gobbo. It's a shame that my lava pump doesn't go in that direction, but. While DF hack is certainly useful, I personally like to use it as little as possible. Oh boy. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I would need to pump lava really high up to actually get a lava pump over there. I would need a above ground reservoir up here, which would be fun. It would just be very time consuming. So who am I giving it to then, over on the YouTube side of things? Do you have somebody in particular you would like to give it to, G4? Is there a particular name that you would like me to throw into that? Or is it just whomever? Whose blood is this? That's slightly concerning. If I had $1 for every time I had to say, whose blood is that? I'd have at least $2 today. Who put that blood there? That doesn't seem like it's supposed to be there. Should return that blood back to its legitimate owner. You're not looking at YouTube chat? All right, we'll give it to the first person I see then. I'll just go with the happiest unnamed dwarf. And that happens to be Edom. So this is going to traveling transversely. I think I got it right. Traveling transversely is gripped by crippling shyness, does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress, is confident under pressure and is often sad and dejected, can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, is slow to anger and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, lives a fast-paced life and tries to keep her things orderly, is occasionally overindulges, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and doesn't try to get things done perfectly, scratches her ear when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. I mean, you know what would be way easier than that? Just simply collapsing the entire mountain down to lower. I honestly think that would be quicker. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and personally strongly believes tranquility and quiet, prefers tranquility and quiet, and values tranquility and quiet, that's the word, and views the pursuit of knowledge to be deeply important, respects the law, values harmony, and values romance, values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and doesn't really value merrymaking, dreams of the masterwork or art or whatever, likes pyrolusite and gray chalcedony, walnut wood, giant mandrel bone, earrings, and sheep for their wool. The words of the verse and the words of the certainty of directions. That's very funny. A song no men know, in fact. And the sound of the rhyming verse and the sight of the meandering plain when possible prefers to consume rainbow trout and foxtail mullet beer. I love rainbow trout. It's so good. Although I've only ever had it fresh caught. I've never actually had store-bought rainbow trout. Absolutely hates hamsters. So one thing I was really able to catch back when I used to go fishing years and years and years ago with my dad. You want to practice some martial art. You've been away from family for too long. You want to make romance. I'm going to make you a librarian because you value knowledge. There you go. All right, chat. Can I get a big old vial Force of Darkness? In a few seconds, I'm going to let them in. Just have to wait for my dwarves and the dragons to get inside. Where are you going? Going up or down? More specifically, what are you going for? Are you gathering gear? What are you doing out here, there, dwarf? What are you doing? Where are you going? No. I'm assuming just getting gear or something. Ammo, maybe? Ammo. Just unforbid these. Just so that they have boats to go get. I'm also just going to go tell all of my soldiers to go stand like right there. Just because, for lack of a better term, or actually even better, let's just tell them to all go stand like right here. Because for lack of a better term, I've had enough like leave to go get ammunition at last minute that I'm a little bit cagey about it. Dragon and beak dogs. I mean, it's one of my most used emotes now. It's still no crypt beer, but it is one of my most used emotes at this point. Ellen. Well enough. They're like doing a synchronized dance thing. I mean, who isn't lonely in the current year? All right, let's grab this, pull this lever. And sit here and wait. All right, then we're gonna go up, and then everything that isn't inside, well, isn't inside. Now I gotta go up to here. Lock this. And, it's time for us to pull a pretty fun lever. Is this, like, actually ready to go? Oh, someone's coming to push this. That's kind of amazing. Let's watch the trash go out first. And as the trash is going out, I'm going to deny this. So I asked this yesterday, but I'll ask again. Who has yet, also hey Student Giraffe, it's good to see you. Who has yet to see the lava cannons? Also, the funniest thing to me about all of the rants that I had at the beginning of the stream, funniest thing to me about this is literally everybody that I know, while also dropping all of the discussion about Dwarf Fortress, is still equally agreeing with me, like, man, that sucks. Anyways, it's kind of funny to see these conversations. It's like funny in a dark way. Is there no, like, push minecart job? Oh, there you go. Push track vehicle. That's the job. Couldn't remember what it was called. Whee! Splat. There goes the trash. Not like the garbage. All right. So now, I just double check the door lock. Door is in fact lock. Okay. Uh-oh. Dwarf stuck. Artifact start. Who dwarfed it stuck? I just saw a dwarf in a place where they don't want to be. Who are you? Oh, you're just some random baron? Well, I'd tell you to leave, but you wouldn't listen, so. Let's see what's attacking us. This is a pretty big siege. Whole fuckloads of goblins. Like, literally, just the most goblins. You think I need their help? Oh, that's cute. As if I need help. I'm just going to go all the way down to the bottom. Just put that there again. So that you can maybe go there if you want. Otherwise, good luck. I have too much Goblinite, mate. I can't even keep up with the Goblinite that I have. Oh, tell me. What's up, Stormwolf? Actually, what's my current sand jobs? Basically none. Okay, let's do a collect sand. 700. And green glass blocks. Also 700. However, green glass blocks are only going to go to 2 shops max. Whereas as these gubbins that's is. Oh boy. Here they cometh. Oh, they do be a-coming. They be gobbing round the mountain when they go. The sky's up? Ah, that's my joke. Anyways, how are you? It's like, I know this one. I tell it all the time. Kind of feeling. Poor goblins, they don't even know what's coming? Oh. That's unfortunate. That's what you get for staying outside in such an awful place, sir. Also, apparently, my mayor, just a robotic cow, really wants a brass weapon rack. Do I have brass? I do. Huh, neat. Can make that happen. Also, hello, Noel Man. Not sure if I said hi to you already or not. As well as Stonecoat. And Mr. Orange, 4,200, which isn't even remotely confusing about the other oranges that we have here. Got a dwarf claiming a magma glass furnace? What do you want? Oh boy. Rough gems, a forest, stacked cloth. Pictures of glass and burning wood. Can you just, like, dear dwarves, please fucking stop asking me to make you pearl ash. I'm fucking tired of it. Another office to work something in a shared space because a person occupies that office with COVID and it hasn't been cleaned yet. Ooh, that sucks. So tired. So tired. I'm just like constantly demanding clear glass. It's like, come on, that's not even the main industry of this fort. God damn it. So let's see. I'm just going to click on some of these goblins. Looking for ones that have families. Or known families, rather. Curious if there's anybody important here. That one was dwelling upon something. What were you dwelling upon? Oh, this one's already dwelling upon... This guy must be really weak-hearted. He's already dwelling upon being caught in the rain. Like, it's like a scarring portion of his life. It's like, oh, man. Being a soldier is awful. I get rained on sometimes, dude. Like, this shit... dude, you could have it so much worse and you don't even know. You could be the guy in the front, like this guy. Doom beached? Doom beached. It's a boat's worst nightmares to be beached. You know what? Just for funsies. Let's send the Mark Dwarves up here. I haven't done this in a minute, but might as well. You know, give them the opportunity to test their martial prowess against the goblin threat. Fire some bolts. Make them drop their weapons or whatever. Should be fine, I think. Cleansing flames is always the solution. Excellent. Yes, naturally. All right. Once they hit here, I shall prep the cannons. right. Oh, seems like you dodged a bolt there. Actually, you blocked it. Blocked one and dodged another one. Because we do, in fact, have one Marksdwarf up on the walls now. This Marksdwarf is Kib. Kib is armed with some bone bolts, as well as some copper bolts, and a couple iron bolts for good measure. Obviously, you know, you tire them out with the bone bolts, and then you hit them real hard. Knows a poem, and has read some books before. He's not a super well-read dwarf, but doesn't have any friends, and that's okay. Is terrified while in conflict, but satisfied upon improving crossbow and archery. Is a novice Marksdwarf, a member of the Urns of Autonomy, and wants to be creative real bad. Is currently exhilarated after having an intellectual discussion with an acquaintance. I should probably make you into a librarian. But now is not your day to become a librarian, because now is the day that I get to fire the minecart cannons. So let's do that. I will pull this lever and say, do it, Nozzers. And then I will jump back over here. And then we are going to follow the lava that is in this minecart, which is, you know, a very Dwarf Fortress thing to say. Let's go! I haven't seen Goblin Seed here, so that's a good sign. It means we're winning. Currently. And any time now. There we go. Minecart go wee. And lava go zoom. So the lava is now flying out and creating lava mist all around it. And this first goblin just narrowly got missed by it, but that's okay. And it lands in the lava. Now it's, as you can see, there is lava mist everywhere. So this goblin is probably about to turn into a piece of charcoal if they keep blocking a straight line, which they aren't. But this one did, and I just got hit by an ad with no warning. Well, that sucks. I will pause for... Also, it appears that this one over here just got slammed by something. Nope, you just got hit by mist, which is the most effective method of death with this machine. Let me see if I can find us another minecart. There's one. We'll follow this one. You want to see that guy's thoughts when it starts raining lava? Which one? This guy's? Or the one who got upset about being rained on? I can't remember the name of that goblin. If you want me to search it up, I can. You need to give me their name. This one is currently not really thinking anything right now. They're probably rather annoyed about the smoke, though. This one's exasperated when caught in the rain. This one doesn't feel anything while in conflict. You need some sleep. We'll see you later, Laya. Tomorrow's the excitement day, after all. Let's go follow this minecart as soon as the ad's up in 25 seconds. Sometimes Twitch gives me notice when there's ads, and then sometimes there are days like today where I just don't. Which is an annoyance, to put it simply. Are always cool. When did I first come up with it? I didn't come up with it. The first time I saw it was on a Twitch channel in like 2016 made by a person named Cupo. He doesn't stream that often these days. Last time I saw her streaming, she was playing some Baldur's Gate like, I don't know, like 2 months ago or so. So Cupo was the first person I saw doing it. I built them once a bajillion years ago and used to occasionally build, what's it called? Not minecart cannons, but like shrapnel cannons using like discs and stuff. But hated using minecarts in the older versions because in the older versions to build minecart tracks, you had to place them one tile at a time. And it was just annoying enough that like, I kind of never bothered to get good with them. So I never came up with this. This is not my strat. This is a strat that I don't know who came up with it first, but the first time I saw it was on one of Cupo's streams. Oh, you just got yeeted into space right there. And wait, hold on. Who got hit by this? Okay, so this goblin just got slammed into by, okay, did somebody else hit them? Okay, I think, no, you're just in the lava. Who got hit? Because there's now fire here. This guy's on fire. This elf is flying in off the edge, but none of them were the one that got hit. One of them, somebody got hit. Was it you that got hit? Did you slam into somebody else? Holy shit. Okay, so I think this goblin got hit, who then catapulted this goblin that way, who then is now knocking the elf into the lava. Boing! That's funny. Because this goblin is afraid after experiencing trauma, distressed after seeing a goblin die and is choking on smoke underground and is saying, I was caught in smoke. That is very annoying. I got caught in lava mist. But still got hit by that. Like, that's the thing that hit it, right? It got hit by the lava, slammed into a goblin. Goblin slammed into an obstacle, probably at the ground, and then got caught in lava mist from the lava. The lava hitting him isn't what set him on fire. And then somebody else goes, bang, hits, goes over here, and then, yeah, and then they're all in the lava, and it's over. Well, that's beautiful. That's absolutely gorgeous. Do you have a combat log? Yeah, literally. His upper body is skidded along the ground, skips across the lava. Wow, that is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. What a beautiful weapon. Let's see. Where does this one land? It's going straight through the center of the screen right now. Oh, I thought it was gonna hit somebody, but didn't. Let's wait for another round. Just gonna move like a few turns at a time. Just hitting period to move up one turn at a time. There's one right here. I wish these were easier to see, but there's one right here. Falls through. Fall down. There's one in the center of the screen. Goes all the way across. Come on, you. Hit something important. Keeps moving. I say there's no way it doesn't hit anybody, but then it falls into the lava. Then it goes down here and falls into the lava right there. It's like, oh, there's no way that doesn't hit somebody, and then it just goes into the lava. All right, well, we'll just let it run for a little bit. So satisfying. I'm always amazed that the sieges last as long as they do when I start doing this. You know, the place that I should actually build another pump system, I feel like should be like right here or something. Like this should actually just be a reservoir that just goes goosh that way. Because that would be, it's right here. It's so easy. I don't know. It's a big siege. It's not a small one, that's for sure. They're still coming, too. They're still coming. That's why I have lava cannons. This fort would have fallen such a long time ago if I didn't have these cannons. Like, geez, man. Your money? What about your money? Oh, oh, I see. You used to be rich. Chat, Budgie Games used to be rich. Also, chat room, Budgie is a wonderful regular around here. Anybody's feeling generous, Budgie could use a sub. Just saying. So I'm just going to pop down here real quick and go work on the very important glass for this dwarf. And then go down here, go over to you, go Ashray, make lie. Anonymous, thank you very much for checking a sub at Budgie. Elfie, if that was you, I swear we need to talk. Fire flies out. Goblin steps forward. Honestly, the reason that this guy just got knocked pretty hard. The reason this attack is so this weapon is so strong is it's just the mist. Like the lava cannons themselves are kind of the bonus, if anything. Like they are the comedy for as an addition to the actual effectiveness of this weapon. Meanwhile, this dwarf up here is just firing bolts down, which, by the way, training on live targets is significantly more effective for training than traveling on targets. Last time you fired a Dwarf Fortress, you ran up on a most oddly generated volcano you've ever seen. It was basically 50 sea levels high, 1 block thick. Oh, was it like super low elevation, flat land with just like a really, really, really tall like tube full of lava at the top? I've seen those before. Kind of odd, but whoop, somebody just disappeared. There was somebody there a second ago. Whoop. Seems like you got hit. Every now and again, I just see people just flying across the screen. Oh, this is going to hit somebody right here. This one. Okay. Hopefully. Come on. Well, it hit something. Did it hit you? Nope. But you did get hit with a bolt, though. You also get... Wow, man, these bolts are actually, like, doing damage to these goblins. That's kind of impressive. Even though they're made of, like, you know, bones. More goblins just spontaneously combusting. Wow, this one just narrowly missed it. Oh, you got hit, though. Nope, you got hit by a bolt. Somebody got hit. Something got hit? Another goblin randomly burst. How did this one die without burning? That's the impressive thing here. There was a giant mountain around it. It was just connected to the volcano, the most part. Yeah, Whiskey West. Neat. Yeah, no, I know. Neat volcano formations is one of my favorite parts of Dwarf Fortress. Just like goblins getting smacked with lava is another one of my favorite parts of Dwarf Fortress. Let's follow this one and see if I can follow some actual lava. Right, let's follow the lava. Follow the hot stuff. Goes up, 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 wee. Aw. 2 more. This goblin's just like, oh my. Oh my word. Let's see if this goblin makes it. Let's play the goblin game. Okay. I need to find a new target. Let's play the goblin game. Chat. Does this goblin, Ushbu, how many more walkways do they make it across? 1, 2, 3, 0? They're walking forward. They're annoyed when caught on the ground. They did just experience some pretty terrible trauma. Continuing to move forward. They're seeing their friends dying on the other side. They're probably getting hit with bolts right about now. One of my dwarves is in a martial trance. These are all my marks dwarves, which is, I'm sure that's fine. They continue to move forward very slowly. They're coming around the corner, very terrified after all of this horrible, horrible trauma. You know what? I should actually, maybe not. Where did Uspu go? Shit, I lost you. There you are, Uspu. Uspu's continuing to go around the corner. So that's 1 point. 1 point for Uspu. Uspu is now coming around the corner, moving up towards the grates. Sees somebody on fire, is very afraid. Caught in smoke underground. Very upset about this whole ordeal. Not a very big fan of what's going on. If you walk to the right, you're basically dead. Is turning around though, which is probably the right decision. Do we subtract points for them tracking the way they came in though? That is the question. They've turned around a little bit, probably just purely out of fear. They're watching more friends catch fire, and they're not on fire yet themselves, but they are in fact retracing their steps and trying to run away in fear. Which means probably something blocked the walkway, or they're actually retreating and no longer in combat. Uspu, where'd you go? Odeb, Bong, M. The goblin, I think. Yeah, this one? All right, there you are. Continuing to move forward, I think. Very upset about everything. I would be too. I mean, there's just dead goblins everywhere. Stuff's on fire. Running away. I think the siege is ending, if I had to bet. So, maybe not. I mean, not all of them are actively leaving. Do I close the gates and trap the remainders inside? Chat, what do you think? Also, more importantly, how did you catch fire? There's a goblin over here on fire, not in the volcano right now. How do you that even? I don't even know. Climbed out? That's a very long time for a goblin to be on fire. I would not believe that would be a thing that could happen. Anyway, we are locking the door, and then I'll jump back over to Uspu unless he's died. But we're gonna get some collateral in this, aren't we? Come on. Oh, come on. Close. Come on. Right now. Perfect timing. Just close the goddamn. Fuck. Close the door, please. Yuspu, our goblin spear friend here, is now starting to try and turn around again slightly, which is good. Very impressive, frankly. Is now moving forward once again. They are back down to 0 points because they failed. They walked back along the bridge that they entered on. Now they are continuing to walk forwards, as they should be, towards the great balls of fire that are in front of them, quite literally. The goblin spearman, of which I closed the information on, is currently experiencing trauma, which I think is possibly the most normal thought this goblin has ever had. Is also annoyed after choking on smoke underground, which I would be too, honestly. That can't be too pleasant. The entire pathway is blocked with smoke, though, so there's literally nowhere they can go, regardless of where they want to be going. More sacrifices to the volcano, the better. I mean, noted. Probably also trying to dodge bolts occasionally. The dwarves are in fact shooting bolts down here, and some of the goblins are in fact dying from the bolts, because I am seeing bolts fly down. Fortunately, the goblins aren't firing bolts up. The dwarves are firing bolts down, and I choke on smoke voluntarily. I mean, you know, is this like a smoking joke? Is that what this is now? It appears the walkway has opened up once again because our goblin friend, is now walking towards the fire again. However, this apparently is not the greatest idea for them because they've then since decided to turn around once again. The entire walkway is blocked, in fact. So this is actually kind of almost redundant. Let's disable the firing of this for right now and actually reopen the back door. Mostly because they're not able to get into the fort, and the more lava we keep pouring in here ain't helping. So let's just reopen this door. Jump over here. And also temporarily, and I do mean temporarily, pause the cannons, because I've blocked the walkway in not one but 3 places. While we are occasionally still hitting some of them, I think it's better to just lock them right here. Minecart, minecart. Minecart, minecart. Better to just lock them. Wait for these to cool off a little bit. Smoke to clear. We can reopen it. The grates in the walkway are to stop this from happening as often. What I should really do is just dig a little trench along here so that, you know, I can't do that. But we'll read the last Discord word story. Again, there can't be that much for me to read, though, because I did read it earlier, but underwear ultimately futile fools. Tonight, tooting gone wrong. It bent twisted oboes into pretzels with cats. Wait. Oh no, it came over me there. Weird. Save the game streamer. Okay. Thank you, Kanord. No, that was unrelated. Although sneezing on command is maybe a superpower I'm glad I don't have. Some word ad-lib sneezing. Certainly. I get that sometimes. Like, I'll feel like I need to sneeze and then start answering something in chat and then feel like I need to sneeze for the next 90 minutes. That's happened to me before. But right now I have, like, this weird, like, not really cold. It's like my body thought it was getting a cold and then just decided to not halfway through. It's the weirdest, like, halfway sickness I think I've ever had. It is a bizarre feeling. It's like, my nose is kind of itchy. And I keep losing my voice, or feeling like I'm going to lose my voice, but I don't have a sore throat. It's weird. I don't like it. Fortunately, it's better today than it was yesterday. It was worse yesterday. You worry that any sneeze is a potential stroke. That's an oddly specific worry. All I know is do not, like, sneeze inwards because you could collapse your lungs. And I don't think that's a myth. I'm pretty sure that's actually, like, there's truth there. Wow, these dwarves are still working at it. Jeez. Some of them are starting to run out of bolts, though. Have you ever had fights last so long that your dwarves ran out of ammunition completely? Kogan the merchant's been found dead. Well, they must have killed some random dude outside my fort. We're literally getting to that point now where we are running out of ammunition in the whole fort from what I can tell. That is not true. Not running out of ammunition. In fact, you guys can absolutely go get more ammo. Go get more ammo then, you lazy doofuses. Okay, so I just need this to cool off. Basically, I'm going to wait for goblins to be about right there, and then I'll turn it back on. What was that? Silver bolt hits you. Oh, it's these guys. Okay. I was like, who is firing bolts at you out there? Oh, right. Yeah, the dwarves can aim that way. There really isn't much to explain. You earn a few tickets every hour for watching the stream. You type an exclamation point tickets to see how many you have, and you can bet them by typing exclamation point invest to get more. It's an in-chat gambling game that is kind of antique. It exists from an era of Twitch before Twitch had its own channel points system, and I've just kind of kept it. Copperhead snake tooth bracelet. That's kind of cool. Wow, that's a lot of puke. Also, I need to go finish making lye and into potash so I can make pearl ash. Just kind of in the background, also making clear glass because I don't like myself, I guess. Ashery, make potash from ash. Yeah, and it happens every 50 minutes or so. So when you see the bot announce it, then you can take part. You have to type an exclamation point ticket to see how many you have, Pink. You gain them really slowly. A lot of channels that have similar systems let you gain them really quickly. For me, it's literally 1 per hour, so they're relatively high value when it comes to these kinds of silly, pointless point systems. All right, so we're at the point now where I can turn the sucker back on. We're going to wait for them to hit there. Let's go. Power overwhelming. Let me just check something. I'm making potash. Let's wait for that to be done. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's get it done. Stupid dwarf. Do it faster. Faster. You're not actually like this. Let's go up here and watch this. Oh, there we go. Excellent. Things are working as it should be once again. We've got bits and pieces flying everywhere, and goblins walking towards the lava mist. The question is, will this one make it through? Will you make it through here? Bax, will you? I don't know. There is a lot of lava mist in front of you that you will have to pass through before we can say that you've made it through. Although you are getting mighty close, although unfortunately you didn't make it. How about you? Asno. Asno goblin. That's a dead goblin, I guess. Rip that goblin. Somebody got smacked real hard with something heavy and went flying. Let's fly back down into the fortress while I continue making pearl ash in the background so I don't lose that artifact. That is done. I got potash. Okay, next step. I can now go over to you and make pearl ash because Anyways, go all the way back up to here. There's tons of goblins down in the lava now. The lava mist, you're pretty sure it hit. Hardy, hardy, hard. Hardy, hard, as they say. We're going to drop down into here, and this minecart, any second now, he's going to drop down. This one actually goes too fast to hit its buttons, so I have it hooked up. I have them hitting multiple buttons each time, so they're guaranteed to hit something. And then you fly out and hit nothing. Well, that's very disappointing. How about, who's next? And you drop down. Also hit nothing. Why do they never hit anything when I'm following them? It's so disappointing, man. Oh, someone just caught fire. In many a place. It's glad. I'm so happy to see nature healing once again. I feel like most of the mist is actually happening when the lava skips across the lava and when the lava lands in the lava. It's like the lava landing in the lava makes lava mist come out of the lava. You love it to see it. You know what, dwarves? You guys are going to go back to training. So, because you guys have been at this for a bit and you're all accomplished now. Like, you're all pretty good at your Mark's dwarfing job. However, you guys have been up here for a while, and honestly, it's quite stressful shooting bolts at the enemy all the time. So how about you guys go get lunch or something while the lava does the rest of the work, and the goblins go sailing across the sky. Oh man, that was a near miss. Did you get hit by that? No, he didn't, but the bolts have done a number on you. This elf gets hit by this. You are the furthest forward. We're gonna follow you. Seriously injured Snowdub, stretched doomed. Snowdub stretched doomed is moving directly forwards. There's lava mist everywhere. How much further will you make it? Well, things have cleared a little bit for this goblin. Lava's behind it. Right next. Oh, okay. Rough day there, mate. Rough day. No relationships. What a way to go. He's an adequate organizer. He's often inflamed with hatred. He's inflamed with more things than hatred right now. Dreams of ruling the world. Well, I hate to break it to you, miss. See, sacrifice is wasteful and foolish, so you must think you are wasteful and foolish. Does not think much about the idea of perseverance. Well, I mean, you didn't need to persevere that long. Let's follow this elf, shall we? Who is moving forward, one tile at a time. Oh no, I have a dwarf throwing a tantrum. Great. Speaking of dwarves throwing tantrums, let's throw a tantrum and go over here and double check that Pearl Ash status, which should be done. Yes, it is. And now let's see if I can make clear glass. While I go back. Well, okay. Appears to be being made, so let's just hope that that's enough to finish that artifact. Where's that elf? Probably dead. Maybe not. Walking away, it seems. Are they all walking away? Or, no, they're still attacking. Good lord, these guys are committed to the bit. Library question. My library wants 10 writing supplies. I ordered parchment from a caravan. Because parchment isn't writing supplies. You need to make quires if you want books, or scroll rollers, like chat said, if you want, scrolls or quires, which are made at a craft store shop, I think. I usually make quires. And then, once the books are written, and you see that you have books that have been written, which are written by dwarves that make discoveries or scribes, which are copied, then you have to, finish the most important part, which is binding the books or scrolls with a book binder, which is, I think, also done at a craft store shop. All right, so all of these guys that left, they're the ones that get to, you know, go tell them of our great machine. Run in fear, you fools. Should probably lock this door, actually, down into here. That should probably get locked. All right, so now I'm just gonna let this keep firing for a little bit, as they hopefully come back towards it. There they go. Yeah, that's what you love to see. It's real fun when they're done attacking, because they just start running around randomly, which means it's way easier for my cannons to kill them. Who says that you have to be literate to write a book? Come on. Many silly people who know nothing about how to write a good book have written books. Doesn't make them good. There's a reason the prose is not awful, but not very good either. I mean, hell, Twilight was a hit. People liked that book. Oh, Locum the Clerk was found dead? Oh, that's a shame. What a shame that be. What a shame. It does appear that the lava machine has, but sorry, song. We'll write songs about you, baby. That was a good hit. Like, literally standing there burning and then got hit by a glob of lava. It's like, well, that's just insult to burnings. Oh, man. What a great frame rate. It was better. It's gonna get better too as things leave. The only time it really gets bad is when they're actively trying to path into the fortress, and then the smoke blocks them. It's honestly like the smoke that causes the problems, not the chaos itself. It's literally just the smoke. We'll station this squatty back up here. Where's the rest of the bolts? There goes somebody else. Body's on fire. Excellent. Problem is, it's sufficiently blocked off up here. Oddly enough, they can't even get into my fort. They're literally just going after this pile of grizzly bears. The bear cubs are too cute, clearly. It's gonna go over here, and I'm gonna pull this lever. We're actually gonna stop the pump. Not the pumps, why is there puke there? Who's puking on the lava cannon? The hell? They're expensive. Better be ready to clean that. God. Damn. All right, so we're gonna bring these 3 squads up here. And probably what I'm going to do is wait just a little bit. And then just tell them to go station right here. That, or let them stand right here and wait for them to come to us. That, or maybe I should make a secret entryway for my military, like, over here or something. So they can, like, lock them in and finish them off or whatever. Stuck in an ad break. We're just gonna... You just need to not memorialize the dead so you can have Ghost Riders. This is true. And they will write all over your body. Sometimes I look up at the, like, Twitch chat and just go, like, what was that about? When I see just, like, a random line of text. That later. Someone's trying to get into my Twitter account. That's cool. What's funny is it still has the Twitter logo, which also like makes me wonder if it's like even actually Twitter. It might actually just be like somebody faking that someone is trying to get into my Twitter account. Because it actually still says Twitter using the old Twitter logo, which is weird. Okay, so 2 things. One, that video is literally from a year ago. He hired 1 programmer. Well, actually, he didn't. Kit Fox hired 1 programmer on a 30-hour work week contract basis, named Putnam, who is a very well-known modder of the game. Is Toady expanding the team? No. Do I think he's expanding the team further? No. Is he going to hire more? Very unlikely. The only reason Putnam was hired is because Putnam is a very well-known, long-term modder of the game who was Very, very, very well known for completely reverse engineering the game. All right, so I've got one elf that's gotten through here who's trying to stab this poor baby grizzly bear to death, and is about to do so, and just did. I don't really want to send my dwarves in yet because there's still way too much in the way of lava around here. Let you sit right there. Gotta be wary of that. Just waiting on that to disappear. Oh wow, did you jump over that? Jeez, you did. It was quite impressive. The thing is, if you heard what I was saying about ethics earlier, ethics only applies to characters part of that faction. These aren't elves. If you notice these, well, they're elves, but these aren't elf-aligned elves. These are elves wearing horse leather leggings and metal armor. These are goblins who have elves in their military. That doesn't mean that these elves have elven ethics. It would mean that they would have goblin ethics. So goblin rules apply to these elves, is the simple version. Arquise is going to keep firing for a little bit. Very effective, in fact. I would recommend keeping bears at safe distance, personally. Kind of tempted to just open the door. You know what? Actually, let's do it this way. Burrow's still on, right? Okay. Let's send my military down there. And let's unlock this door. Make sure the burrow stays on. Yeah, there's one missing. I need to replace it. Which is why I didn't send them further down. Otherwise, they may have jumped down. And then I'm just going to go here. Now that the gate's open. Send the military up to here. We're going to open up this, and I'm going to station them right there. Because this will be way safer for my military. So let's open the gates. Let's give them their way out, chat. It's actually kind of dark now that I think about it. But let's give them their way out. Yeah, these elfglins. Everybody loves it, a good elfglin. Let's wait for the gates to open. There they go. Charge, dwarves. Amethyst is up at the front. Amethyst dreams of becoming a legendary warrior. And believe it or not, this dream was realized. Which means I think it's time for, after this fight, this is Amethyst's final day at the office. Amethyst is going to be promoted because their dream was becoming a legendary warrior, got kidnapped by goblins, lived in a goblin stronghold for 10 years, was then rescued by her current commander, Van Ori, and is now a legendary warrior, which means Amethyst's next job is to become our champion. I was running around the corner following Attis, who is one of my other militia commanders, who single-handedly slayed the Cyclops in a 1v1 grand duel, is now fighting by stabbing the elf maceman in the upper body with a steel spear, tearing the muscle and tearing the left lung. And right behind is this dwarf, who hasn't actually done much yet, is aside from stabbing this elf as well, is now moving forward, fighting through the elven soldiers aligned with the goblins, as well as the goblins themselves, of course, most recently stabbing the goblin maceman in the right lower arm with a steel spear, fracturing the bone through the iron right gauntlet. And then standing over the body of their most recent kills, Alath comes out of the fray, moving around the corner to then check to see who else has yet to come? It appears the goblins have noticed that the gates are opened, but don't realize the threat that lies in wait for them. The goblins are in mortal fear when fighting with the dwarven onslaught. The swords dwarf stabs the goblin axeman in the upper body with a steel short sword, tearing the muscle through the iron chain leggings. Bits and pieces are flying everywhere, and the lower intestine is removed from the nearest elf. More of these enemy soldiers are now moving towards the dwarven wall of viscera. Although now things are suddenly a little dangerous for our dwarves, as, they're now fighting next to dwarves' greatest enemy, lava. So now we see if I remember to turn the cannons off, which I did. So that is a good thing. Now, the next thing we will see is, chat, how many of these dwarves do you think are going to die to lava? Place your bets, everybody. Hopefully not Amethyst or Van Ori. Van Ori charges directly forwards and hacks up a elf into a tiny bunch of itty-bitty pieces. Is now moving forwards through the wall of bits and pieces of sloon creatures, beginning the grand attack. I don't see any of my dwarves in the... What the hell is that? There's a lot of magma crab wings in my stuff. Amethyst apparently dove down the nearest stairwell to begin fighting the elves that are in the underfloor areas. And Erel, Baron of Turwilts, is doing his best to enter the fortress for some reason in the least convenient way possible. I am also going to pull this lever and open the bear door, which is right next to the dwarf door, except bear-shaped instead of dwarf-shaped. Now, down here, we have my dwarves who are continuing to fight through the wall of blood and vomit, and there's some random counters coming through, as well as Minkat as well. I'm also going to go up to here, and I'm going to delete this stupid public tavern because it's in a really dumb spot anyway. It was just there as a temporary measure. My dwarves are now doing the smart thing, which is backing the fuck up to where everybody's supposed to be standing instead of continuing to run forwards. This means that there is less chance that they will fall into the lava, as they are no longer standing in the lava. Now, let's see, which direction are the goblins heading? There's a grizzly bear on fire for some reason, and a dead elf. What the hell's happened? There is a... Okay, I mean, those are my soldiers, but, like... What? Wait. Where? What? What? Anyway. I apparently have a very injured swords dwarf who's coming up this way, who is now, choosing to die horribly, it appears. Oh, I see. You're not one of mine. This makes a lot more sense now. Then what? Wait, no, you are one of mine. What are you doing? I'm just gonna make my life easier here and just make the dumb decision and tell my dwarves to go do the dumb thing. Run past all the hot stuff, guys. Come on, just move up forwards, please. Just whatever you do, under no circumstances are you to fall into the lava. That's elf falling in the lava. That's fine. The dwarves are running forwards. I'm going to follow Amethyst, who's the dwarf I would like to survive this the most, who's now leveled up to a Spearmaster, and as they spread vomit around, comes running around the corner, and then runs around another corner right past the lava. Oh god, I'm freaking out. This is like the most clenched thing I've seen all day. Then comes around the corner, and we are saving the stupid barons who are standing in the dumbest places possible in the vast majority of the time, and then comes flying around the final corner towards the end of the running way, and then runs into the fortress. Has anybody died? Minkat, the merchant, has been found out. Okay, I don't think value has been lost. Well, that's good. Now, if we go all the way back to the beginning, I can now go down here and say, oh, look at that. There's some baron that doesn't belong to me and a couple elves over here. And a countess and also you. Okay, well, let's just tell them all to go stand down here then, because I didn't risk this enough the first time, so let's risk it more the second time, which is the only natural thing to do again, is turn around and run back through the fire gauntlet and hopefully don't die. So, Amethyst, you're in charge. You're thirsty. Jesus, I wonder why. It's probably very dry around here. Next time, bring a water skin with you. Fortunately, you did remember pants this time, unlike the last siege. Goes running around the lava. Please do not stop! You're fucking running way too fast around lava. You're scaring the shit out of me here, dwarf. Do not slip on all of the body and internal fluids. That is literally everywhere. They run through the final round of the gauntlet, and it appears the elves are dying in the basement now. Perfect! I mean, it really makes the room, or the outfit, as they would say. Chat! I think the fight's over. This just feels proper to say. Are you not entertained? I think these dwarves have earned a beer or 20. Put them all off duty for a little bit. And I'm go down to here. And I'm gonna be like, dwarves, don't train for a little bit. It's okay. Take a break. You've earned it. Do I owe commands to you, Arende? Did I miss something?
Bring out your dead.
Boy. Hi, chat. I haven't looked at you in like 10 minutes. I was too busy doing the sports commentator thing, of forgetting that there's other people in the room. Okay, so I need to turn off the burrow so that we can go rescue this dwarf. Turns out we have 2 injured dwarves. We've got Colette and Zessit. But I don't actually think I lost anybody of real value in that entire fight. I definitely lost somebody, but is anybody putting anything in tunes? Now, a lot of these are probably like nobles that died in that fight. And the automatic garbage disposal is going to get some use, I think. You have a siege entirely dwarves with no group I have a siege entirely of dwarves with no group loyalty. Doesn't matter if they have group loyalty. Look at their armor. Specifically like shields or helms. Helms are the most common. Basically the ones with these 2 little arrows going each side, right? The little brackets on either side. That will usually have an image of what civilization they're from. Because you don't usually know their group loyalty unless they are a notable figure. So down here, this area is just going to start getting flooded with clothing. But they could belong to gobos, they could belong to elves, they could belong to dwarves or humans. It depends on who conquered them. Or whether or not you're at war with another dwarven faction. Because you may just be at war with a dwarven faction. It's definitely a possibility. Oh, man. I'm losing more. These elephant calves, chat. I swear to God. They are eating faster than I can feed them nor keep them alive. Thob the Mace Dwarf's been missing for a week. Okay, so I did lose somebody to the lava. I lost Thob the Mace Dwarf. At the very least, 1. Well, all in all, for how that fight went and how big that enemy was, I think 1 loss, while not optimal, could have been a lot worse. Apparently I got a few Zephons that are not memorialized. Can you get a dwarf? Only if you get the redemption. And that's a Twitch-only thing currently. We're not just naming dwarves when people ask currently. I'm currently in the process of building a better system. Found some random Baron dead. Swords dwarf. Oh, Volbok ended up dying. Okay, I did see Volbok get injured, so I guess that makes some sense. Missing for a week. How do you spell that name? V-A-B-O-K. V-A-B-O-K. If I demand a one-time tribute or occupy them. So the thing about kobolds, they don't understand language, so they might bring you a single tribute. Friends? No. Trading? No, not possible. Kobolds have an entirely context-based language, meaning they only understand things that they have said to each other recently and don't even understand each other half the time. Kobolds are very special in the way that they exist, in that they don't really. As for locations that they take over, they don't really take over locations. They just kind of live in places sometimes, which mostly actually means that instead of them, like... What is going on? Huh. I've got some dwarves stuck in a place. You know, it's funny. Someone was talking about this earlier, and I'm like, I don't think I've ever had that happen. And I may have now. Fascinating. Are you guys in a zone of sorts? No. A kobold hillox is just a single kobold, usually, maybe two kobolds just passing through, and it's just named as a kobold hillox, or camping there overnight. They don't really stay in places for very long. They live in caves. So a couple kobolds decided to move into abandoned dwarven hillocks. It's not actually kobolds with any sort of location there. That's interesting. So someone was saying that they had this happen earlier. I guess they're all just, like, being sad for the goblin that died. Let's try turning this on and off. Nope. Well, that's curious. Black Flag Redneck is in this. How about I do this? Nope, that's not the problem. We're putting you in the military break, whatever that's going on here. What if you're told to go stand right there? It's telling me it's an unreachable location. So for some reason, they don't think this area is accessible. Is something blocking our way? Yeah, no, that's just a abandoned, like, dark pit that some kobolds moved into. It's got nothing to do with actual dark pits. So I'm not sure what's causing this, but someone else was talking about this earlier. So I think that this is kind of fascinating, actually. You know, I have something else I can try. Hold on. Hello, Hobo, how are you? Do you hear how our old friend Rimworld is completely destroying Dwarf Fortress's chance at its current biggest ever release? They're releasing a DLC a couple days before Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode comes out. Makes everybody real happy. How you doing, Hobo? It's good to see you, man. I got some dwarves that are oddly stuck. Kind of blows, really. What happens if I did construct this? Will that make the move? That was not what I was expecting to have happen there. Huh. Well then. Certainly doesn't, Oh, wow, it did break them up. That's very depressing. So, I wasn't really, I was just kind of figuring that they'd move off of it, because that's usually what happens, but it did break the weird pathing issue all those dwarves had. That's bizarre. All right, well, shit, I suppose. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, well, pretty much. On the bright side, I have full... Actually, I haven't mentioned this in a minute. I have full permission from KitFox to stream Dwarf Fortress on the Dwarf Fortress Steam page, which is kind of wild to me. It's like more faith than anybody's ever had in me ever, which is kind of wild. I think they're salty that there's the possibility that they might actually have competition now. And they're just making sure that competition is null. There's also a dead dwarf up here. Well, that's awkward. Need to deal with that. No, they care about, like, the maximum amount of business. What's even funnier is like RimWorld DLC is almost as expensive as Dwarf Fortress, meaning it's also going to impact Dwarf Fortress's possible sales. And Dwarf Fortress only gets sales from updates, and we don't get updates we're not going to get updates this big ever again, probably, because like adventure mode is a third of the frickin' game. So yeah, sucks. Cheers, Brian. Glad you're enjoying it. You get invaded by zombies again while you're in the bathroom? You know, I'm pretty ballsy and I unpause the game a lot. I would recommend unpausing the game less. Just a pro tip. Unpause the game less. Like, if you're gonna leave, pause the goddamn game, man. You will live longer. Or your forts will last longer, maybe is the better thing to say. It would be hilarious, but I guarantee you it's gonna have the opposite effect. And I mean, I'm gonna record a video complaining about it tonight, but yeah, I don't know. The actual reality of it is it's gonna be the opposite. Do you just like automate your forts, put them in a relatively safe position, and then leave Deep Sea Fishing? What do you do about like trading and stuff? Unless the frame rate's like super low, or if you're building a fort that like doesn't get traders. No, it's at very low FPS. Huh. It's kind of interesting. I would almost be tempted to use like TeamViewer or something so you could take a peek. What happened with RimWorld? RimWorld is releasing their fourth DLC 4 days before Adventure Mode comes out. That's what's happening. Which doesn't, like, I mean, like, the thing, because we talked about this a lot at the beginning of the stream. The people who like Dwarf Fortress already will probably still play Adventure Mode, right? The people who are in the know and already know about Dwarf Fortress will still play Adventure Mode. That's not a problem. Like, Dwarf Fortress is in a fine situation. However, what it will do is all of the streamers that have the option of either streaming new RimWorld DLC or Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode, 99% of them are going to choose RimWorld DLC. So it's going to completely nuke the vast majority of the possible influx of Dwarf Fortress streams, which is, and the vast majority of YouTube videos about Dwarf Fortress, which is basically where all of the marketing for this game comes from. Is from, well, previously articles, viral posts on 4chan, YouTube videos, and Twitch streams. So, basically, yeah, but it also means that possible growth for me is cut by a massive margin. So, because the most growth I've ever had, was the day Dwarf Fortress came out and the weeks after that, because so many people were streaming Dwarf Fortress, and even though I wasn't the highest viewed most of the time, I was gaining like 2,000 followers a day because of that. You finally have access to that? There you go, Judosi. What kind of dwarf would you like? What if Kit Fox delays the release? It's not really up to Kit Fox. It's up to Tarn. I mean, Tarn's gonna be on stream tomorrow, and I'm gonna ask him about this because it's dependent on big streamers. I mean, that's kind of a silly question. 1,000 people watching on 10 channels is no real different than 1,000 people watching on one channel. But the more people that are watching a stream, the more that stream has the capacity to grow. The less people that are watching a game, the less that game has the capacity to grow, because the vast majority of marketing for video games comes from my industry these days. Also, we are getting attacked again, so let's do this whole shindig again. I think these are dwarves. Like, is this actually the dwarven faction? Yep, this is the dwarven faction. We're getting attacked by dwarves. It's the rack of lobsters here to attack us. These guys are pretty easy to break because they're always mounted on horseback, so it's just a matter of me forbidding everything and doing it again. wait here for them to run inside. Spacing Nevada. Thank you very much for that raid. Appreciate you. Dwarf is free. I don't know. You kind of have to give me an idea of what you'd like. Otherwise, I'll give you something random. Give you a happy dwarf. Do you want a male dwarf? Do you want a female dwarf? Do you want a child? Do you want an adult? Do you want an angry dwarf? A happy dwarf? Do you want a minor? Do you want I don't know, a fucking gem cutter? Military? Non-military? Yeah, this is on you to think about a little bit. Give me something to work with here. But thank you very much for the raid. Spacing Nevada. I agree. We should also space Nevada. Also, nah, I'm not gonna mention that. That's not the question that's being asked, Diamond, but thank you very much for the information. Remember, Dwarf Fortress is free to play on the Bay 12 Games website. What were you streaming today? Spacing Nevada. How's the stream going? All right. I'm bouncing back and forth between, like, maniacal ranting about being angry about a thing and being fine. So, you know. I like how this dwarf is reading The Fort Book. It's a very on-topic book, frankly. I mean, okay, I will mention it again. Marty O'Donnell, the guy who wrote the music, is fucking running for office in Nevada. So, you know, he's a Republican. Anyway. Male dwarf that has no friends. So most of the dwarves in this fort. Got it. Too many friends. How about you? You have a friend. How about you? You have too many friends. Too many of these dwarves have friends. This is a problem. You said that, I thought, I was sitting here going like, oh, this will be easy. None of them have any friends. Nope. There you go. You don't have any friends. So play ASCII then. Nobody's stopping you from playing the game in ASCII. I honestly only stream the game with the tile set on the vast majority of the time because it's easiest for chat to see. Like, literally, you just hit escape, settings, boom, done. World's your oyster. Sorry, Judosi. You were not specific enough the first time you asked, so. You get what you get now. Relatively neutral dwarf. Legendary gem cutter. Never acts without prolonged deliberation.
I know this.
Do you know this? He never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment, the harm of those around him. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Is rarely looks on others with lust. Has a very calm demeanor and generally acts impartially. Is rarely moved to mercy and has a sense of duty. He has a sense of duty, although he finds this can conflict with his sense of independence. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, he prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He is often envious of others, and he doesn't handle stress well. He's quick to anger, and he could be considered rude. He enjoys the company of others and is a friendly individual. He holds his breath when he's nervous. He chews his cheek when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. Personally believes that peace is always preferable to war. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society is best without deceit. And sees that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. Strongly values tranquility and quiet. Finds pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Values independence and values good craftsmanship. Likes dacite, silver, and harlequin, opal, rope reed fabric, diamonds and spears and floodgates, spiked balls and giant Gila monsters for their coloration, the fisherberries for their round shape and the sound of the rhythm of drumming, and when possible prefers to consume large rat and blueberry wine. And blueberries. Likes blueberries. He worships Casbin and the Silvery Dominion, so you do have a religion that's popular around here. You don't really feel anything after seeing dead bodies, and you feel funness after talking with an acquaintance. There you go. You exist. Welcome to the fort. Let's fight off some dwarves now. Fire more cannons. Reload the cannons! After I suspend all these constructions. Just waiting for all the military to get inside. What are you doing, Urist? Just running around in socks and a glove. You know, just normal dwarf things. What else does a dwarf need? You're head to bed, Yvonne? You have a good night. Sleep well. Also, what are you doing, Urist, is probably the name of some dwarf's biography. I love how this dwarf is just like repeatedly trying to put his underwear into a different cabinet, but can't. Sorry, there's something just really funny about this to me. He's trying to move his trousers. He's moving his trousers back and forth and trying to put his underwear away. Just gonna forget this. Go do something else, dwarf, please. Please, anything else, you stupid zombie. Oh. Well, I just locked Black Flag Redneck outside. It's very oopsie of me. I feel bad. I will unlock the door and let you inside. They killed my dragon! Son of a bean. What a shame. I shall attach something else there instead. Go back down here. Oh, the human diplomat's here. Happens to be a count. Can I just say that a count that is anything but a vampire is kind of a failure of a count, like a fool of a took, you know what I'm saying? Okay, well, let's let these dwarfs in. This is gonna be a really quick-moving invasion force because they are on horseback. Ponyback, probably more likely because they're dwarves. What are you doing? Urist is the name of your second album, not your first porn film? Wait, no, sorry, that would be, what are you doing, Step Urist? There we go. Oh, sorry, Dwarf Fortress, Stare Urist. Better. I did, a very long time ago. But I removed it because we couldn't zoom in and out in ASCII, and I never added it back in regards to channel points for ASCII. But I could just turn on ASCII if you want. All right, here they cometh. I think that's the first of them, isn't it? Yeah, there they are. Right there. There's so much miasma in there. Holy shit. Oh, the army of horseback riders is heading up. It's actually gonna be kind of hard to see because of all the miasma. Thing about horses? What are you doing here? Oh. Well, I guarantee you we're gonna lose at least one dwarf. This tourist is sitting here, unless I open up this drawbridge, which maybe I should. Now, where's that lever? This is the problem that I have with ASCII, where it's like I haven't played with ASCII on in a very long time. So when it's like, okay, where the heck is the connect? It's like I can see the drawbridge, I can see you, but where is that one? Nope, not that drawbridge. How about this one? You? There you go, that's probably the right one. Quartzite. Actually, hold on, no, this isn't the right one. Is it? Yeah, it is a quartzite drawbridge, okay. Let's pull you. Because I just want to open this up so I can let my dwarf that I have stuck back here in. You're right there. This poor soul. Old tourist, the jeweler. Very poor tourist. You know, it's funny. I know a lot of people have a hard time telling when the game is unpaused and paused for some reason. I don't have a problem with the graphics on, but with the graphics off, that would take a while for me to get used to. So I just need this drawbridge to open right here. That should cause you to run inside. Esm the dwarven child has been found dead. Well, that's a little dark. This mace dwarf just ran down here and executed a child. Or existing. All right, chat. Can I get a vile force of darkness? We're about to do this again. Playing in the wrong place? I was pretty quick to lock the doors, admittedly, but... Still losing elephant calves. There you go. You can get inside now. Right as the horses start to come. All right, dwarf, so our timer here. Oh no, are you really as dumb as I think you are? You are actually as dumb as I think you are. You have to run across this, dwarf. You have to make the gauntlet. Come on, just keep going. Just keep going. I realize there's scary bad guys there, but you got to keep running. Keep those little legs moving. You are a High Master gem setter, and we need you back in the fortress. Now get around the corner. It's not even that much further. What are you doing? Don't make me make you go through the lava cannon gauntlet. Oh, what? Why did this close? I thought Oh, no. I apparently used the wrong lever. Oh, I closed that one. Well, I mean, that's also fine, but wrong drawbridge. Yeah, it's a little hard to see, like, because I think that if I was playing entirely in ASCII, it would actually cause me to set up my fortresses differently. I would name levers more often as an example. Just as an example. Like, that is something I absolutely would do more of. Name levers. All right, so we're going to start this up. Time to fire the cannons. Here's hoping you decide to turn around and go in the other direction. As that opens, which it will in a moment, I hope. That or you are going to be turned into... Did you literally... Well, I mean, there's only so much I can do. I can't fix stupid. I mean, if you insist on standing right where the lava is going, then let the lava fly, I suppose. Well, there goes a horse. It is amazing. Give it a sip of the molten hot lava. Let the next round begin. And okay, for a second there, I thought that was one of mine. I was very worried. It's like, you look a lot like one of my dwarves. What are you doing down? I mentioned this one of the last times we fought with this dwarven faction, but the only actual issue I have with going to war with dwarves is it's really fucking confusing to figure out who are yours and who aren't. Like, it's extremely confusing. Because everybody just looks the same. It's like, wait, which is the good dwarf? Which is the evil dwarf? I don't know. Anyway, there's a big blob of dwarf right there, so. Oh, lordy, they coming. A few scouts up front, though. But someone would shout about that being dirty. Chad, do you have a meme or a reference or an internet thing that you reference ad nauseum for no logical reason way too frequently? Because honestly, for me, it's the amazing horse. Like, there's no logical reason for me to reference that thing. The frame rate should return in a second. There it goes. That and I got a jar of dirt. Because you and guess what's inside it, you know? And before you have a look at what's inside of my jar of dirt, chat, you also have to remember that we are taking the hobbits to Isengard. Wow, that dwarf's like is lying about only being a novice dodger, because that was amazing. Was that 2 children I've lost now? That's mildly disturbing. Shoop de whoop. I'm a firing my laser. That's a pretty good one. The hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits to Isengard. To Isengard. One of my biggest like sadnesses about we're taking the hobbits to Isengard is the day that I learned that that meme gets hit with copyright claims. It was one of the saddest days of my streaming career was seeing that. Just being like, no, nothing is sacred. We can't have fun on the internet anymore. Was the day that that happened. On dwarves, pull the lever quickly, pull the lever quickly, pull the lever quickly, pull the lever quickly, pull it quickly. Nobody coming to pull the lever? Oh, God. I just want to... Look how many dwarves that bridge would get. That bridge would get, like, so many confirmed kills if it closed right now. I just... Voodoo pull lever thing job is. Geotrack. Well, I mean, okay, that makes sense. Pull the lever, Dwarf. You don't know that far to go. Come on. Pull it. Give it a tug. Yank it. Yoink it. Hit it. Punch it. I mean, again. Ah, man, I'm missing like all of them. Got a couple. I mostly was doing that because, like, they're there. I'm waiting for this to stop spraying lava here anyway. I could already open the door back up, so I guess... Well, actually, they should just turn around once this door opens. So there's a way in now for them. I don't think there's any... Okay, there's just this one. Literally just this single horse. Where are they going? Guys, come on. What are you doing? Where are you all running off to? Where do you think you're going? I was doing some cool constructions, but now you... making that real difficult. Well, they seem to be turning around right about now, so that's good. Let's actually just go station them right here. Hey, Neezer. Bop it, pull it true. Actually, yeah, Bop It's pretty high up there as well. I wouldn't say that Bop It lives rent free in my brain, but it's up there. You know, actually, let's just turn this off. It's fine. Let's turn this off. It's fine. Although there is a horse like right here. Let's pull this lever. Tell them all to go stand right here, because I need to kill this horse. And possibly a dwarf or 3. Because the majority of the glob of them are all the way back there. Waiting for this to open. Because I need to save this bear. Come on. Oh, jeez. Oh. That was the jeweler that I hit with my cannon, by the way. That just died. Or has been missing for a bit. That was my jeweler that I hit with my cannon. Okay, well this going better than I thought it would. Where's the big Globadorf? The big Globadorf is all the way back there. Okay, that's good. Now that big Globadorf is all the way back there, I can pull this lever. Lock the big Globadorf inside, which is best for everybody involved, obviously. This is a very smart Baroness. Not gonna go anywhere fast, probably. Okay, so here comes Baron with an axe. Wait. You're actually like a soldier, I think? Well, good luck there, man. Dueling? Okay. You're here to earn your rank by combat? I have a lot of respect for that. Black Flag Redneck, I need you to not be in the military, actually. I put you into the military so that you wouldn't go die. So get out of here, please. All right, well. Damn. What a cutthroat. This guy, Dakos the Baron of Oil Famous? Very American. He was a temporary resident hanging out in our fortress for the purpose of God knows what. But he just literally dueled this dwarf off the edge here, and most recently actually bit him. he bit the spear dwarf in the upper front back teeth from behind. I don't know how you even do that, and bites the teeth off, and then bites him in the lower arm from behind. But the attack is deflected. And then he latched on firmly and somehow not only took his teeth out and made them land on the other side, but also pushed him into the lava. Now he's walking back into the fort. And hasn't caught on fire yet, although probably isn't going to live much longer. And then gets systematically executed by the next dwarf in the line. And, oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, that's it. I am setting all of you guys to off-duty. Run away, dwarf. I don't really feel like having my dwarves run out and die for no fucking reason. Where are you going? You're running inside? Okay, well, that's good. You're going up there. Okay, that's fine. You down here are going to pull this lever, and let's get this fun going again. Let's also pull this lever. Good luck there, Saigon. This is just running around in fear. Honestly, I would too. If I was in a similar situation, I'd be doing the same thing. All right, lava's flying out. Fire is going. Hey, our first flames. Turns out they are now locked inside. So they're going to move real quick and probably all catch fire real quick. This is going to be over rather quickly, I think. Because the thing about having horses as mounts, and this is also kind of why I say I don't know if you necessarily want to have mounts. Dwarves, my camera died? It didn't. I turned it off. It's fine. I have an on-off button for it. Don't worry about it. I try to not cover as much of the screen as possible during some more exciting events. The thing that you need to know is that dwarves and elves and humans in Dwarf Fortress have, like, fear meters. They get scared, which is great. But also, I lost another axe dwarf. Great. Or no, wait, hold on. An axe dwarf has been... Oh, okay, no, that was a bit ago. It's fine. The thing that you need to know is not only can they die, but they can, like, get scared, right? So mounts also can get scared too. So if you're riding on a mount, this happens a lot in adventure mode. If you're riding on a mount and the mount gets terrified for some reason, you're just along for the ride. The mount's just going wherever the mount wants to go. And it's really funny during sieges when a bunch of mounts get spooked by something and they just run away. And like the dwarves are trying to fight, but like the mounts are just like, see it, fuck this shit, I'm out. The guy driving me is an idiot. And they just run away. It's one of the most amusing things to me about Dwarf Fortress. I'm hoping to just see like I'm shy is the simple version in regards to the camera. It's usually just during combat scenes. But yeah, you really have to be wary of your mounts freaking out and running away. It's especially great if it's like a mount that can swim, and let's just say you're playing adventure mode, right? Say you're playing adventure. There goes a horse. See ya. Let's say you're playing adventure mode, right? And you're a dwarf riding a giant toad. And that dwarf riding said giant toad can't swim. And that giant toad gets panicked. That giant toad can swim. So that giant toad then jumps into the ocean and drowns you. And you're like, well, fuck me, I guess. Mounts aren't always a positive thing, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I want to get off of this adventurous wild ridey, pretty much. Wouldn't that be more like an undead giant something? God. This defense is way too powerful. But way too entertaining. Way too entertaining. Kind of surprised I haven't broken the siege just yet. I think I'm actually going to let these guys run. I'm not going to try and fight them. And the reason for that is I don't particularly want to clean up more bodies than I already have to. And there's already a lot of bodies everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, there's kind of already bodies everywhere. I mean, Oil Famous is like the most Texan name ever. Let's be honest. Oh, man. Stuck between fire and burning. What a way to be. Just constantly picking them off. Taking a peek at it. And asking, it's just a mess of smoke, miasma, flames, and sparks. Beautiful thing. Really. Let me off. Yeah, pretty much. Or, you know, like if you have a lot of very scaredy cat companions, they'll do kind of like what happened in Tarn's adventure mode video that was put up like the other week, where it's like the companion just left. Yeah, so these guys are now blocked off here. We'll just leave it running. We'll be fine. I mean, we're hitting them back here even. So the way you break a siege like this is you don't actually need to kill them all. You literally just need to wait for their mounts to get scared, and then they just leave. Is it really all just this one dwarf? It's all that one dwarf. Okay. Named a jeweler's shop. What do you need? Anything specific? Rough gems. It's always rough gems. Wait, hold on. Did you get rough gems, though? Nope. I'm just kind of looking around for gems to see if I can spot any. See if I can spot any. Actually, here's something I can do. Let's just mine that out. Mine this out. Actually, just turn these off, I guess. There's nowhere really for them to go, so might as well turn that off and just let them go mine. Man, we are just like picking them off with this thing. This is like just the death drawbridge right now. The other thing that I'll be able to do once these drawbridges are all done is when they get totally sealed off, I can just make all the drawbridges appear and let them walk a little bit. Also just dump some of them into the lava that way to speed the sieges up. Because this battle has been going on for a literal month, which is the kind of the craziness. So chat, who's going to tune in tomorrow? Tomorrow is the day that Tarn's joining me. We're going to be talking about adventure mode, and I guess this RimWorld sniping attempt. Ah, there we go. Siege is broken. Round of beers. We done did well. Why are you leaving? Or are you telling them to leave? Okay. Unless it's bedtime, in which case, good night. Yeah, that's going to be that horse is bleeding a lot. Jeez, horsey. Good lord, horsey. Not only are you bleeding a lot, but you survived. That's kind of... There is so much blood right here. What the... What the actual? It's because they all have to go through this, and it's covered in fire mist. They're all trying to run this way. And there's this dwarf, meanwhile, is trying to climb. I'm sure that's going to go very well for you. Let's see. Are you going to make it? I don't have so much hope for you. Oh, yeah, Forgotten Beast. Anyways. Like I said, I don't think it's going to go so well for you there. Good luck with that. There's... Okay, so is there blood everywhere because they're actively bleeding? Or are they just running on other people's blood? They're just running through other people's blood. Okay. Nice thing about horses is they leave the map real quick because they speedy. All right, so let's pull this lever. An 86% chance you'll tune in. So as long as we're not going by XCOM rules, that's pretty good odds. Rimworld sniping? Oh, Rimworld's releasing a DLC the day before, or just a few days before Adventure Mode's coming out. That's what. Not sure how that dwarf died. Should probably send the military up there, though. Plans in the evening? Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Tell him. Anyway, if you missed the stream, it will, even though it'll be streamed on Twitch and YouTube, it'll be up the next day on my YouTube channel. Much earlier in the day, too, so around the time my streams normally start is when the premiere will go up. Oh my god, we are only like a few weeks away. It's actually kind of crazy how quickly I can go from being extremely excited for a thing to dreading it. It's like, it only took a week. Like last week this time, I was stoked, super excited, couldn't wait. I was like, god damn, yeah, April 17th, let's go. And now it's like, yesterday, Tynan teases a new DLC, and I'm like, oh, fuck. And then today that comes out, and now I'm just like... Regardless, I mean, when Adventure Mode comes out, you'll get probably between 6 and 10 tutorials in the first 12 hours from me. So... a basics getting started guide, like an embarking guide, a character building guide, a basic crafting guide, basic combat guide, basic wrestling guide, a recommended start guide, you know, all that shit. Hopefully other things that are also interesting. I will cover as much as I can, as quickly as I can, in as short a period of time as possible. But... and the other thing that's going to return as soon as Adventure Mode is out proper is the Community Fort series. And the reason the Community Fort series is going to return is because the thing that I've been kind of waiting for is the format got a little, not dull, dull is the wrong word, but the format got a little bit samey, at least for me. And my hope is to expand that a little bit. And what I want to do is I want to change the format for the Community Fort series from, like, here's a fort. I'm gonna look at it for 7 minutes. Blah 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 done. To here is a fort. This is the name of the fort. Let's explore this fortress as an adventurer. Explores fortress as an adventurer. Now that we're done exploring this fort, let's explore another fort. Or let's explore the rest of the fort. Once we're done with that, all right, let's... hold on. Did a dwarf actually get in my roof? I think a dwarf actually got in my roof. That's kind of amazing. Except I'm pretty sure it was one of mine. And then I will do the fort tour after I've explored it in adventure mode. That's the plan, basically. So I'm gonna turn the Community Fort series into a adventure mode exploration series as well as a Fort Showcase series, so that they're more interesting for me to make. I don't feel like I'm just taking other people's content, and gives you guys a more possible interesting ways to show off a fort outside of just, you know, hey, I built a beautiful piece of architecture, which I think we've all seen beautiful pieces of architecture in Dwarf Fortress now. And while those are really cool, we've all seen beautiful pieces of architecture in Dwarf Fortress now, so. Oh, the other area I need to add to this, probably this. Oh, it already is. Easy peasy. Oh. We are finding dead dwarves in my stairwell. Did I just push this off? No, I didn't. Okay, so I'm actually just going to forbid this for a minute. You are, like, not even on the map. A perfect amethyst. The gem setter has created Shadmal Alanis, a perfect amethyst, and offers it to the living fire. So I'm doing a thing. This is something that's been in the works for a bit. Amethyst is one of my dwarves, right? Amethyst is a dwarf that was one of my first military dwarves, dreamed of becoming a legendary warrior, got kidnapped, was rescued back, and is now one of my soldiers once again. Achieved that dream of becoming a legendary warrior, so I'm going to remove them from the military. Where the heck are they? I'm going to remove them from the military. There you are. I'm going to remove them from the military, and they're going to become a champion. Champion's job is to help train the rest of the military, and I think it would be very fitting for Amethyst to have that perfect amethyst as the symbol of the champion. Am I just flying past this person's name? Do you guys see? Oh, there she is. So I think it would be very fitting if Amethyst had an amethyst. There it is. Shad Malanis. This is a perfect amethyst. It is a perfect amethyst. All craft worship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of Just a Robotic Cow, the dwarf, and cave spiders in amethyst. Just a Robotic Cow is surrounded by the cave spiders. He looks terrified. That's the mayor, by the way. I'm pretty sure. That's the mayor, right? That is, in fact, the mayor. Speaking of the mayor, the mayor's bedroom is up here. And I have to put a brass weapon rack in here. Yes, there it is. The mayor doesn't like spiders very much. I mean, it's a classic, truly. It truly is a classic. The mayor's clearly terrified of spiders. Rats better than spiders? You want to know the difference between rats and spiders, chat? This isn't even like a joke. There's no punchline here. You want to know the difference between rats and spiders? Totally fine with having spiders in my house. That is the difference between rats and spiders. I don't know. I've never really looked into it, to be completely honest with you, Chestnut. I like to think it does, but I kind of don't think it does. You know what? Let's just... I was trying to be nice to the dwarves and limit the area that they could go to, but this doesn't seem to be working, so let's just turn this off. Let's just turn this off. That, like... super heavy slowdown on the frame rate as every single dwarf goes this way. Don't you love it when literally every dwarf's like, I'm gonna go this way now, and then the frame rate goes down to 12. Rats are cute. And what are spiders? And also, you say that all rats are cute, right? The thing is, if you were saying, aw, pet rats are cute, I would agree. I would completely agree. However, wild rats? Sewer rats? If you walked home and came home and found 10 rats in your house, I would like to see you say that they are cute, unironically, and not be concerned with the fact that there was 10 rats in your house. I feel like your statement might change quite drastically, potentially, perhaps. Let's also open up the side door. May crush this elf, but you know. Spiders pay rent. They pay rent in dead fruit flies, at least in my apartment. You can find them cute and be concerned. Fair enough. Fair enough. I respect your opinion. I still maintain I'd be totally fine with having I'm totally fine with having most spiders in my house. I'm not fine with having a rat in my house. I'd feel differently if I lived in Australia. We have black widows here. I mean, we don't have funnel webs here or anything crazy like that, but like, I think like the difference though is just because I live somewhere that doesn't have actively dangerous spiders, you can still know the behavior of spiders, right? Like, funnel webs aren't inherently aggressive spiders. They just hide in shoes. Which, yes, can absolutely make them dangerous. Absolutely. That is a 100% fact. Funnel webs can be very dangerous. I'm also not sure why my frame rate's so low. But it's fluctuating, which means it'll probably recover. Probably just because all of these dwarves are heading to the edge. And also probably there's like 150 visitors that are trying to get into my fort right now. But, I don't know. The thing is, I think my statement would probably still be the same. I would rather have spiders in my house than rats. When did I say anything about dogs? I'm talking about spiders versus rats. So, fish sticks, I'm having a fun conversation. You're just being a dick. If that's your entire goal, then fantastic. Glad I know your true personality. But I was talking about spiders. You're talking about dogs for some reason? We also have brown recluse. I've seen both of them locally. Although black widows locally means that it's been too hot recently, because they're not actually supposed to be here. If that's what your definition of messing around is, please never mess around in my chat again. Because that really, thanks for ruining my afternoon. Putting it nicely. Chihuahuas and rats are essentially the same thing though. Technically, aren't Chihuahuas rat killers? Like, aren't they like a terrier-ish thing? Like, I'm pretty certain most people who refer to their Chihuahuas as rats are referring to them affectionately. Oh, that's funny. I should really get rid of this. Yeah, I was gonna say, they're literally, like, designed to kill rats. Like, that is the purpose of their existence, is to kill rats. Better natured than the Chihuahua? Uh-oh. All right, well, this seems like a problem, this spot. Dwarves keep falling in here. But yeah, if I wanted body horror talk, I would have brought up body horror talk. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why they're so small. That's the case for most super small dogs, is most of them are rodent hunters, or a lot of them are rodent hunters. Gosh. You know, I'm just gonna do a thing. Extinguish all. Also, chat room, can you do me a humongous favor? I am not remotely disturbed by spiders. However, I'm extraordinarily disturbed by the stupid thing that was said by fish sticks in chat. So can you guys just give me a round of beer so I don't need to see it anymore? Please and thank you. Because spiders laying eggs and brains, it's not really a thing that they do, but it is a really disturbing image. And yes, there have been some extraordinarily rare cases of spiders laying eggs in people's ears. You want to know what's a fuckload more common? Getting diseases from rats. So fuck off, you weirdo, and don't bring up the dumb shit that no one wants to read again. Thank you. Moving on with our lives. Remove smoke is what I'm doing. Remove smoke. Let's see if I can just fix this. It's clear smoke, that's what I need. Was that the problem with the frame rate? Found it! Okay, something was on fire, smoking something up somewhere. Which was blocking pathing. Yes, very funny, Diamond. Man, Cole, we need to have a talk. Cole, how do you feel about joining the military? Cole, where are you? You're starting a fist fight. Excellent. Well, you really like starting fist fights, Cole. How about you do this entire fortress a favor? Finish this fist fight. Have you seen somebody who desperately wants to change the conversation because somebody ruined it while it was still fun? Dwarmare? Oh, you're looking at him. I'm gonna wait until this dwarf finishes their fist fight. And then I'm gonna put them in the military. And I'm gonna tell them to go attack something. I'm gonna tell them to go take over a goblin site or something. Because this is getting a little silly. Although, actually, no, I don't need to because you're being chained up. All right, well, don't start your fist fight then. I will convict you of your crimes instead. Gray, because I'm a very exciting, interesting person. When I was a child, it was red. If I don't get gray, then, like, black? Maybe charcoal? What about you? What's your favorite color? Also, why am I expecting this to turn into an African or European swallow question? I hope you guys are having a great day, because my day has been pretty awful. Like, if I'm being honest with you guys, it's like, today's kind of sucked. Today has honestly kind of sucked. Brings you joy to look at the sky. I'm happy that you have that. I'm genuinely, like, perplexed as to why dwarves keep falling in that hole. I also do not know where all the lag is coming from. Is there anything burning right now? Nope. Something's stuck at a door. Or is the frame rate just like picking back up now? I mean, Lava Cannon is generally working fine. The problem is it's really, really difficult to keep track of what's causing the frame rate to drop. Also, I need to go up into here. Actually, I could check. Maybe. Nope, no invaders on the map still, so I guess that's good. Let's go to ammo. Good lord. Should sell some of these bolts. So many random bone bolts. I've had like this repeating job running for a while to just like make bone bolts out of everything that I kill. And it's not the greatest idea, honestly. Yeah. More doors have been missing for a week. Let's throw you up here. You know, you asked that on the day where I was at like 2 frames a second before. What CPU do you have? Wonder. I have a Ryzen 7 7800 X3D, which I'm not a genius nor a tech expert, but from what I can tell, just asking around, it seems to be one of the best possible CPUs you could have for Dwarf Fortress frame rate wise. Just from asking people. Also, this is the worst my frame rate has been in like this entire fort, so I guess you're asking at a bad time, I suppose. That would be why. That's why I have a better frame rate than you then. Found the solution. That was easy. Think better multi-threading will be coming anytime soon? Do I think better multi-threading will be coming anytime soon? It doesn't matter what I think about multi-threading and when or if there will be more. What I think is that more people should read what Putnam has to say and believe her. Which is, there are many ways that you can optimize this game, and multi-threading is one of them. However, multi-threading is one of the least efficient, least stable, and least actually beneficial ways that the game could gain increased performance. So, I don't know. Maybe. I'm not working on the game, so I don't actually have a strict answer for you. Yeah, that's, I mean, generally the reason from what I can tell is like, if your frame rate is low and your frames are lower, if my frames are high and your frames are lower than mine, it's one of two things. One, you need to build smaller forts on smaller maps with smaller populations. Or two, I just have a bigger computer than you, which there's never going to be a time where me saying, get a bigger computer will make me feel good. Cause like, it's not helpful. It's just kind of makes me feel like I'm being a douche. Because I'm just like, get bigger pooter. But like, it's kind of the truth to a degree. It's like, yeah, you kind of do need a bigger computer. It's not, if you want the number go up. I once saw a guy with a download more RAM t-shirt at PAX, and it made me very happy. They always look tight. My forts? My forts look tight? Tight as in like cool looking, or tight as in like cramped? No, but AI specialized hardware will make you dumber than that question, which is like a massive challenge, Spewer. How you doing, Spewer? It's good to see you. You know what? Speaking of, CEO of EA Games said a quote recently, which is, "We've based most of our business on AI-powered software." He said this at an investor thing the other week. You know what's funny about that sentence? He's not talking about machine learning or like large language models or any of that shit. He's literally talking about computer AI versus players. And it's very funny because it just proves like how much of a nonsense statement saying something is an AI thing is. It's just like, wow, it's the most non-thing you could possibly say. And it's kind of wonderful. Truly kind of wonderful. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, I know why the game is lagging. Everybody get the fuck back in the fort right the hell now. Yep, that's it. Found the problem. Found the problem. All right. This needs to be added to the burrow real quick. It's because they're all running off into the caverns, and there's God knows how many forgotten beasts out there, and we need to lock the doors. I'm actually kind of surprised there isn't a forgotten beast in the fort already. In fact, some of these may have just ran off into the caverns. I didn't think those would connect with it, but, you know, I'll have our moments. You go here. Let's just place some green glass right there. Yeah, that'll be plenty. Whoopsie indeed, yes. All to make that artifact. Get inside. Oh, of course they're all collecting webs, naturally. On ahoy? Sure, definitely, yes. My first main indicator was just like, where are all these Gorlak bodies coming from? That's a good thing that that's up there. Is that a problem? No, I'm definitely not panicking right now, so it's obviously not a problem. Constructing a building. You're constructing this building. Definitely not a problem. We're totally fine. Everything is fine. Ah, boy. The perfect gem that just got finished. It's done now. I think there's two things, like Quinsicle. I'm not a programmer, but from talking with people who are, turns out multi-threading is almost a buzzword, meaning it is a term that everybody knows regardless of if you are a programmer because they associate it with games improving in performance drastically. And so when people go, I want game I like to improve in performance drastically, they say, I want game I like to have feature that I know supposedly, or I've heard people say before, can increase frame rate drastically. The reality is the vast majority of games do not have any functionality of the sort. And it's kind of more or less just like, I guess, proving the success of not marketing, but popular word of mouth in people hearing, oh, that must make frame rate better, so it must be more gooder. Well, I mean, absolutely. There are ways, lots of things can help with frame rate. But generally, optimizing code is your best bet instead of trying to rewrite the game, which is what multi-threading usually ends up doing. To the clowns? What? As in, like, impossible to defeat? Or as in, like, a joke? Because I read that as a joke. Mother Zombie still has baby. Or has had several babies since Zombie, yeah. Let's see, she's currently carrying 2 babies. She's got Yushat and Bench. So she's got 5 kids. I think that, like, honestly, multi-threading is a cool sounding word, right? People always want the cool sounding word. That's how I understand it. Thanks for being helpful, Riddle. Very much adding to the discussion. I mean, certainly, like, it can increase the performance of many things. I think that asking for the buzzword because it's the thing that you know, not always the most productive. I think that there will be many more heavy improvements to Dwarf Fortress's frame rate. And I think that those are going to come in many forms. Do I think that multi-threading is necessarily one of them? Possibly. I don't think it's going to be the only solution, though. Well, then why don't you ask about performance increases instead of multi-threading specifically, which is just the thing that people scream nonsensically about all the time. Which doesn't actually, like, you know, help anything. Because if you're a developer, which you clearly are, then you would know that the way to ask the question would be, are there performance increases coming? Are they still optimizing the code? You heard anything about that? Yeah, they are. But currently, everything that I've read about the development of this game, and everything I've been told by people who are developing this game, is that multi-threading is something that's being looked at, tested, and paid attention to, but not the priority, because turns out there are other things that are more efficient, quicker, and better for what needs to be done to make this game run better. There are much higher priority things that need to be done first. Ah, it begins. I think I already made a slab for that dwarf. That or you must be a developer, not a game developer, because if you're a game developer, you would probably wouldn't have asked that question to begin with. Let's go up here. Gwendelf, thank you very much for the raid. That's very kind of you. Your stream was good.
Happy 27 months.
Hey!
90 RL.
27th month. And I get hit by an ad break. Boo. Place these, mods. Can I get a shout out for Gwendelf real quick, please? Say thanks for the raid once the ad breaks. Although, I find that ads don't generally pop for me right after stream. Right after I raid after stream. But, Rudolph Carter, hello. Gwendelf, hello. Internet pooped its pants. Oh, no! How so? Like, as in, it made your stream crash? Or, like, right as you ended stream for some reason? Whenever you misspell mayor like that, Diamond, I always read it as Sid Meier. You type slow in braces. Cool, now I'm imagining you typing with your teeth. Well, that sucks, kind of. At least it was right as you ended the stream and not before you ended the stream. 'Cause that seems mighty inconvenient, if you ask me. Just the internet turning around and shitting its pants. But regardless, hope you're doing all right today. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope your stream was good. Anything exciting happened? Because I know you were dwarfing. Today's just been a lot of big sieges, and me just trying to upkeep, and me complaining. Mostly in that order. Just chomping your keyboard. Yeah, you're just teeth handling your keyboard. You know. Are the holes dump sites? The holes are tombs, just like these ones. Tombs, which I'm gonna cover with glass. I think is gonna be the plan. Fiber upgrade? Oh, hell yeah. Your militia commander was murdered in his bed. Oh, that's amazing. I've been kind of hoping I would get another vampire in this fort. It would be the second or third vampire in this world. I think that would be a lot of fun, but it just hasn't happened yet, unfortunately. Complain more, it's fun. Well, I'm glad it's fun for you. I've been complaining about RimWorld deciding to release a DLC the same week that Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode comes out. Which is cool. That's about it. You've had two locked in your fort for 10 years, but they got out. I wonder what let them out. I know we learned not super long ago that ghosts can open doors, which was exciting to learn. Yeah, so ghosts can appear in places. If ghosts appear directly on a locked door, they open the door. There's a few other things that can open locked doors too, like gremlins. Gremlins can open locked doors. Fearing to sleep at night. What? I don't have 168 pop. I have 170. What are you talking about? Where did those two dwarves go? Unless you're talking about my chat. In which case. The blood in that hallway is definitely not from minecart accidents. This is my automated trash disposer. Dispose of her. It's very efficient. Especially the miasma. I don't have vampires. I have I have 3 were creatures. There is no vampires in this fort. I said I was wishing I would get a vampire in this fort. It would be really nice. I would love to have to deal with a vampire. That'd be great. But I don't have any vampires. I have were creatures. Significantly worse. And there's 3 of them, not 2 of them. So your math is wrong, and your creature is wrong. Come on, Diamond. Wake up. Your marketing for your Gremlin for Mayor campaign has really fallen to pieces as of late. I would have seen somebody die of blood loss by this point, but I'd believe you if you said Gremlin, but I discovered today that anything that interrupts the dungeon master's path when he takes someone to jail ends badly. What? Just decided to go off duty? Oh, that's funny. Huh. Probably got hungry or something. Are the were creatures contained? Yeah. Yeah, they're locked in a tower above my library. We already have the Goblin for Mayor shirt. I don't know. When Cooler draws one, ask Cooler to draw one, and I'll make it into a merch thing. I'm currently working on a new mug, I have him working on a new mug for Adventure Mode, as well as a bunch of emotes, so he's kind of busy currently. That and people were starting to get a little bit burnt out at the rate that I was putting new merch out, so I kind of slowed the merch down a little bit. Are creatures contained in a tower above the library? Sounds like fortress scholars are there to study them. I mean, I hadn't really thought about it that way. Neat concept. Man, starting my stream super late's weird. I feel like I only just started it. It's already 5 o'clock. Tomorrow's gonna be an interesting stream. It's gonna be really curious to hear first off just what Tarn's been working on, but also what the current how do I explain this? The current state of Dwarf Fortress development, but also just the current situations surrounding Dwarf Fortress at large. It's gonna be really interesting to hear. I'm curious. When a whole squad of spear dwarves see a friend to be drained of blood before their eyes, they run to tell on the vampire like the kid's mom telling there instead of killing the vampire, because the vampire is a member of the faction. If you clearly have a glance at the Dwarven Code of Ethics, killing a neutral sapient or killing a member of the same entity is capital punishment. So it would be a situation where if they are considered an enemy, or if they were sanctioned to if they were neutral. So if they weren't part of your faction, they would, and you told them to, they would kill them. So if it was just like a random dude in your tavern that turned into a vampire and then ate somebody, or turned out to be a vampire, I guess, and ate somebody. Or if it was, your dwarves doing that, or your dwarves were ordered to do that, then they would. A vile force of darkness has arrived and... Wait, is this goblins? Yeah, this is goblins. It's another one! I was about to send my squads out to go fight a thing, but I guess not. Much for that. Might actually end up being a very large one, too. Copper helm. It's got a whip. Ah, the barricaded ghoul. Still not attacking me with really any monsters, though. I'm kind of tempted to go into the difficulty settings and make their possible siege sizes like a quarter of the size and just make them all monsters and see what they bring. It's like 2 goblins, 40 mounts, 200 mounts and 1 goblin. See what that army looks like. Because I want them to send trolls at me. It's not all your own law? Nope. Well, I mean, you have a lot of power, but the player has a lot of power, but it's not. You ain't God, that's for sure. You know, this is the first time in a long time, chat. I've been actually kind of tempted to, like, take the parlay. I finished building those bridges. And we're going to give them a little bit of an extra surprise once those bridges are done. Because this is going to take a bit. As we also continue to get rid of this stuff. And moods continue to tank. It's a lot of items to deal with. Yep. Say that again. Now, I'm going to build these bridges all the way across here. And it's 55, Jesus. Once all of these bridges are constructed, connecting them all to this lever up here. And after all that's done, then still turning the cannons on them while they're walking up that, so I'll have a more direct shot. And then pulling the lever and then letting them run. Doing it that way. Let's also set all of these dwarves on duty. Get them training. And start slowly closing the doors. Elevated about 20 layers above the ground, have numerous retracting bridge sections of upright spike traps connected near a minecart clock, and then have a 10-point scale. I wouldn't say it's silly. I mean, I would say it's a pretty standard defense, actually. Anything with, like, that uses bridges and a minecart clock is pretty standard as far as I'm concerned. I don't know. I mean, it seems fine. Sure, you could have some fun with that. Also, who the heck's going around toppling all my jeweler's shops? What the hell? What the hell, dwarves? What the hell? It's probably Cole, actually, who's in prison again. Cream and lemon juice. Certainly sounds like a recipe. Makes you excited every time. Happy to help. And today I'm just in kind of a prickly mood today. It's been unfortunate. Like, you know, you always want to spend your day in a good mood, right? But I've been in a bit of a prickly mood most of this week. It's not the best. I always hope the mood will improve. It seems to be slowly, but here's hoping mood is less prickly tomorrow. Hopefully I get a good night's sleep tonight. But yeah, that sounds pretty relatively dwarfy. The one part that you kind of lose me on, though, Riddle, is the lack of Mark's dwarves and the lack of a manual switch. Because as great as minecart clocks are, you kind of want a way to stop the minecart clock, and you're going to need a way to manually activate things in times of great emergency. That would be my only real concern. Aside from that, you know, more power to you. Have fun. Stop buttons aren't standard on minecart clocks? I don't know. You didn't mention it. I was looking for possible issues that I would have with your plan. Also, I would say that there's maybe nothing standard about minecart clocks just in general, so... These dwarves desperately need breaks. Desperately need breaks. Saucer. Define? Mean like a flying saucer, Lord Flu? Or like a saucepan? Or like somebody who makes sauces? Can you define saucer, I guess? Not me and some teleport a statue. I really need to get rid of that one dwarf. That one dwarf is becoming a major issue. Someone who makes sauces. Oh. Hobo, you're the chef here. Can you please confirm or deny if a saucer is an official term for somebody who makes sauces? Because I'm yet to be I'm not currently convinced. But that is either a real term or, like, even a made-up one. A saucer? Really? Huh. So what happens if they get thrown in the air? Because of French cuisine. Ah, you mean butter? With butter. And butter.
No. I
And butter and carbs
accidentally
and butter.
clicked on my phone, and now I have to use my anniversary text to speech or lose it. Oh, hi blind. Hi YouTube, hi chat.
I mean, welcome back, Glenn. Thank you very much for the 39th month. 39 months of you being kind enough to give me money and help keep my sub count up. Today, which it fell below 1,000 by a lot, which hurts me greatly and part of my soul. But at the same time, makes me grateful that I was lucky enough to hit 1,000 in the first place. I mean, it's funny, like, reading your guys' phonetical writings of these. It's like I can imagine more or less how they should sound. I'm not going to sound it out, though. Because I know I'll just sound like an idiot. And I'm one of those people, it's like, I'm well aware that I'm very bad at even remotely sounding French. Sounding even remotely French, so I'm not even going to bother trying. See, I know what a sous chef is. That's a chef that got sued because he didn't cook the chicken well enough, and somebody threw up. It's a sous chef. Term I'm very well familiar with. It's very similar to a divorce chef. There's a chef who works too much, so he got divorced. I don't even know where I'm going with this, but I'm working through lack of sleep and insomnia, okay? Why is there an injured countess leaving the map? Please actually make it off the map this time. Yeah, or a chef named Sue. Yes. Shoutouts to the very good surf rock band Say Sue Me. Completely unrelated to anything we've been discussing. We'll see you later, Clino. Take care of yourself. Lack of sleep and insomnia. I think I kind of ran those two sentences together. Bad enough insomnia that I have pills for it now. Although I still have to go get them. Which I'll probably do on Friday. It's literally phonetical. It's Say Sue Me. Like that. They're a Japanese surf rock band. which is kind of like pop rock or light rock, but like more beach, if that makes any sense, which I don't think is like even a functional definition at all, but it's the best one I got. Show us your fort. You know, I just have to say, I've been on the internet for too long. Because when somebody pops into my chat, right, and it's a first-time chatter, right, and I'll give you a fort tour. Just hear me out. And the first thing they say is, show us your fort. The only like logical response in my brain is, show me your genitals. For some reason, I think my brain is polluted with the internet chat. I need help. Anyway, sure, I guess. It's a volcano fort. This is my minecart cannon. I'm getting besieged by a rather large army of dwarves who are over on this side of the map. Where are you? Are up here on the top, I think. Are they? No, wait, never mind. Sorry, not dwarves. Goblins and dwarves this time. I didn't see the goblins. And also elves, apparently. It's a equal opportunities enemy army. Anyway, they're here to stab me, mostly. So unless I'm prepping the lava cannons for against them. Over here, we have this. This is my tower. I have some were creatures that are stuck up in the tower, and it's sad. Then we also have some bears. We have some bedrooms, more bedrooms, more bedrooms, more bedrooms, more bedrooms, more bedrooms, surprise. Also, more bedrooms and more bedrooms, and then bedrooms that you don't get up from, and also more of those and more of those. That goes all the way down to the cavern layers where the elephants eat and starve to death because they keep running out of food. Over here, we have the trading area. We have what used to be the mayor's office, which is now the dungeon keeper's or dungeon master's office. We got the gems area. We got the hospital area. We got the crafting and clothes making area. We got some abandoned, underkept, underfunded guild halls. We got some of this lovely masonry area, as well as the lava forges. We got some throne rooms and offices for various dwarfesses. And I actually completely forgot that I was in the process of building a tomb back here. Anyway, then down here we got some the lava reservoirs themselves. We got the block spot. Over here is the tavern and the kitchens and the prisons, who's got Dat Thor in it, and Cole, who's the one who keeps breaking stuff. Down here is like the rest of the kitchens, and this is going to be the cave dragon pen once I'm done constantly being under siege. Down here's a pile of doors because I ran out of space for them, and here is a minecart route that goes all the way down to where I'm farming, which is right next to the vomit fields. The vomit fields is a beautiful place that was once not a vomit field, and then a whole bunch of hungry heads came onto the map, and they were just sitting there and waiting, and not really hurting anybody, just kind of hanging out. Then a forgotten beast with a vomit nausea syndrome ran past them and sprayed gas all over them, and then they just ran around puking everywhere because it didn't really have any other abilities aside from making things throw up everywhere, which was, delicious. Down over here we have one of our elephant grazing spots. Up here we have another elephant grazing spot and another elephant grazing spot. And then that's pretty much it. Welcome to the fort. Also, in regards to the show me your genitals statement, that is a very old song that's on YouTube. By a Canadian comedian. I mean, it's literally called Show Me Your Genitals. It's not too hard to find, Krista. But here, I'll give you a link if you insist. Fucking 80 million. This is how you know this is old YouTube, is because I'm like, yeah, this big YouTube video, this super viral video from like 15 years ago. 80 million views. It's like nothing. Very literal naming. Yeah, the song's called, it's literally called Show Me Your Genitals. This very scary dancing. Anyway. Very old YouTube. Very old YouTube. Your genitalia. From the man who brought you other hits such as Guns Don't Kill People, I Kill People with Guns. Great songs for people with terrible taste. Well, at least we got 3 of the bridges done. Let's get a 4th one connected. You thought that you had the VOD on 1.5 times speed? I'm rehearsed. I've been practicing. I hope that person enjoyed the fort tour. But yeah, whenever somebody pops into my chat and just says, show me your whatever, that is the first thing that pops into my brain. Literally that. For better or for worse, I do not have an option. Oh, that song is so ironic. It's all irony. There's so much irony in that song, there's almost nothing else. No. Chat up. Also, for reference, I haven't listened to any or watched any of that dude's videos in a very long time. I just occasionally reference them. So if they're like in poor taste or problematic these days, I have no fucking idea. And honestly, don't care to find out. Winter Z, the Sacred Sheen, who is a legendary gem cutter, is creating an artifact and running around has already grabbed something. Is that a forbidden table? Let's unforbid that. Already grabbed a rough red zircon that is now standing there and is working secretly. Sounds like we're getting a perfect gem or a piece of gem furniture or something. Regardless, any bets on what that dwarf makes, Chad? Yeah, I would assume that there's a couple of words in there that are less than tasteful. But I don't know. Old internet humor is generally not to be trusted in the modern era, but you could also say that about almost any humor. Like, you know, you go watch or listen to any comedy bit from 20 years ago, and it's like, that's half of it. Yeah, I really need to automate the cleaning process of this thing. That's something I really need to do. Because this thing just takes too long. Like, I need a lava reservoir on the top up here or something that just gushes lava down here, maybe. Oh, no, absolutely. Like, I'm not condemning it. I'm just kind of, hey, I'm covering my bases here, you know? Like, if there's things in that dude's music that happen to be problematic, I am not taking responsibility. I'm just simply saying, I watched that video a very long time ago. Was that really only a year later? You know, you can really tell who had a higher budget going into making those videos, Christoph, because Jizzed in My Pants is like a really well shot video with like really nice cameras, whereas like that song is like, also yeah, very much same era as the Lonely Island. Very much the same era. Chat, do you have a dumb internet thing that you like from back in the day that you miss and wish the internet would be like again? I want them to bring back stupid rap music songs with awful, great lyrics by actual comedians. Instead of just random dudes on SoundCloud. Winter Z, the Sacred Sheen, has created a Satin Gracious, a perfect red zircon, and offers it to the living fire. Star Runner? Yeah. Let's go take a peek at this perfect red zircon. This is a perfect red zircon. All craftsware ship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of red zircon. Surprise! Well, that's wonderful. I will pull this lever over here. Starting to think we're not making enough booze. The booze count's getting a little low. There you go. We're going to plop that in there. And wait, and then we're going to close this. ASDF movie? You know, I legitimately found ASDF movie completely organically by just like dropping my hand on the keyboard and pressing enter on YouTube one evening. I wonder how much money those videos make per hour still. Actually, I could probably tell you. Just give me a second. ASDF movie. 71 million views on that first one. How many views are you getting per hour? So, ASDF movie, the first one, is getting 166 views per hour. Pretty good, actually. The 1 to 4 compilation is getting 92 views per hour. That's like 20, 30 bucks a day, potentially. Well, actually, no, it's a bit high. I would say that that's probably $8 to $10 a day-ish. Why is there a camel? Go away, camel. I don't need to get, like, camels attacking me again. Die, potato. Yes. I doubt it, Lord Floof. And you want to know why I doubt it? Is because the YouTube algorithm works completely differently now. And really isn't prioritized by what people search. Like, it kind of doesn't matter what you title things now. Up the cable. I don't even have hunters on this map because I'm getting invaded so often. It would be extraordinarily dangerous for them to do that job. I love how chat is just a wall of ADSF movie quotes now. I have a pie. What flavor is it? Pie flavor. Anyway. Yeah, the first time I remember the first time I watched the ADSF movie. It's a memory that's burned into my brain forever. And will remain there forever because it was a glorious day. It's like the exact same way that I will forever remember the very first time I saw Gangnam Style, which is just quite literally, I saw this video on YouTube. It was really funny. Ran upstairs, because I had the downstairs bedroom at the time. Go up to my mom and say, "Hey, I have to show you this thing." And her going, "What?" And looking at me like I was a crazy person. I'm like, no, you have to see this. Walked over to the, like, I'm like, it's only like 90 seconds long. Go over to the computer, go to YouTube, typed in the movie, the ADSF movie, and put it on. And after my mom finished crying with laughter, she then went and got both my sisters and did the exact same fucking thing. And that is why that movie has, that video has 71 million views. It's because of weirdos like me. It's just like a string of like 8-second bits, just like rapid fire. It's great. Fantastic. So we got one more bridge that I want to finish. It's going to take a minute, but this one is getting connected, methinks. I think that one's in the process. Oh, nope. Maybe I didn't connect that one yet. Nope, didn't connect that one yet. Did I connect this one? I think, yeah, I already connected that one. So this one is the next one getting connected. This is going to get hooked up. And then we just need that one. And this one's already connected. Yep. So once this one is done, then we can test the slightly changed version of my death trap. Families of weirdos? Sure, true, yes. I'm just taking credit for discovering it, that's all. I'm also just like staring at this to make sure the petition doesn't disappear. Okay. But yeah, once again, because I need to state this more, if you would like to send in a question to ask Tarn, this is Twitch chat specifically, so YouTube chat not so relevant. But for Twitch chat, if you'd like to send in a question for me to potentially ask Tarn tomorrow, because I'll be going through all the questions tonight, by the end of the stream is probably the best time to send it in. If you type an exclamation point Bay12, I think it's Bay12 Games Talk, isn't it? Or is it, what did I even call that command? I'm like blanking on my own command. I said this like 3 times today, and now I'm blanking on it. Me looking at the title of my own stream. Bay12 Talk. Yeah, that's it. Exclamation point Bay12 Talk is what you're looking for. Type that command in, and it will give you a... didn't work, Jeff will. And it'll give you a link to the form where you can send in a question. There you go. Second try. Obviously, I got to shorten things. Obviously. Because if I were to tollen things, then it wouldn't be very dwarfy. It would be very humany. So this probably needs a good chunk more. You know, on the bright side, moods are swinging back up towards the positive. Based on taste and humor, you think you were adopted? So what you're saying is, like, your family didn't think that was funny? Had a very similar moment when Gangnam Style came out. I remember telling my mom I needed to show her a Korean music video. And her looking at me like, what? Very similar effect, though. You never shared that, but you shared other things? Fair enough. One of my favorite quotes ever from Psy is that he has the best ever disguise, which is being a very plain-looking normal gentleman. Because all he has to do is take his sunglasses off and put on a normal set of clothes and nobody recognizes him. Which I... honestly, I kind of respect it. It's very funny. It's like how to be a successful pop star. Be an entertaining pop star and people love your music, but also look so generic that... and looks so painfully normal that nobody realizes that you're such and such pop star. So you can just hang out in crowds of people and nobody notices that you're there. Hey, didn't Gangnam Style like hit 1 billion views or something? Or am I confusing that specifically with Rickroll? $5 billion. Ah, there you go. All right then. No. For one thing, he's like significantly thinner than Kim Jong-un. Like significantly. Kim Jong-un much prefers like chicken wings and cookies. Whereas Psy just kind of looks like a dad. I don't know. But no, not really. I don't really get that vibe from him. He's not thin, but he's thinner than other guy that you're mentioning. He also looks way older. I'm pretty sure he is, isn't he? Dwarf's getting hungry. That's how long they've been working on this. Speaking of people who look like other people, there is a homeless dude in my part of town who I've seen a couple of times now, and every time I see him, I do a quadruple take. He looks like Robert Downey Jr. Like, he could be his stunt double. It is remarkable how close this guy looks to Robert Downey Jr. Like, just, it is concerning. Like, the first time I saw him, I was like, wait, what the? And I saw him this morning. I saw him about 2 weeks ago. Robert Downey Jr., maybe? Oh, no, totally. I mean, there's 2 Korean fried chicken places within walking distance here, and I go to at least one of them more often than I should admit. I've only been to the other one once. The other one is more of a fast food place. The other one is more of a restaurant with other food as well. I like the one that has the other food as well. It's more of a general barbecue place. So it's a little bit more expensive, and the chicken is about the same, but I like to get more than just fried chicken if I'm going to a Korean place, so. You know, Keanu memes are amazing. I unlike a lot of film stars, I unironically like Keanu Reeves. He just seems like a good person. He's got, like, some of the most wholesome memes I've ever seen. Like, usually when everybody clowns on somebody from Hollywood, it's because they did something horrible. But at the very least with Keanu, it's always like, oh, Keanu did something really neat, or is, like, not that bad of a person, or laughed at somebody for saying something stupid or something. You got to see Psy for free at a small random-ass mall in Tampa. He was supposed to play the jingle ball, and then got called to play Obama for Obama in the White House, so to make up for it, he showed up at the mall and it was garbage. Really, he was way the fuck on one end of the mall, and the mall was super packed, and he played Gangnam Style. Okay, well, and that was chill. That, you know, that's kind of hysterical. I have a question. How about, are you glad you got to see that? Because I'm kind of jealous. Even if I knew that that was all that was going to happen in advance, I would have still gone. About digital versus film. He also recently narrated and I think directed a documentary about Brawn, which was a Formula One team that lasted one season. Warmed your heart. the whole, like, you're breathtaking. No, you're breathtaking thing. You know, that one of the greatest things to ever come out of E3. In the remaining years of E3. My favorite thing that Keanu Reeves did for a bit was there was two memes that I really liked with him. One, the Keanu float hand, where, like, he just, like, doesn't touch people. Like, literally just go type in, like, Keanu float hand, and you'll see what I mean. He doesn't touch people. Whenever a fan walks up to them, he holds his hand, like, 2 feet behind him. It blew up around, that image went viral around the same time that, like, all the Me Too stuff was happening. And it's just, like, all these fans standing next to him and him just, like, holding his hand, like, you know, good 6 inches away. Just, like, not touching anybody. Respect that. And then the other one was, he made a funny face in one of the John Wick films and then walks out the room, and it's like, Keanu Reeves, more like Keanu leaves, and people kept photoshopping his face on a pile of leaves. That was a pretty good meme that lasted for, like, 72 hours that nobody remembers. All right, let's just get this linked up to trigger, and then we can trigger this siege. Chooses to be a tumbleweed in SpongeBob. Here's the thing. He could literally take any role he wants, and he would still, like, he wouldn't have a different haircut. He would look exactly the same. It would be like an animated film, and there'd just be, like, a 1-to-1 animated version of him with the same haircut. Like, he is the most unapologetic character actor in Hollywood right now, or one of, and I also kind of love it. Also, was he actually a tumbleweed in SpongeBob? Did I miss something about this? Was it just his real face? Okay, I have no idea what this actually is then, now that I'm realizing. I mean, if you could be anything in a SpongeBob movie, wouldn't... Okay, so I'll be honest with you. I've never seen a SpongeBob film. I've never played a video game of SpongeBob. I think I can count on one hand the number of episodes of SpongeBob I've seen. So, yeah, no, there's no way I would know that, but that's funny. That is very funny. I like the fact that the Dog Star album is actually pretty good. That's the most recent Keanu Reeves thing that I paid more than 10 seconds of attention to was. which is his band from the 90s that finally got back together and finished an album. And it's pretty good. Like, it's okay. Same kind. It's like, sort of like, you know, a lot of 90s, not quite alt rock and roll. It's like pretty chill, almost shoegazy stuff. Kind of Weezer-esque, even. All right, we all hooked up. Let's trigger this enemy siege. Wish me luck, chat. Round of beers for good luck for the dwarfs. And let's get to it. You know, I don't know if they intended them to work this way, but I feel like we meaning the player base, abuse the parlays a bit. I feel like we're not supposed to just, like, use them as an excuse to, like, oh, I have 2 seasons to prepare. Excellent. Oh, no. There's just a wild chinchilla here. And this dwarf's just like, I'm gonna murder this chinchilla. Just went and bonked the head of... Okay, go have fun chasing that camel, man. That's a big siege. Okay, I need to know how big this siege is. How big is this siege? 166 goblin, 50 elf, 50 dwarf, 33 elf. Rest unrelated. Damn, dude. This dwarf's tired. Why am I not surprised? It's gonna probably... For the first dwarf heading that way. Let's double check up here. All right, it is in the thing, so it's fine. Where did the... What? Say, where did that dwarf go? Because there was a dwarf here. You know what? Actually, let's... Where's the rest of the siege right now? They're just coming up. We'll wait for the majority of them, I think. You're going to go pull it? Let's pause this. And I'm just going to stand right here and tell this squad, go stand right there, just in case somebody gets through. That one of mine? No, I'm not. Iden the peasant has been found dead. Oh, okay, well, that's fine. Who's Kronk? IFM. Don't say that too loudly, because you'll throw off my groove. I was thrown off the Emperor's groove. Speaking of great films, great movie. Genuinely. At this point, it's the Emperor's old groove. Should see his new one. Jeez. It's disturbing. It's going to be almost impossible for me to tell if my own dwarves are fighting. Sometimes I realize my sarcasm doesn't quite land. Okay, so hopefully we'll get a bigger surface area of smacking with the wider possible space that they can walk through in here. With a big surprise drop in the middle. Similar to when the base drops, but in this case, when the goblins drop. All right. Shall we begin firing? Wish us luck, chat room. Can I get a big Vile Force of Darkness and or a round of beers? Whatever really suits your fancy. I'm just simply waiting for a dwarf. Okay, you know what? There's a camel who's about to probably ruin my entire cannon setup. You know what? I'm going to follow this one because this one's probably going to hit a camel. Which is, you know, going to be interesting. Oh, wait, never mind. Nope. You know, actually, I'm just going to follow this camel. Just to hell with the rest of this. Let's just follow the camel and see where the camel ends up. Well, it just got run over by a minecart, so that's good. Anyway, the minecart is covered in camel blood now, so that's great. It adds to the menacing factor, and it begins. We're also going to go over here, and I'm going to pull this lever. And let's see how this goes. Okay, not anywhere near as effective, but that's fine. All right, now we just gotta wait. Just gotta wait a little long. Okay, well, clearly not anywhere near as effective. Okay, there we go. Now we're starting to get some chaos going. Although we are gonna have to fight some guys in a sec, which is less than optimal. Although I do have to say this is pretty cool looking, actually. I haven't tried setting up one of these on top of flat ground, and it is catching them on fire, which is good. It's pushing them backwards. It's forcing them into the lava. The problem is they just killed my grizzly bear, which kind of sucks. But I mean, worse things have happened to better dwarves. So instead, we're just gonna let this keep going, and then I'm gonna sit here until somebody pulls this lever, which isn't gonna happen now because there's a bunch of dwarves up there, which are evil and want to kill us. So instead, I'm gonna pull this lever down here and give that a good yoink, and also jump back up here and keep waiting. While the enemies potentially cause us some trouble here because, well, there's enemies coming around the corner, and we're just waiting on this lever to get pulled here. We're waiting on the lever to get pulled because, well, I mean, the fighting is about to break up. My dwarves start running forward, and I'm gonna have a really hard time telling who's who right in this fight right here. It's just the not so well-equipped squad here, but fortunately they got their worst nightmares came true, and the doors got locked. Now it's just my dwarves fighting against whatever is here, and then the dwarves go running up forwards, and more enemies fall in. Did they cancel pulling the lever? No, they didn't. So somebody is still eventually coming to pull the lever. Who is that? No, it's not you. It's probably somebody down here. Is it you? Nope. Yeah, it is. Baka Glass is coming to do Baka Glass's best job, which is walk this way and then pull a thingy. And then hopefully, when they pull the thingy, a bunch of these guys are gonna fall into, see? There he goes. Are gonna fall into the lava. I gotta say that I think that this defense of this fortress is going swimmingly. Specifically, the thing that's swimming is these goblins in the lava in a moment. They are kind of, you know, getting schmacked pretty well with these fireballs, which honestly, gotta say, very, very, very entertaining to witness. Let's just hope that we can get a few more of them in the back end on the way out. Where's Baka? Where's Baka? Where's Baka? That's something that I wonder almost every day. I'm actually going to send these dwarves back to training. Baka's coming up this way. You're right there. Taking your sweet-ass dwarf time. This... There's something about them just skidding along after being hit by a glob of lava that's not going to stop being entertaining for a very long time. They catch on fire. They just get knocked back into the lava, you know, all of the things. It's great. And there goes the lever. And, well, you know. There's now some very confused goblins back here. The enemy siege is barreling in the other direction, which probably wise, honestly. And I think it's time for us to seal this off real quick, because I have a feeling they're going to turn around in a bow. Let's just jump back to where this was started at, which is all the way over here. What are you doing? Are you injured? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Being injured. How dare you? Also unforbid these. We're going to go get the bone saw out of there. The Baroness bone saw. Oh, someone went flying. Got a bit to wait on before they'll come back in because, you know, they're insisting on being all the way back here, but got muscle memory for beer, really? Ask for beer that often? Fortunately, I haven't asked you to hook me up to an IV yet, which means I haven't had that much beer. What's up, L Plenty? Will that magma on the floor go away? Oh, it'll cool off. Yes. It's sort of like water. It cools off, which is like its equivalent of evaporating, unless it's deeper than 1, at which point it won't evaporate. But 1 deep stuff will eventually evaporate. So as long as there's 1 tile of 1 deep, it will eventually completely dissipate. Then he realized he fucked up. Is there one frozen above lava? The game's been doing a thing recently, Arende, where when I'm stuck in a save file, it randomly minimizes, and then I can't pop it back up until it's done saving, unless I do this, which I don't usually bother. Where are you? Oh, he's right in front of the lava. I see. And then it minimized on me again. Thank you, game. Yeah, and then just immediately catches fire, probably. I'm kind of surprised that didn't break the siege. That was a pretty violent, like, response to that fight. I'm actually quite shocked that didn't break the siege. Also getting all these bodies put away, all the clothing and the stuff that we don't need goes straight down to the trash. All this stuff goes into the minecart. Probably enough to actually fire off the minecart. I wonder if there's enough in the minecart that one of the baddies would get hit by it. Let's see. Yeah, I know. They just can't path out right now. But there's also a lot, like, on top of the volcano just outside the fort as well, which is probably what you're referring to. Once this gets to be a high enough percent full, you know what, let's just fire it off now. Let's just fire this off now. Well, I mean, if it falls at the right time, it might actually cover the goblins in lava mist, but we'll see. Now, just before I forget, grab this, grab you, that. Goes up, 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 up. No, probably not. They would have needed to be like literally right there or right there. Okay, so they are capable of leaving now. So we will wait until this goblin hits the last sieging point. Then I will open the door up. That or they might just be leaving the map too, but I kind of doubt it. Yeah, they seem to be kind of regrouping right here. Yeah, no, they are certainly not leaving. We're going to wait for these guys to be out. Well, actually, there's one's further back. Jeez. Pop the bridges back up. Letting them all regroup out here. There's teeth up here? How the heck did those get up there? Hey, I was just coming to warn you. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, you better turn around. You will regret it if you keep walking this way. Could just lock this, but don't really want to. Problem is my bear's dead back here, which is a shame. Looking forward to the time stream tomorrow. Me too. Me too. Hello, Hoff. How are you? What if I just do this? This is cheesy and I don't like it, but I fought enough sieges recently. Let's drop some more of them in. Wondering if I can just, like, end the siege by just getting another drop. Well, actually, hold on. Why would I do this the cheesy way? They're all right in front of my cannons anyway. Fucking fire the cannons. Like, come on. We'll see you later, Bastard. Have a good night. So all the merchants been found dead. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Fires the cannons, round 2. Can I get some lava in the chat, please? Because there's about to be lava going into goblins' faces. Well, that was pretty effective. This might actually even be better than the old system. Just because it's pushing them into the lava that's on the ground there. Like, that's what's happening. Them landing in the lava as they get knocked back from this is what's killing them. Like, oh boy, that is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You'll love to see it. Everything about this is wonderful. I mean, come on. Like, what are they even gonna do? What are they even gonna do? They're just stuck. They can't. There's nothing they can do about it. Absolutely not. Nothing. Uh-oh. Frame rate going bye-bye. Well, let's do this. Wow, that poor guy was just standing right there and just got sniped by the one that just came out here. Just got bopped. Just whoop. Let's follow you. Let's follow you, you injured goblin. It kind of seems like the siege is breaking. Running towards the exit, just narrowly dodging lava left and right. Watching his friends get pushed away. Lava appear on the ground as he just gets sniped by the last piece of lava that was left. How about you, this elf? This elven crossbowman. Whoa-wee! Well, at least you got knocked back and didn't land in lava. That means you won. I'm in an ad break. After a frustrating day dealing with customers, seeing goblins get lava smacked makes your face happy. Well, that's good. That's good. That's good. Forcing dodges into a bad place like this is a really, really good strategy. Yeah, and it's like, there's enough randomness to it that it's fun to watch. It's like the opening scene to Saving Private Ryan. Saving Private Urist. The reason I don't like just dumping lava on things is it's too easy, and I've seen it too many times, and I've done it too many times, and it's a guaranteed win, right? This puts enough possible room for failure into the mix that it'll still be entertaining. Even if we do win. At least entertaining to me, which is almost as important. I have a question. Open question. Do I stream Fortress Mode or Adventure Mode tomorrow? I don't have access to version 50, obviously, so it would be like version 47 Adventure Mode. I don't know. I feel like views might be better in the beginning if I stream Fortress Mode, but... Dwarves, there is no god. If there is, they're blind. Well, that would mean that they didn't feel seen clearly. Whew. Just narrowly dodged. Trying to push forward. I don't even know where they're trying to get to right now. Where you end up, Goblin? Oh. God, this really is just like a war zone. A horrible war zone. Oh, wow. What a way to go. What a way to go. Based on the speed that this elf is starting to run, I think that might be the... Oh, got him. I think the siege may have broke. Are they leaving? Well, there's nobody up here now. Meaning I can go here. Pull this. And also go here and pull this. Wait, what? Is nobody coming to pull it? Yeah, their faction will go extinct. You'll know when they're not when they're going extinct, but when the faction is falling, because they'll start sending bards and peasants to invade you. Yeah, I think they're leaving the map. Maybe. Maybe not. Just kind of seems that way based on the speed at which they're running. I smell the merchant's been founded? Are you guys leaving? Let's see. I was going to say, it would be obvious if I see them run to the edge of the map, but they're not. Siege is still up, so I'm assuming Siege still going. All right, let's do this. Pull this. Raise the bridges back up. This is a big-ass siege, man. Kind of doesn't end. Like, every time I think the siege may be over, it's like, whoop, nope. Nope, got another couple dozen. There we go. Nope, they're coming back in now. Let's see if this goblin can make it to the fort. Let's find out. Let's follow this goblin. Very slowly. Okay, so far so good. How much invaders left? I'd have to look at the... Oh, actually, here. Estimate on this. A lot of them. a good majority of them, I'd say. Like half of them. Ha! Got him. Just turning off the cannons for a moment. Esm, the spinner's been found dead. Well, that sucks. Losing more nobles that aren't even mine. Wow, it's fun seeing them make it all the way down to here, though. I love the miasma. What? The shit. Why are you not closed? Why did only one of them close? Minecart? Okay. Let's pull this again, I guess. That was weird. It's like, why was only one of them closed? That was super confusing. There must have been like a camel on it or something. What's funny is that's not a joke. That's actually like the most logical explanation I have. So there was probably like a camel on it or something. I also need to line my squads up here. There's a bunch that are going to make it in. Come on, dwarves. Oh, boy. So Nero Keys is all on their own. Firing bolts, it's a bolt duel. Bolts versus bolts. It's almost like a sniper duel, but with bolts. Our dwarf here has silver bolts. Good number of them. This dwarf here actually got hit by a silver bolt in the lower body, tearing the muscle and tearing the guts through the rat leather leggings. Our dwarf here is doing their best to dodge backwards, but I do not expect them to live super long against such a large enemy force. Ulan, the very stressed out Marksdorf, is coming in defense, and the rest of them are actually rather far down the hallway, so I'm very worried about the possible survivability of our Martial Trance dwarf Neurokeys here, and their only real chance at survival is the fact that they are currently in a Martial Trance, but they've been suddenly stabbed because the Martial Trance ended, and I think that we might be about to witness the death of one of my militia commanders. They're very stressed. Ulan comes around the corner, and, well, at least they're not stressed anymore. The rest of the dwarves are coming in one by one, and doing about as well as enemies usually do in Dwarf Fortress, just getting slaughtered single-handedly, one by one. But as the remainder of my forces come in, the battle begins to rage on the very ornately carved quartzite floor. Currently, the cannons are not firing, but hopefully they will fire soon for, we really need them right now. Blood is spreading, the goblin-aligned evil dwarves are falling. Or goblin-like dwarven faction is falling, shall we say.
Hello. I'm the doctor.
It's good to see you, Phineas. I hope that you are doing well. Bolts begin to fly alongside of the cannons. If my dwarves run in there, they are fucked. They come around the corner, fighting. It appears that only my dwarves remain in this particular fight, which is good, because they have the opportunity now to turn around as the cannons begin to fly. Good God, there's a lot of them. Like, holy shit, man. Like, it is absurd how many there is. Like, it's actually crazy. Congratulations, Phineas. You used to be rich. No, it didn't lose the 2 uppercuts. They're all still there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, they're all still there. They just weren't forbidden for some reason. Okay, well, that's closed. There. See, they're all there. As we go down here to remove the bodies. They even have a way through right now. No, they don't. We will wait until they start taking the more traditional route in. I don't think they can. Oh, no, maybe actually they can. Way through here. Way through there, though. Also no way through there. I don't... Oh, they're pathing forward right now. But wait, there's more in Extremadis? I mean, this is one of the... This might be the biggest siege I've seen in this fort. Oh. Oh, are you trying to do the I used to be rich a dozen times? Jack, can I get a big round of beers? Dr. Phineas used to be rich. Yeah, I've said it so that more than one person can do it once per stream, but I'm pretty sure it's still just once per stream. I may have changed it so you could do 2. I can't remember. I'm gonna pull this lever and almost immediately pull it again. Got him. I'm being cheesy, but that's because I've been in so many fights today. It's like, man. Sometimes extreme sieges cause for extreme overcompensation. And damn it, we're using the extreme overcompensation. Why is there a dwarf up in the almost guaranteed to be a dead dwarf trap? Like, I just saw a dwarf go up here for some reason. I don't know where or why you've done that, but that is extremely unwise there, dwarf. Okay, I saw you coming out. Oh, no, there you are. This guy. Oh, it's a baron. That's why baron. Barons just do be that. They do be that dumb. I think that's the last clump of them. That's thawed. This is the only one here that still needs to thaw. It's like 300 or so. Yeah, I've lost about 10 dwarves in this fight. So I need one of those 3 to disappear, and then they can come forwards. I could also, let's try this. arm the cannons. And as I do that, raise the bridges. Let's see how this goes. Well, slightly goblin, dwarven, elven, scented air. Oh, something got hit. Because this isn't goblin. This is technically a dwarven civ that's invading me. But it's a mix of dwarf... Actually, is this the dwarven civ or is this a goblin civ? Regardless, it's a mix of dwarves, elves, and humans. Okay, this is the barricaded ghoul, so it is a goblin civ. Oh, there it is. I was like, when is this gonna go up? Right now. It can't possibly attack me too much longer, right? Right? Let's look at this in ASCII for a second. You see the tiny little globs flying through the air directly at those little G's. I'm knocked backwards, turning into flame almost immediately, pretty consistently, as the lava spray is everywhere back there. Oh, hey, the siege is done. Yay! We did it. Hallelujah. The siege finally broke. You know, if there's ever going to be a oh, wow, I lost one of my commanders. If there's ever going to be a time... Oh, no, I did. Of course, that was Nero Keys. If there's ever going to be a time for the dwarves to just play, like, Kogan-san immediately followed by the party music, now would be the time. Good luck with that. You're going to make it out, you silly, silly Baron. Nope. Okay. Well, that's good. All right. Well, the cannons have stopped. The last of the siegers are on their way out. Because they are not raised bridges, they're retracting bridges. It's one of the options when building a bridge. Also, this is the list of all the dwarves that have died. Quite a few, in fact. I think I'm actually just going to pull this lever. There's also magma crabs apparently on the surface. Like, there's a dead one, like, right there. Once this lever's been pulled, I'm going to... Oh, that sucks to be you. I'm going to tell my squads to go murder this elf. Actually, let's just go stand there. Well, really sucks to be Stolsost Fiend Riders. I don't think your dwarf has died, but it certainly wasn't in there. Nope, Big Bang the Third's still up and about, somehow. Contrary to recent odds, dwarf is not dead. Also, there's actually two elves stuck in here. As my dwarves blindly are walking towards that and go, bah! When he comes around the corner. Here come the soldiers, though. Get mind, soldiers. Udil. The Sword Master. Following Vokar, the Spear Master. We got some cleanup to do. And the final little bit of cleanup. Then I can send them all back to whatever the heck else they were doing. So these dwarves are literally just filling up this, which is just gonna fill up that minecarts. See, are we putting stuff in tombs currently? Yes, we are. Okay. Fingers crossed for no major mining project. I was about to start one like a few hours ago, and then you know what happened? We got invaded 3 times with armies this size, so I think it was 3. I'm pretty sure it was 3. Or that, or it was like 3 rapid fire, very small ones, and then a couple really big ones. It was like enough fighting that it was like, well, kind of really can't do much right now. On the bright side, the number of bodies we have to clean up in this is a lot better than the last one. By that, I mean a lot smaller. Chat room, speaking of things that are a lot smaller, you know what isn't that small? The list of questions I have to cut down to make a readable list for tomorrow. So, what I have to say once again, Bay 12 talk is the command that you type in my chat. You put that in my chat, and then you can ask a question or submit a question. This is for the Twitch chat specifically. When you submit a question, there's a chance to get asked tomorrow on stream when Tarn joins me at 2 p.m. Pacific time. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit under the weather. I have a headache, and I'm really pissed off, just kind of in general. So I think it's probably best that I end before I get grumpy in a bad way instead of just impassionated grumpy about good things. So Twitch chat, we're not going to just manage here. We're going to raid somebody. So please stick around. Don't run off. Could you just do me a huge favor and say goodnight, YouTube? Or goodbye, YouTube. YouTube, tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific. Stream will turn back on. And at 2 p.m. Pacific, Tarn will join us. Take care of yourselves, YouTube.